Thursday at the Detroit Golf Club. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 539-9797. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what says July 4th better than Detroit Tigers, Oakland Athletic Baseball? Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Tigers take on the A's on the 4th of July. And don't forget, the first 15,000 fans, 21 and up, will get a patriotic grilling apron, courtesy of Miller Lite. For tickets, visit tigers.com. Be the fifth caller when you hear, what do we decide we're going to do?
When you hear Carol Baskins say, "Hey, cool cats and kittens."
Kind of makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck.
The Tiger King. God, seems so long ago already, right?
Yes.
That was like a staple of COVID.
Yes, it was. Yes. Binge watching.
Yes. Ron, what was it? Ron Exotic? Was it Ron? Joe Exotic.
That would have been Ron
That's
Mexico.
what I was thinking of. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Seriously. I was thinking of that. Joe Exotic. What a weird.
Joe Mexico.
Yeah, Joe Mexico, Ron Exotic. By the way, we're going to talk about Nick Maton for a second. And I tweeted out yesterday, if you can't hit, at least you should be able to field. It's time for him to be #Mudhen proud. I said,
yeah.
And somebody said, he should go down. Nothing like pouncing on an athlete while he's down. I'm sure he feels like crap already. He didn't say crap. But keep coming with those cool hashtags, Stody.
Is that from Shout?
No. It's from Who's CB14, Christopher B. Yes, Nick Maton has been sent down to Toledo, and rightfully so. Now, you do feel bad for the guy. I mean, he's just couldn't hit a curveball, and now he can't hit a fastball, and he's batting like, 126 or something like that. He did have 2 hits in this series, but he can't field very well either right now. And he's a utility guy, but when you have him playing third base, I mean, he made an error that, I don't know if it was scored an error, but really didn't cost them Saturday. But yesterday, in the top of the 8th inning, the Tigers led 3-2, and, tell us what happened, Dan Dickerson. You can just feel it.
Oh, man.
I mean, Jim Price wasn't at the game, or he would have been yikes, definitely, as he always is. But, man, it's just when you get into John, you would know this better than I, obviously, but not to this level, I'm sure, in your career. But when you get into a slump and when you're not playing well for an extended period of time, it's got to affect you mentally. I mean, no matter how hard you try, whether you're gripping the bat a little, harder, or even the routine plays. I mean, that play, Willie Castro would have been safe anyway. You should never shouldn't have thrown the ball. Just eat the ball.
Yeah.
It happens. He tried to make a spectacular play. It cost him the game. And after the game, he was sent to Toledo. Here is Maton, his response on being sent down to AAA. Now, he also addressed maybe it's something that can help him down the road. That's what the minors are good for a lot of players. I mean, to a lesser extent. I mean, it might be a poor example, but you might remember when Max Scherzer was with the Tigers, they said he was struggling. They sent him down to Toledo for, I don't know, a few weeks, if I'm not mistaken, and he came back and everything.
The rest is history.
The rest is history. So I'm not suggesting that Nick Maton is going to turn into an all-star, but it could be something that helps him out.
It's just a matter of, and you kind of mentioned it, like getting down there, getting your confidence. Right now, it feels like the struggles at the plate are carrying over to struggles in the field, and he's forcing. Whether he's forcing to try and swing at pitches or outside the strike zone, he's trying to swing too hard, whatever it might be, now it's transferring over to his play in the field. And that was a play where, maybe a couple of weeks ago, he eats that one, knowing that he can't make it, but he's trying to press to try and make something, a reason for the Tigers to keep him up here. So he throws it, forces it, throws it wild.
Yeah, and look, you could argue, and you wouldn't have an argument from me that the Tiger organization should have sent him down a few weeks ago rather than wait. It seemed like they kept trying and trying to let him to work it out, and he just could not work it out. And finally, they made the move they had to make. Now, with the loss yesterday, they lose the series to the Twins, so they're now 33-43. They're 5.5 games out. And yes, I know the math. They could get hot again, and Minnesota's, they're getting a little healthier. I still think they're obviously the best team in the division, but they're not running away with it. Yeah, they could possibly make it interesting again. I just don't see it. 4 with Texas, and they're still on the road with Colorado, who's not good, but they did win 2 out of 3 against the Angels, even though they did get up 25 runs in the second game of that series. I think what happened, we saw this weekend, because even the game they won on Saturday, they struggled. They had one decent inning to score a few runs, and they've struggled all season. I mean, Baez was 0 for 11 in the series. Torkelson was 2 for 13. Ibanez, I think, was 2 for 10. This team, for the most part, cannot hit. Vierling's okay. Carpenter's been okay. Zach Short's been, if these guys are your best hitters, you've got major, major problems, as we discussed all season, when your best player from the offensive end is hurt. And look at Spencer Torkelson. I mean, it's time for maybe him to go back to Toledo. No way, you can't do that. He was the number 1 overall pick a few years ago. Sorry, you're hitting 184 in June. You sucked in April. You had a pretty good May, and now you're back again. And you're watching these teams throw fastballs down the middle, and he's either missing or he's popping up. It's one thing, and I mentioned this earlier in the show, to have a guy who's not hitting a lot, but he's like Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber's hitting like 181, but he's got like 20 bombs.
Yeah.
That's the Rob Deere effect from back in
Yes.
the day. The guys that are, even Dave Kingman, maybe not that bad of an average.
Right.
But I'm worried about Torkelson.
He should be.
It should start turning. He now has more major league at bats than minor league at bats. Easy hindsight game here, though. But should he have been on the big league roster last year?
Well, we all
Should he have
said
gotten
if they were on a good team, he
wouldn't have
probably
been.
wouldn't have been on.
Yeah. And you look at the Tigers right now, and if the question is, do you still have hope that they can win a bad division? I think reality is
No.
The simple answer is no. But we're going to sit there and look, and we always look up. All right, so they're 5.5 back of the Twins. At the end of May, they were 1 back. They're closer to 4th place. They're a half game ahead of Chicago. They're not going to be the Kansas City Royals in this division, but I think when it all is said and done, they probably end up 4th in this division. It's really kind of where they are. And they're only a half game ahead of Chicago, but they're 5.5 back. And we continue to look up, how can they win the division? How can they do X, Y, and Z? It's just simply not going to happen this year, even though this division is by far the worst division in Major League Baseball. They're not going to be in contention.
You got to hope these guys develop. Cole Keith, bring him up to AAA eventually. I mean, I know Erie won or they qualified for the playoffs based on the first half of the season. That's the way you do in the minor leagues. So great. Let them play in the playoffs without him. It's time for him to go to AAA and get to the next level before you even worried about coming here.
Right.
Parker Meadows, he's playing really well. I don't have the stats in front of me, but in a few weeks or a month, it's time to bring him up and see what he can do at the major league level. This team's going nowhere. You have to see what you have. You have the draft coming up at the All-Star break. None of those guys are going to be, with the team for the next 2 years anyway. So you have to hopefully that some of the guys in the farm are going to develop. That's all it is. And they have a whole basically new staff of guys to try to develop these players, then that's your only hope. And yes, in the offseason, with Cabrera's $30 million albatross of a contract off the payroll, you hope Scott Harris will be given the okay to go sign at least one or two players with a substantial amount of money who can help the team next year. But as far as, except for Green and maybe pitchers, it's all you got right now. And Torkelson, I'll be stunned if he develops into a really good player.
I will be stunned, but he's trending more towards the bust than he is being a consistent Major League Baseball player.
I'll take right now with him, if he can turn into a 240 hitter, 25 homers a year,
absolutely,
and 75 RBI, I'll take that. That's not good enough for a number one pick. I'm not quite sure if that's bust level, but you're a productive MLB player.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, just from listeners, we took a couple texts earlier that they say he's a bust already.
Right.
Like, where are you at with Spencer Torkelson? He's one of the most important figures in terms of how quickly they're going to turn this around.
I'm not going to call him bust. And if he does what you suggest, 20 to 25 home runs, hit 240, 250, whatever, and as long as he's a productive Major League player, I don't think that's a bust no matter where you're selected.
He's at 8 right now in terms of home runs. You would hope that he would be more, but, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that he hits between 20 and 25 this year.
No.
He has 16 in his career.
No, I know, but we're talking about this year. At this point this year, we're not
halfway through the season.
We're not halfway there yet.
Well, 6 games.
We're pretty close.
Okay. Yeah, we're close.
5 games.
But I would expect him to be a 20 home run hitter this year. He's at 8 right now.
Wow. So
which side you going on, Stoney?
I'm going under.
I am too. What's that at your disadvantages if they actually do send him down?
Well, yeah. If he's
I don't
not
think
getting
that's
any
going to
more
happen.
bats, sure, it's
I
a
don't.
disadvantage.
All right, our telephone number, 248-539-9797.
Hey, when was the last time you enjoyed a game of tennis, pickleball, or even golf? Or how about taking an evening hike or walk and you were able to do it pain-free? If your arthritis, old sports injuries, or joint pain is preventing you from the activities that you love, you need to call Straith Orthopedics. Dr. Fleischman at Straith Orthopedics specializes in he provides affordable, minimally invasive treatments for joint pain along with robotic hip and knee replacement. Listen to what Neil, a Straith Orthopedic patient, shared about his experience. Neil writes, prior to surgery, I was very limited. Standing or walking caused pain. I had total knee replacements by Dr. Fleischman using the robot-assisted procedure. Today, I am back to my daily 2-mile walk without pain. Dr. Fleischman took the time to explain the options and provided answers and recommendations to all my questions. Neil, thanks for sharing your story. You can start living your life pain-free this summer so that you too can get back to enjoying all your favorite activities, going for walks, play golf, all the things that we mentioned before. You just need to go see Dr. Fleischman. Call Straith Orthopedics at 855-STRAIGHT or go online at straith.org. That's STRAITH.org. Straith Orthopedics is committed to you.
248-539-9797. We're asking which Tiger has frustrated you the most, and is the season over? Basically, I mean, you knew they were bad. We all knew they were bad, but you kind of thought, hey, if they win 2 out of 3 this weekend, they'd be 3.5 games out. Crazy things can happen, whatever. But
season's not over if you just manage why you're watching the game. If you're watching the game to watch if Riley Green comes back, his continued development. Is Spencer Torkelson going to develop? If you can live in the moment and maybe they win a series or 2, maybe they sweep a series, like you can see some progress. But in regards to playoff hopes, like it's ridiculous to even think that they're in that conversation.
But your care factor drops a lot after this week.
Listen, this is a completely different conversation if they close out a 3-2 win yesterday.
Yeah.
Like they should have.
Right.
So that's just how delicate it is. I'm with you in terms of the big picture. I don't see this happening. I just don't ever see them getting over their indeficiencies. But if you crunch the numbers and you don't want to give up yet, they're 33-43. So they're 10 under 500. I've been saying I could see 79 wins winning this division. 79-83. You got to go 46-40 the rest of the way. Why would I think a 33-43 team could go 46-40? The 2021 Tigers finished 59-50.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get your guys back.
People do say they have the easiest schedule in baseball.
That's about your one little shot of hope there.
Yeah,
Hard to believe, isn't it?
Yes. Considering where they are, because the other teams are looking at them too. Some ticket tasks. Ticket tasks. It is going to be a task for them to get in contention. The Tigers are close, guys. Need to invest in power hitters for next year. That's from Lou. They're not close, but I agree with your second point. They need power. They haven't had major power in, since J.D. Martinez was traded, probably, right? It's been that long, or am I missing somebody?
Yeah, I mean,
because Kimiggy hasn't really.
2016 is the last time he crossed 20 homers, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. Why can't any of the Tiger draft picks turn into something? I feel like we live in a different reality here in Detroit, where our guys aren't allowed to be De La Cruz or Corbin Carroll. Well, they're not as good. It's not that they're not allowed; they're just not as good.
Okay, so how about this though? So Torkelson was number 1 in 2020, and that was the COVID year, and they lost minor league playing time. Mm-hmm. Well, the Orioles picked a guy named Heston Jerstad. I'm not sure how it's pronounced.
Sounds like a defenseman from Finland.
You're like, who in the world is it? Well, he was a college baseball player with Arkansas that they went to 2 straight College World Series. Mm-hmm. He got COVID. He got the, what's it called again? The myocarditis.
Myocarditis.
And so he did not play baseball for almost 2 years because he also got a severe hamstring injury. He now has been kept in the minors and is starting to light it up. Mm-hmm. He's not even listed as one of he's like their 4th prospect on most lists. I don't think they've kind of caught up yet, the list, to at least what he's doing, or maybe they don't want to overreact yet. He has 15 homers this year. He's a 956 OPS. So your little app, not only is Torkelson hopefully close to busting, you got a guy that was drafted behind him, that was kept in the minors, is being kept right now. And you just look at that franchise in general. They've turned the corner. Remember how ugly things were them? I think it was a year before COVID or 2 years before.
They were awful.
They were in the conversation for challenging the Mets' all-time bad record.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it turning around for them? And now they've got a young nucleus, and it appears they have a system of people coming up. There's a guy named Jackson Holiday who's supposed to be a legit prospect.
I think that's the one they just called. They called one. I think it's him.
There's somebody else, and I can't think of it. I saw it.
Yeah, they just called him up. And look, Rauchman's been great. The Tigers as an organization, more ticket text. The Tigers as an organization have become a joke under Chris Ilitch. I'll give Harris a chance, but I'm extremely skeptical. Okay. You have to give him a chance. He hasn't even had a draft yet. Torque is not a bust at this point. He's on a long learning curve because he did not get the chance to develop in the minors.
Well, he should have been kept on, though. I just presented an example of what happens, the argument for it.
If you ask me, Torkelson is very, very close to being a bust. I'll give him and I'll give until June of next season. If he's still doing the same stuff, he is a bust. Okay.
When he had that little streak and he played well up in Minnesota,
Yeah.
That's where you start to see this, and second-year guys are getting in 60-plus games into their second season. This is when it starts to happen, and then just to go like that. And it's like, even if, okay, now they go to Texas, and it's always been a place to hit down there. And then you go to Colorado. It's like, is it trustable?
If he can't get a home run in the next 7 games, there's a problem.
Yeah.
Right? Is that fair?
Yeah.
I'm sick of hearing about Torkelson's exit velocity. How about some actual production? I agree with you. Look, I'm not anti-analytics. I think they're very important in a lot of cases.
But it has to translate into something that
his
see.
His exit velo is great. He hits the ball harder than anybody. I don't give a rat's ass. Hit it where somebody's not then. Like over the fence.
Yeah. I mean, the exit velocity is there, but the launch angle's not.
Right.
And Mr. I didn't like the shift over here, me.
Yeah.
Certainly hasn't helped the Tigers hitting.
No, it hasn't. Did you see where Minnesota was playing just at the edge of like second?
Yeah.
And how many ground balls the Tigers have went right there?
Yep.
All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, the Rocket Mortgage Classic takes place this Thursday at the Detroit Golf Club, but there will be no practice there today because they're going to use today as cleanup because they had several large trees that were knocked down during the storm on Sunday. There was one tree, this massive tree that was completely uprooted, and it actually fell right on top of a car that was parked in the parking lot there. There were also other trees that fell down on the course as well. There is a spokesperson, though, from the course that says, you know what? They're still expecting everything for the tournament to go very smoothly, but they're going to spend today trying to pick up that mess. And it wasn't just there. There's been other damage from these storms, too. There is this house in Redford where a tree actually crashed through the home and went into the basement. Like fell through their roof and went all the way into this house's basement. Right now, more than 70,000 DTE customers are still without power this morning as well.
That's a monster tree that went over that car.
It's huge. And that kid, I was reading about the kid, he worked there. It's his first car. Walked outside after work, and his first car just, completely smashed. Thank goodness nobody was there. He hadn't just gotten into his car.
Yeah.
Because, man, it would not have been a good situation at all. So there's a new survey out about the best burger cities. And unfortunately, Detroit didn't do so well. We came in at number 35 out of 5 cities. The number 1 city for the best burger was Richmond, Virginia.
Out of how many cities?
35 out of 50?
50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we didn't do so well out of 50. But despite that poor ranking, it turns out that Detroiters do have the most passion for burgers. Detroit took the number 1 spot, scoring a perfect 100 in the best overall passion score rating.
Oh, okay. Well,
so we do really like burgers.
We love our burgers.
Yes, we love our burgers. We just don't apparently have the best burgers in the city. Who knew? In a new documentary called Junior, Ken Griffey Jr. says that he never signed with the New York Yankees during his MLB career because he actually felt like the team discriminated against him when he was a kid. So he says that he was in the Yankees dugout with his father when a security guard told him that he had to leave because George Steinbrenner didn't want anybody in the dugout, right? Mm-hmm. So he was going to go on his way, or he did. He returned back to the locker room, but on his way out, he took a look at the field, and he saw the son of Yankees third baseman Greg Nettles, who was white, out there on the field. So here's what he said.
Good for Junior.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. For sure. NFL quarterback Carson Wentz is being heavily criticized online after he posted a picture of a dead bear that he had killed during a hunting trip in Alaska.
This is crazy.
So along with posting the photo of himself with the bear, he also said that he completed a bucket list item after killing the bear with a bow and arrow. And there were a lot of people that voiced their, I guess, disgust, you could say, with Wentz. One person said, "That's just awful. I can't believe you killed a bear for sport. Changed my whole perspective of you." And while there was numerous comments like that, there were some other comments that kind of joked about his downfall over the past few years. One person says, "I bet he tore both ACLs trying to shoot that bear." And then there were other comments about, supporting him for the kill as well. So, I mean,
Come on.
I get it.
The most accurate Carson Wentz has been in like 3 years, though.
Oh my God. See, there were
You gonna
comments
jump on
just
him
like
too?
that, right? Yeah. I mean, I would never, ever comment on, I don't really comment on anybody's social media. I just would keep scrolling if I saw this. I don't know. I just don't like seeing photos of dead animals.
Harvested animals?
Yeah,
Now-
that's just not
because
my
you can't
thing.
eat a
Like,
bear.
I just, scroll fast. That's
Now,
all.
Heather, when you see Carson
Yeah.
Wentz, do you think of Prince Harry?
No, should I? Does he look like him?
Yeah.
Oh,
check
yeah.
out
You
the
should,
picture.
you should definitely look at him. Yeah.
Yes.
He's I wouldn't say a doppelganger, but he's pretty close. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
yeah.
Is that I don't know. Is that a good thing or not? I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, he does look like him.
Yeah.
Yeah. You decide.
Yeah,
Is that a good
just
thing or
did-
not?
Yeah, you tell me.
I don't think so.
Okay. There's your answer.
Would
It's not an awful thing. There's a
would
lot
you-
of worse people you
All
could
right,
look
Heather.
like. That's for sure.
Heather, would you rather Carson Wentz or Prince Harry?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. You guys, I don't know anything about Carson Wentz. I'm just looking at him basically for the first
Well,
time
not just
right now.
based upon their looks. Who's a more handsome man?
Prince Harry.
Okay. All right. She always goes with the money. All right.
Jeez.
Just kidding.
Oh
Carson Wentz has some money too, but he's not royalty. Well, Prince Harry's not royalty anymore either.
No, he's not.
he's not.
He got demoted. All right. Our telephone number 248-539-9797. Coming up next, happy anniversary. Woo! Well, the cool
nice
cats and
girl.
kittens known as the Detroit Tigers can't hit the ball. And Ryan thinks he has the reason why. What's up, Ryan?
Good morning, guys. I've got a couple things. Torkelson, you guys were talking about a little bit ago. I do think he could be a bust next year if he's doing this, but I don't think it's really all on him. I would say that our coaching staff is very bad for hitting any type of hitters. We're getting rid look at all these hitters we've gotten rid of. Castellanos, Paredes, and what's this guy? I forget the other guys. I forget who I was thinking of, but they all went to teams. Our Candelario is the other one. They went to teams, and they're producing. Candelario is terrible for us, and he's hitting 260 now with Washington. I know Washington's not the greatest either, but that's my point. The coaching just cannot develop any hitters, and then it makes it seem like they're a bust. They go to other teams, and they're amazing. And Maton, oh, God, he's just terrible. You guys see the steal to second yesterday? He's second baseman was waiting for him.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, though. You do realize, and I always think the hitting coaches are overrated, but I'll go with you there to a certain extent. But, Ryan, you realize they have a completely new hitting coaching staff this year. This isn't the same one as last year. They've completely new. They got new hitting coaches throughout the system. A lot of positional coaches are different throughout the system. That's one of the first things Scott Harris has done. So while last year, you're right, the Candelario thing there's no comparison because he didn't have these hitting coaches here.
That's true. And I guess we can give him a break because, that does make a lot of sense. But it's just the fact that I feel like it's been going on for so long with these Tigers that just all these guys that could be great, just getting to all the fans too. It's like, okay, here we go. We got a great stud. And then they just don't produce for us. It's kind of just, come on.
Yeah, maybe it's the player. Maybe, and I'm sure coaching has something to do with it. All right, today is an anniversary of one of the greatest drafts in NBA history. Of course, that would be the 2003 draft, ladies and gentlemen. So 20 years ago, the Cleveland Cavaliers selected LeBron James, number 1. Carmelo Anthony went to Denver, number 3. Chris Bosh went to Toronto, number 4. Dwayne Wade went to Miami, number 5. Oh, I forgot the second pick in the draft, didn't I? Yes, 20 years since Darko. And, I was told the other day, actually, that, that he took Dwayne Wade. But right up until the end, Riley wanted Chris Kaman. And his scouts basically took him to a room and told him, you have to take Dwayne Wade. And he listened to his scouts. But Riley wanted Chris Kaman. Boy, how things might have been different. Anyway.
People don't like Pat Riley. Some people don't.
I know.
What a non-egoless decision.
Yeah.
If that's true,
not to take your guy.
Yeah.
And
for a guy
to listen to your scouts.
Of his track record to do that.
Yeah, the reason I think I was told is because he made a similar pick the year before that, he wanted Wayne Simeon and he took him instead of somebody else, and so he remembered that. Anyway, so it is the 20th year since Darko. So who's the biggest Detroit sports busts in this century? 248-539-9797. And also, if you want to try, what do you think was the best draft in the I'm looking at some of these NBA drafts, by the way, like 96. Iverson, Camby, Abdul-Rahim, Marbury, Ray Allen, Antoine Walker, Kerry Kittles. You know that the Pistons took in that draft?
No.
They didn't really have a chance to take anybody really good, so it's not one of the Applins. The Junkyard Dog, Jerome Williams.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that was the 96 draft.
I was going to say, we're talking about this century, right?
Yes, So this century, biggest Detroit sports busts in drafts, I'm going to say Mike Williams.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is Mike Williams was a luxury pick because the Lions already had Roy Williams and Charles Rogers was still there, right?
No.
Yeah.
Charles Rogers was drafted the year before.
It was before Calvin Johnson, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and Mike Williams didn't play the year before. He tried the Maurice Clarett thing.
Right.
It made no sense. And then when you watch NFL films of Football Life on the NFL Network, and Millen's kids talking about we're driving to the draft to the headquarters, and we all thought we were going to draft DeMarcus Ware, and something happened.
Yeah, who knows
What
it
happened?
was.
Your dad decided to select Mike Williams. I don't know if Mooch wanted him or not. I have no idea. That was awful.
You know, in hindsight, though, it's like, what if he did make the right pick there? Do you think they ever still would have got to a point of competing? No, it might have just prolonged the process of being like they would have been better.
And they might not have been in position to get Calvin either.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's the gift that Matt Millen left us that Al Avila didn't, you know?
Right, he left him as a Hall of Famer.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
he didn't screw that up. I mean, I'm telling you, I think Al Avila did a worse job at his job than Matt Millen. I really do.
So far, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Well, and all right, we talked about this a lot today, but when you look at not just what is on the roster right now, but what's waiting in the wings. That's the problem with what Al Avila has done.
Correct.
And then the ultimate job that Scott Harris is going to be to produce a winner at the major league levels, but you also want to be able to have a development system so you can replenish those stores. There's nothing there, very little there. And what's there, like Justin Henry Malloy, it was a trade acquired by Scott Harris.
Right. I mean, the Tigers need Scott Harris to be Harvey Keitel and be the cleaner. You know, just clean up the mess that was left behind.
But getting back to the draft picks, I think you nailed it, Stoney, with Mike Williams in 2005. 37 catches in 2 years. That was the production that you had for a guy that, after having set out a year, looked more like you were drafting a tight end at 10, which, you know, hey, the Lions have shown that they're willing to do that with Pettigrew, with Ebron. You know, and you go down the list of tight ends, he kind of fits that mold of a guy that sat out a year, had a tight end build. You drafted him as a wide receiver and just only had 37 catches for the number 10 pick overall.
I know.
You know, with the Tigers, it's kind of the same thing what I said about Millen and taking Williams. It ultimately probably sealed his fate a few years down the road.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Randy Smith era, you know, where you had, Matt Anderson?
Yeah, number 1 overall. Now a successful lawyer in Atlanta, by the way. Kyle Sleeth.
Right.
I mean, come on.
Alone, the Darko year, the Detroit sports teams drafted Darko, Charles Rogers, and Kyle Sleeth.
Yeah. And the Red Wings didn't have a pick. They took, Jimmy Howard in the second round
pick.
Yeah.
But had they had a first rounder, that first round of that NHL draft was littered with just outstanding talent. There was, let alone just a starting point, 400-plus goal scorers.
Right. Now, look at all the Pistons drafts in this century that have been bad. Henry Ellenson, Stanley Johnson, Kennard over, Donovan Mitchell. How about Sekou Doumbouya?
Yeah.
Austin Day. Oh, boy, he was a great pick.
I mean, the troubling thing is
How about Javid Best?
I mean, the Lions are proving why the draft is the single most important thing in all these sports.
Mm-hmm.
They finally started the draft well the last 2 seasons, and look what's happened. I mean, we're coming off the heels of just in 2020, these were top draft picks in this town. Jeff Okuda.
Okuda's right there, man.
Torkelson.
Yeah.
Who, you know.
Killian Hayes.
Mize was 2018.
Killian Hayes was the
2020.
seventh pick of the draft.
And it's like, okay, well, you thought like Harris was starting with something. Well, if Torkelson's not, then there's just one more thing you've got to fill in.
He's starting with Riley Green.
Yeah.
What year was Joey 99 or was he 2000?
He was 2002.
Yeah, so he's the century. You could put him in there, right?
As a bust?
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. I mean,
he played, but yeah.
He was better. Now, Andre Ware was not this century, but Andre Ware, if you're going to go through the whole Lions Hall of Fame, is the worst. And there's my other piss, Henry Ellenson. Okay, remember every week we'd get a press release. Henry Ellenson has been sent to Grand Rapids. Ooh, Henry Ellenson is back in Detroit. The up and down the Grand Rapids Highway. The Wings, Cholosky. Oh, it was awful. They drafted a goalie 30th in 2008, the last pick of the first round, I think, Thomas McCollum. They could have had Malmstrom, who was a goalie selected right after him, who's still playing in the NHL. He's still really good. Look, I'm sure every city has theirs, but this century, God, it is really, really bad.
It is.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. Hey, congratulations to Jordan from Westland. He heard Carol Baskin talk about all the cool kitties and tigers and all that stuff. He was the correct caller. What?
All you cool cats and kittens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So he wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Tigers July 4th. Yes, it was Ron Exotic. I know it's Joe
That's the
Exotic.
best thing today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't forget the first 15,000 fans, 21 and up, will get a patriotic grilling apron courtesy of Miller Lite. For ticket information, visit tigers.com. We have some ticket texts here on the 20th anniversary of the Darko draft. Darko is the obvious answer, but Charles Rogers is right up there. Joey and Fenton.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says Joey Ballgame, meaning, of course, Harrington. That's from Juan. Tease Tabor. Tease Tabor right up there.
Yeah, most scouted guy that
I believe within those next 15 or 20 picks after Tease Tabor, Alvin Kamara and Cooper Kupp could have been selected.
So,
and one other one says Doumbaya Sekou is the correct answer. And I'm looking, I said,
he was 15.
He was 15th. I'm trying to figure out who was taken after him of any significance. Matisse Tybul's not a bad defensive player. Jordan Poole was taken 28th. And the first pick of the second round was from Georgia, Nick Claxton, who's a very good player for the Nets. Good role player.
So, of all these, though, isn't the one where the person that went right after that made sense is Eric Ebron?
Yes. There's no
You're
doubt
talking about a first
Yeah.
ballot Hall of Famer in Aaron Donald.
Right. And even if they didn't take Aaron Donald, I know you hate to hear this, but Taylor Lewan would have been a much better selection.
Oh, yeah.
And so would
There's
have.
no question. When you talk about positional value
Right.
in and of itself,
And
that makes all the sense.
Wasn't OBJ was that year too, right? He was
Yeah.
after him too.
Which in real time, that's who I wanted.
Right, I
but I
remember,
was
yes.
wrong about that. I mean, he's a talent, but I mean, Aaron Donald's
Yes.
Yeah.
going to be on the all-time NFL team, maybe. I mean,
yeah, absolutely. At that position, defensive tackle.
well, there's a lot of guys to consider, but he's in. You can have the conversation.
He's definitely in the conversation. I'd have to go back and put together
I
a
mean, you're
list.
talking Reggie White, Strahans.
But they're more defensive ends,
There's
right?
defensive
Yeah.
ends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm talking about like tackles. He's pretty much
Sapp.
Sapp did a little of both. Of everything.
Yeah, no, Sapp would definitely be a defensive tackle. I mean, you got guys like, Reggie White played there early in his career.
That's,
John Randall, Randy White,
Yes.
Alan Page, Cortez
Listen, I love
Kennedy.
me some Cowboys way back then. Aaron Donald is better than Randy White.
We're talking. I mean, this is where it's really hard to. I mean, Richard Seymour.
Yeah.
It's really hard to compare eras.
By the way, we were talking about what's his name, Joe Milton. Who said nobody names their kids Milt or Milton anymore.
Yeah.
Nobody names their kids Seymour anymore.
Well, I mean, it's Richard Seymour. It's his last name.
I understand.
Yes,
Well, so was Milton.
Yeah. I mean, Jake would never name his kid Seymour.
Who?
Jake, former Michigan tight end.
Oh, that's right, Seymour Butt.
Jeez.
I was almost going to go. There's some guy named. There used to be some guy named Heine, Seymour Heine. Tonight, weather permitting, will be the Freedom Festival fireworks. Hey, nothing says 4th of July like fireworks on June 26th. There, I finally said it. I was going to say it earlier. The oldest bit. It's my oldest bit in the world. I could never understand it. I know it's between the two countries. I get it. But to me, fireworks should be on July 4th, which they are in many suburban communities.
Correct. Correct.
I've gone.
It's fireworks season. We're going to start hearing them in the neighborhoods going off at all hours of the night.
It used to be
I
the
have no
same
problem with
night
that.
of the NBA draft is when it used to be, but the draft was a little earlier this year.
Yeah.
When I used to work downtown at Channel 4, we used to have to wait a good portion of time because the news would end at 11 o'clock and the traffic getting out of there was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I went one year, I think it was with Cindy. We went on the roof of Channel 4. It was after work, so I could go. And yeah, it's cool to watch. I've never been that much of a guy who was going to go with 8,000, 80,000 people or whatever and sit and watch fireworks. But I enjoy fireworks.
I enjoy fireworks. I love watching fireworks. I love things that go boom. And so this is, and that's why I don't have a problem with, you'll hear fireworks going off in all hours of the night. I have no problem with that. I know other people's dogs may have an issue with that. Which
One
then
benefit of
creates
having a deaf dog.
Yes. Fireworks don't affect them.
No.
Yes. But
what about Dakota? Does Dakota go crazy?
She doesn't care. The one thing I can't understand is watching fireworks on TV. Like, if you can't be there and you love fireworks, I get it. But you lose so much of the experience of being there and witnessing it. You just can't capture. It's like taking a picture of fireworks.
You don't care what time of night they come on? The fireworks are out? You don't care how late people are firing them off?
No.
Really?
I don't. No. I love fireworks.
Yeah, but chances are you're sleeping or you're not seeing them. You're just hearing them.
I think there's a time.
I mean, when I go to sleep,
after I don't think. I mean, if it's the weekend, like Friday or Saturday, on the weekend of 4th of July.
When I lived up north and we lived on the lake, I mean, you would hear them going off literally all the way up until daylight.
Yeah, that's ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I like fireworks. I really like fireworks.
Yeah.
But I don't. I mean, there's a cutoff point. I think
I guess what I'm saying is it doesn't bother me. So if they want to light them off, that's fine.
Well, I mean, John's just an inconsiderate person.
I think
of course.
Yes.
I said it doesn't bother me. So
I know.
Yes, that makes me inconsiderate.
Would you set them off at like 11:30 at night if you had them?
11:30
at night? Yes.
11:30. Yeah, because it doesn't get dark. If I'm up north, it doesn't get dark.
I don't care where you are. If people are like
it's
around
dark
you,
at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Up there, no, I would. I mean, I wouldn't start setting them off up there until probably 10:30.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been the golf trip I used to go on. We would have fireworks and we wouldn't launch them until like 10:30, and we would do it for about a half an hour, and that's it.
Oh yeah. I mean, we'd sit on my wife's going up for the 4th. I'm not. Sit on the deck up there and
watch them going off.
Oh yeah, they're great.
Sure.
And you see them all at all the different
places all around the lake.
All around the lake.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yep.
My parents' place that they used to have in Petoskey was great because you'd have Petoskey, Harbor Springs,
Bay Harbor. Yeah,
it was just great. Everybody, gone off at different times.
Carson Anderson, you hear Gator right here. Doug, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm good. Yep.
What do you guys got going today?
So obviously Monday Champ and Chump, and there's
Nick Maton.
Quite a few. All right, then Stoney.
Write this down.
We talked. I just voted for mine. That's all. I'm not saying who's going to win.
Yeah. No. Maton is a strong candidate.
Uh-huh.
But yes, we'll talk about what happened there. Why aren't they doing this Tigers move? Because they're just, I don't know. We'll get into it. I have to vent about something this week, and we're looking for tips on to help people out for something going on in Detroit.
Oh, all right. Have a wonderful night, everybody. If you're there, enjoy them. If you're watching them on TV or listening to the old voice of the Great Lakes, fireworks on the radio, there's nothing like it. 97.1 The Ticket.
We're brought to you by the good people at Duck Duck Go. Twins 6, Tigers 3 in 10. Nick Maton throwing here in the 8th, allowing the tying run to score. Brendan White giving up 3 runs in the 10th for the loss. For the second straight game, Tigers score all their runs in one inning. Zach McKinstry driving in 2 runs. Not enough. After the game, they send Nick Maton to AAA Toledo. He was hitting .163 with an OPS of .575 and a WAR rating of -1.2. He also has made 7 errors at third base alone. Tigers back to 10 games under 500, 5.5 behind first place Minnesota in the Central. Tigers in Texas tonight, 8:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Matthew Boyd pitching for Detroit. Michigan football adding 4-star edge rusher Dominic Nichols to their 2024 recruiting class, potentially Jim Harbaugh's best since arriving in Ann Arbor. The 6'5", 252-pounder from Maryland chooses the Wolverines over Georgia, Wisconsin, and many others over the weekend. Michigan State senior August Meekhoff wins the Michigan Amateur at Oakland Hills. And in a field where they had 43 of the top 50 players in the world, Keegan Bradley with a score of 23 under par takes the Travelers Championship. He pockets $3.6 million for his trouble. The Rocket Mortgage Classic beginning this Thursday after Detroit Golf Club. Bradley in the field, where they will have 14 of the top 50 golfers in the world. They also have one of the top 10, and Max Homa at number 9. The Travelers Championship was a designated event, had a $20 million purse. The Rocket purse just under $9 million. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hope you didn't have too much damage in the storms last night. Driving in today, a lot of debris in the road, and I saw some trees down. I always feel bad because it's a big part of your property is the beauty of nature and the trees, and when they get taken down, it sucks. They get blown over.
Yeah,
how'd you survive it?
I did, but it was interesting that I brought the dog in 5 minutes before the rain started, and it was like so quick. I couldn't believe what happened. I mean, it was dog's inside, and I'm in the kitchen, and I'm looking outside, and I'm like, oh wait, is it starting to rain? So I walk closer to the sliding door, and then the rain comes down, and then the wind picked up dramatically. Wow. It was like a tornado. I mean, it was unbelievable how fast the wind was going, and I saw a tree branch shoot across my back patio, like right before my eyes. I'm like, what the hell was that? Mm-hmm. It wasn't one that was going to cause damage, thank God. It was just a smaller branch, but it was probably 6 feet long. It just flew across, and everything was going sideways. All I had a plant that was, looked like it was going to be uprooted, and it lasted for maybe 10, 15 minutes like that, but it was so hard and so fast and furious. It was crazy. And I had placed an order for carryout last night, and I had to go out right after it seemed to calm down. It was still raining, but it wasn't raining as bad. And as I was heading out, I saw a tree on the other side of the main road that was had a giant branch that came down. It was one of those cluster of 3 trees, if you will, or had 3 main trunks coming out of it, and one of them was halfway across the road, not in my lane. And then I went and waited for my food, and there was some guy came in after me, carry out order, and he was talking to somebody about how bad it was coming from the north where he was at, a mile away, saying there was a tree that was totally across the road. So it was pretty astonishing to see that, and coming back through my neighborhood and just seeing, branches all over the place. And fortunately, nothing major, thankfully. But then I heard the story about, and I saw pictures of Detroit Golf Club, and they were talking about this morning on a morning show how a giant tree came down and just smashed a kid's car who was working there, and I guess it was his first car. And that's awful. That's brutal. But that's what you have insurance for, and fortunately nobody was hurt. But they're spending all day today at DGC cleaning up the course because of all the damage that was out there. Maybe damage is the wrong word. Hopefully damage is the wrong word. But cleaning up downed branches and whatnot. So there's no practice round today.
Yeah, the wind is you were talking about when it got really dark, and a lot of times when a storm's rolling in, our porch and our garage face west, so we can kind of see it coming. And so went out to the porch, and the wind was scary, and I'm thinking to myself, there were no funnel clouds or anything like that, but I'm like, this isn't even tornado stuff, and it was still, the wind was blowing so hard.
It was just so fast. I felt like that must be what a tornado's like. I've never
and it wasn't
seen one come through. Yeah, I've been in a basement and taken cover a few times in my life and stuff like that, but this was. I don't remember seeing wind like this, that blowing that hard for any kind of period of time. I don't know what the wind speeds were, but that had to be over, around 70 miles an hour or more. It looked like it.
Yeah. Well, I was sitting there watching it blow in, and my daughter came out and sat there with me. And after a while, the rain started to come, and we were gonna get soaked because it was coming down sideways. And so I said, all right, let's go in. But it was quite a sight to see. And again, hopefully you don't have too much damage or didn't lose power. That's the other issue. We were very fortunate to be in an area that didn't lose power. We used to have a neighborhood that seriously, we lose power anytime there was a storm. We always lost power, and something's been upgraded. And I'm very, very glad for it.
Yeah, I feel the same way that, and mine flickered out felt like less than a second. And then it was fine. But they had trucks out in my neighborhood recently, cleaning up areas that need to be cleaned up and fixing some stuff. A friend of mine lives a couple miles away from me. She lost power, not for a terribly long period of time. And as soon as it was out, within 5 minutes, there were some DTE trucks out that were taking care of debris and down trees and stuff like that. And then they left, and she thought, "Oh, great! So now they're done." But no, the second crew came back. This was the crew that was going to fix stuff. So the first crew cleared away the debris, and so fortunately they were back. But there were 70,000 people without power this morning.
Sucks.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Well, good luck to you. Hope it comes back. Disappointing Tiger game yesterday, huh?
Wow.
Felt like a big game. It really did. It felt like, there are games that you really, really want to win and series that you really, really want to win. And I guess nothing in June when you have a, probably best described as a below average baseball team that still happens to be hanging around the top of the division for lack of anyone else taking it over, and you get a chance to get the 3.5 out and take back-to-back series against the first-place Twins, to let it slip away. And, I mean, nobody's going to care or believe me. We were driving back from Chicago. We were in Chicago for the weekend and got some stories about that trip for a baseball tournament. But I was driving back, had the Tiger game on, but was able to listen to everything right up until the 8th inning. By the time we got to the 9th, we were home. So I heard the air. And I said to myself, that's it. That's it. And nobody knows or cares. I wasn't, tweeting anything out ahead of the time, calling the shot. But I'm like, when Nick Maton starts to struggle in the field.
Oh, you were saying that's it for Nick Maton.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it for Nick Maton. And sure enough, then the play in the 10th, which was the 10th inning, you're in a tie. So they're in extra innings because Maton didn't make a throw from third with 2 outs.
Yeah. Did it look like Willie Castro would have beaten out whatever throw was coming his way?
No.
You didn't think so?
I did not. But certainly Maton made sure that he was safe.
He did, yeah.
So that's one. Then they get to the 10th inning, and obviously saw the replay of the throwing error. Although Dan and Andy Dirks pretty much described the tailing throw as good as they could to paint the picture. And so when I saw it, I'm like, yep, that's what it sounded like. So then you get to the 10th inning, and runner on second. And there's a ground ball, a playable ground ball. It was a tough play, but it went off his glove. And I had to wonder how much of that had to do with the error he made in the 8th, where it just has become a snowball effect. And how much of any struggles in the field have to do with his struggles at the plate, which, the guy's not immune to knowing what's going on. He knows he's struggling at the plate. And he's a clubhouse guy and apparently well-loved, but, that's it.
Yeah, and it was, for me, it was beyond time. I mean, I've been calling for this for weeks and weeks and weeks. It feels like almost close to 2 months. And I don't know, he was 2 for his last 34 or something like that. And he had those 2 hits the other day, or 3 for his last, whatever the heck it was. It was awful. He wasn't hitting, but he also wasn't providing any sort of great defense as well, which is the whole reason that other guys maybe haven't been called up, right? Yep. The knock on Malloy was, he's still working on his defense. They're actually switching him to the outfield. Oh, and by the way, he hit 205 in May, so there goes the hitting part as well. Came back and hit 230-something in June. Again, nothing to write home about there, and he's still not really playing third base. What would they do? You know, Colt Keith? Colt Keith is not a great defender at third, but perhaps better than Maton? I don't know. He's left-handed and can hit, which seems that's the only reason that Maton was in the lineup still, because they had all these left-handers that were out of the lineup. So they needed a guy, at least what the Tigers would say.
Yeah.
They needed a guy who was going to be there left-handed to break things up in the middle of the lineup. And that's why he was hitting fifth, because he's left-handed. You know how I feel about this lefty-righty stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It drives me nuts sometimes. What you need is a guy that can hit. I don't care if he's left-handed or right-handed. Can he hit, period? And if he's left-handed, great, I guess. But, you know, can you hit right-handed pitching is what matters. And if you're right-handed, then stock it full of guys in the middle lineup if that's the case. The problem with the Tigers is nobody's hitting. And this has been a problem for 2 years now, that nobody is hitting. And they don't have some sort of magic pill that they can take and make them hitters. But, you know, the more time passes, the more you see guys get a shot, and it hasn't worked out. You know, Nevin got a shot early. He was hitting a $128. That didn't work out. Obviously, Maton hasn't worked out. Andy Ibanez is, you know, mixed reviews. But Ibanez and Nevin both had really good outings at AAA. So that hasn't worked out. Why not Colt Keith at this point? We'll see what they decide to do.
Well, all indications are it's going to be Tyler Nevin. And quite frankly, he's not what this team needs. But we will get into that coming up in Champ and Chump today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday, 97.1.
Hey, you tired of creepy ads that follow you around no matter what you're searching for on your phone or your tablet or your PC or whatever? I mean, you could just be talking about stuff, right? Like, hey, how about those storms? Well, thank God I got I was looking at new gutters the other day, and next thing you know, you go on your phone and you're inundated with gutter ads. Doesn't that suck? It's weird. Creepy. Well, if you use DuckDuckGo as your browser, you're going to be able to conduct private searches with the help of tracker blockers that help to prevent the spies on your searches. DuckDuckGo Private Search is available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. You can keep your searches and browsing activity more private and download it today for free in the App Store, or you can visit DuckDuckGo.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. So, look, the Maton move, Tyler Nevin was a guy scratched from the lineup in Toledo. I don't think it's been made official, but it seems to be what is speculated on. You mentioned Justin Henry Malloy last segment and how he switched to outfield. In the last just under a month, he's played 3 games at third base. Did you see this by chance?
Yes.
3 games at third base, and he's made an error in each one of them at third base. Listening to the broadcast yesterday, Dan Dickerson, because, you'd love to be able to call in, Johnny Next Guy to take over. Who is your heir apparent at third base? So Justin Henry Malloy now seems to be, they appear to be moving off the third base thing and working him in the outfield. Colt Keith, during the broadcast yesterday, they had a Daniela Bruce report, and she had spent some time with Jim Leland, and they talked about Jim Leland's role in the organization. And Jim Leland's had been down at the minor leagues and watching players play at the minor leagues. And, she reported he was very impressed with Colt Keith, but he has got to come along defensively. And we hear it over and over and over again. And for lack of it, people still seem, who cares? Like, I got it, but if he's a butcher, then they're trying to, I'm sure they would love to call him up. Now, he is approaching the number of plate appearances he had at West Michigan when he got called up to Double-A. So the call to Triple-A seems to be right around the corner. But this is one of those things that people, unless you see him butchering plays at third, unless you see him throwing the ball away or booting relatively easy plays, it's easy to say who cares, unless you're watching it on a day-in, day-out basis. And then you understand why that call hasn't been made. The call is Parker Meadows. That's the call.
I think it's easy because you don't have to look for a third baseman. You've got guys that can play third base. I mean, McKinstry, Zach Short, Jonathan Scope, while he's still here. I mean, all 3 of those guys can play third base and do it competently. You want to have the left-handed bat in replacement of Maton. Okay, here's Parker Meadows, who's built his average up to, he's in the 260s now. He's actually playing pretty well. He's a really good outfielder defensively. He would add so much to this team. You add a good fielder in the outfield. You add speed on the base paths because he's fast, and you add the left-handed bat. What you don't get is third base, but you don't need third base because, like as I mentioned, you've got 3 guys that can play third base. So that to me seems like that's the one, and he deserves it. Plus, you want to take a look and see what he's got because he's not getting younger. It's taken him a while to develop, but he is developing. So give him the opportunity to play here. I think what's interesting is, Colt Keith probably does get the promotion to AAA. Where does he play at AAA? Because if they've already started to position Malloy in the outfield, does that give Colt Keith the reps at third? I mean, they did have added some other players over the last couple of weeks that are getting shots at third base, but Colt Keith has also played second base.
I can look at that.
Yeah, I mean, just curious to see where he would play when he gets promoted to AAA. I'm holding out hope that there's a 5% chance that Colt Keith is the one that's announced that gets brought up, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Could be interesting, but I don't think that's going to happen. But again, you and I both advocate Parker Meadows.
And here's the other thing. Like, CBS Sports put out something today, and these are sort of fringe. These things aren't that important, but I do think they are in some ways relevant. CBS Sports put out something today called Major League Baseball's All Fun Team. And it went through and it just, who's the most fun player to watch at each position. And of course, no Tigers were mentioned. But if you call up Parker Meadows, you know what it gives? It gives this team a little juice, right? It gives them a little bit of fun, a little bit of excitement. I mean, here's a guy who was a high draft pick who's come along. I think he's on a 15-game hitting streak at AAA. Let's add a little juice. Tyler Nevin, there's no juice. And you get to a point in the season with just an injection of life. I mean, I hate the name and I hate I don't hate it, okay? But we knew right away when we heard the Tigers talk about a player that was called up that he wasn't a long-term solution. But he absolutely gave them juice. And the name was Quentin Berry.
Yeah.
Quentin Berry when everybody in the organization talked about Quentin Berry, it was clear, and that was, I don't remember what year that was, but that was a team that was contending.
It was like the 14 or 15 or something like that.
And, you make calls and you go, all right, what do you got in this guy? And the response was always probably nothing. And even Jim Leland, who we'd speak publicly and the media would ask about the spark that Quentin Berry's provided, who was getting on base and stealing bases and clapping a lot. And the fans loved him. But Leland was like, yeah, it's been nice, but we'll see what happens long term. Like, he was downplaying it.
Yeah.
And so
because he knew what the long play was with him, or they suspected what the long play was. But in the meantime, run with it.
It was a little bit of a snapshot in time, and they got some juice. I think Parker Meadows gives them some juice. Here's a prospect. Here's a high draft pick. Here's a guy who's been in the organization, who looks the part. He's 6'5", who the Tigers feel like they're always just a series away from the paddles being applied. You know what I mean? Right. They're always that close to falling out of this thing. Tyler Nevin brings no juice. Parker Meadows brings some juice.
Yeah, and look, Nevin's numbers are better at Toledo than Parker Meadows, but he hasn't spent as much time because he spent some time at the major league team. But we saw him at the major league level, and he was hitting 125.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a whole lot there, but Parker Meadows, let's see what he can do. He's hitting 268 right now, a 793 OPS. He's got 9 homers and 8 steals. Stolen 8 out of 10 bases, an 80% theft rate. That's good. He's good in the outfield. I just think it makes sense. By the way, he's also hit 19 doubles this year down there at AAA.
Mm-hmm.
Why not give him the shot? You can have an outfield of Meadows and Carpenter and Veerling and go with it. See what happens. He's left-handed. You want the left-handed bat so desperately. There you go. There's your
left-handed bat. And even if it's just a temporary thing, and there's always 40-man roster considerations and things of that nature, but bottom line is let's do something at least remotely exciting.
Yeah, and I wish this was a move that was made weeks ago.
What, Maton?
Yeah, Maton was sent down weeks ago. It was a dead spot in the lineup. He was an 0 for every night, and a dead spot in the infield if he was going to play because he just wasn't up to snuff.
All right, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Who do you want to single out for having the best weekend? Who do you want to call out for having a weekend that stinks? We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. Get to your feedback and phone calls as well. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Yeah, the more I'm thinking about this, who's going to get called up for Nick Maton? Because they haven't made anything official yet.
Yep.
It would have been real easy for them to go ahead and say after the game, yes, Tyler Nevin is being brought up. But he hasn't. It wasn't made known. Still hasn't been called up today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced it's going to be Tyler Nevin. And I was reading Cody Stavenhagen in The Athletic, and he had an article about Nick Maton and why they're making this move. And in the article, it talks about why it could be Nevin. It says the corresponding roster move is not official yet, but the Tigers are expected to recall right-handed infielder Tyler Nevin, who hit .304 with Toledo, but only 128 in 39 Major League at-bats this year. Nevin is hardly an inspiring replacement, but the Tigers are due to face a bevy of left-handed pitching in their upcoming road trip against the Rangers and Rockies. To the Tigers, that made Nevin a more suitable option than others, such as Parker Meadows, who's left-handed, or Justin Henry Malloy, who's only hitting a .191 against lefties in AAA. And they just acquired Johan Camargo, who's yet to be on the roster there. But so I went and looked at Parker Meadows' splits because I just want to see, okay, he's left-handed, I got it. You want the righty instead because he's going to face left-handed pitching. But against lefties this year, he's got 76 at-bats, which is not a small sample size at this point in the year. He's at 289 against them with an 872 OPS. So I'm just saying just maybe the reason for this delay is they're really thinking about this. What do we do? And is it possible it's Meadows? It's still possible. And it's something that could happen later on too. Like if they stick with Nevin right now while they're facing this bevy of left-handed pitching, that maybe once they get back to our normal rotation of a heavy right-handed pitching, that maybe they make another switch depending on how Nevin is done. But they haven't made it official yet. So I'm just curious about I think it's a curious decision not to name who it was right away.
But we'll see what plays out. Here's a ton of feedback coming in. Unnamed texter. Tigers season ended yesterday with giveaway game and Nevin call-up instead of a deserving Parker Meadows. Next text. Scott Harris players get endless chances. Avila players blackballed.
Well,
so basically Maton got endless chances.
He brought in Nevin.
Yeah.
He brought in Ibanez.
I mean, well, let me start with this. He has every right to.
Mm-hmm.
He has every right to. And if that's the reason Parker Meadows isn't getting called up, like I can't imagine it's personal. But that's what the new guy in charge gets to do. I know people have been calling for the Maton thing for a long time. It hadn't felt to me like it. I mean, I saw what they were hoping, what they wanted him to be. But yesterday, I'm in my car. Nobody knows it but me. But I was like, that's it. When he made the throwing error, I was like, all right, tomorrow. And I got home and started putting together the whole thing of why Maton now has to go. And then found out he gone.
I mean, for a guy who wasn't hitting, he was getting on base. That's one thing he could do. He could draw a walk, Nick Maton. He found a way to draw a bunch of walks. But, I mean, his on-base percentage was still well below 300. But that's, I think, what kept him there, and the fact he was a left-handed bat.
Here's an interesting one, because I want some perspective from you. When somebody sent this in, Gator, an unnamed texter, and I want to know what your response is. I wonder if it's the same as mine. This person writes, "Hey guys, Tigers are brutal. Their farm system stinks, and our scouting department is horrible. How do we have guys that cannot feel the ball at this level?" How would you respond to that?
I don't think that the system is horrible. I think
he said the farm system stinks and the scouting department is horrible.
I don't think the farm system stinks. I think that they've got guys at AAA. There's a couple that are intriguing when you talk about Malloy and you talk about Parker Meadows. They've already promoted some other guys, but AA is really where it's interesting. Because I think Colt Keith is a guy that they've developed quickly.
Mm-hmm.
As part of the 2020 draft, he was the 5th-round pick in a 5-round draft.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all already talking about why isn't he going to get the jump? And when's he going to get the jump at least to AAA? They brought up a couple other guys that kind of came out of nowhere in Bigby and Myers, who are playing at Erie right now. They started the season at High A ball in West Michigan and were killing it. They deserve to get promoted. They got promoted. And now through 10 games at Erie, they continue to kill it. They're hitting well over 300. OPS is in the 900s for both of those guys. So that looks nice. Jace Young has been a little hit or miss this year, but he's got a bunch of home runs down at West Michigan. Was trending in a direction to look like he might get a promotion to Double-A and may still get a promotion to Double-A at some point. They've got some players and they've got some pitching. Jackson Jobe, who everyone didn't like after the draft because of who they passed on. It was a Mayer, the shortstop from the Red Sox. Jackson Jobe came back and pitched over the weekend. First first start he's had since he hurt his back, and was devastatingly good in 2 innings of work. But he threw over 2 innings of work, threw 50 pitches, struck out a bunch of guys, and now is everybody talking about it? I think the minor league system, the farm system they have, it's not as bad as people look at. Now, they'll look at, like, MLB.com, I think, just came out with their top 100 prospect list again. They updated it. And there's one Tiger on the list, and it's Colt Keith, and he's there at 43.
I thought Jace Young was at 50-something.
I didn't see it. Maybe I missed it. Okay. I could have skipped right over it. But
even
so, it's 2 out of 100, and it looks bad, but that's just one service. Wait till the end of the season, and these other 2 guys, Bigby and Justice, could be on there. You could see other pitchers emerge.
There's 2 things. I guess you and I then respond in different ways to this, and I wonder if it was going to be the same, and it's not. I don't think the farm system is particularly good, but it doesn't mean there aren't guys. I think there are guys, but it's almost like with anything else, with all prospects, if you got 5 of them you like, chances are 2 of them are going to make it to the major league level. If you have 20 of them you like, chances are better that you're going to get guys to the major league level. And I think the Tigers list of guys that you like is short compared to other organizations. But when somebody writes, our scouting department is horrible, it's all been changed over. Like, Scott Harris is going after different things and different guys. I think the scouting department was horrible. It was horrible. Now, is he blackballing Avila guys? I mean, Reese Olson is an Avila guy. Reese Olson is getting a chance here, and Reese Olson's probably going to be here for a while. Maybe not, but I mean, he's here. He's gotten opportunities, and that's an Avila guy. So I don't buy that he's blackballing Avila guys. And quite frankly, there's not a ton of Avila guys that are forcing the issue. Everybody says the same thing about the guys at the minor leagues, is they need a lot more seasoning defensively. Now, would I add Parker Meadows for some juice? Yes, I'd add Parker Meadows for some juice.
I don't know if he's blackballing. I don't think he's blackballing Avila guys, but do I think that there might be a little bit longer leash for the guys that he has acquired in the offseason? I think that might be accurate.
248-539-9797. Our Champ and Chump nominations. My champ of the weekend is Reese Olson. First career win, 9 strikeouts Saturday, 1 earned run, worked into the 6th inning. Reese Olson, my champ of the weekend, Tiger starter.
My champ is Keegan Bradley. He won the Travelers over the weekend in record-setting fashion through 3 rounds. Took care of business yesterday. He built up, I think at one point it was a 6 or 7 stroke lead. Had trouble on a hole, but that was okay. He ended up winning by 3 or 4 strokes. He was dominant all the way through, and he's a native New Englander, so it was a nice story for him.
My chump of the weekend is Nick Maton for obvious reasons. The funny thing is he had a couple hits, and then he had a hit yesterday. But you got to be providing more, and it had reached a breaking point, and you could almost see it coming. My chump of the weekend.
I'll chump Scott Harris. I don't like to do it. I like Scott Harris, but I didn't understand waiting until June 25th. And it became painfully obvious yesterday that it had to happen. But I thought it was way past obvious weeks ago that Nick Maton needed to be sent down just to get some confidence back. I don't think baseball is done with Nick Maton. I just think that he was a little overwhelmed right now and needs to figure it out.
248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump nominations in. We take them via text and phone calls. If you want to tweet us as well, at Doug and Gator 971. And we're always monitoring the streaming chat on the Twitch feed. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. You can watch the show that way, and you can participate in the streaming chat. You can also watch on YouTube, youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket. We're streaming there as well. Let's get to your phone calls. Stan, you're on 971 The Ticket. What's up, Stan?
Good morning, guys. I agree with the idea of bringing up Parker Meadows and being able to move McKinstry to the infield. However, there's a few problems with it. One is that Parker is not on the 40-man roster.
Yeah.
And secondly, the team has invested a lot in Akil Baddoo. And I believe that Parker Meadows is a much better player than Akil. He's faster, a better defender, and better hitter. But if Akil stays down, he loses value, and the team will not get as much from him that they might possibly get. And finally, one thing I want to say that nobody's brought up is they sent down Matan, which was the right thing to do. But is this going to inhibit the progression of Colt Keith being brought up to Toledo and take away playing time at third base for our premier candidate in lieu of this Harris guy?
It's a good question because Maton, that could be a double poison pill that it was killing the Tigers at the major league level. Then he goes down to play. Does he go down to Toledo to play third base and then start blocking Colt Keith's call up to Toledo? I would hope not. Parker Meadows, incidentally, is on the 40-man roster. So there is that. But, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Does Maton block Colt Keith at Toledo? He really shouldn't.
He shouldn't. No, and I think I don't know where they're gonna. I mean, let's see what Nick Maton does at Toledo. I don't think they play until Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
If everybody's got a little break here, but Colt Keith has also played at second base. So, but at second base is where Andre Lipsius has played for Toledo. He's hitting 263. 725 OPS isn't all that inspiring there, but I mean, he's hitting reasonably well there. Does he deserve to move? I don't know what kind of fielder he is, but I mean, the future of this organization lies with Colt Keith, not Nick Maton.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, champ and chump votes. Tigers with some maneuvering. Look, this has become a Parker Meadows show. 10-2 wants to see him now. And it doesn't look like that's going to be the move, although, Gator, you're keeping the door open. Nothing's been official just yet. Hey, if you're headed to the pool this summer, get the summer mocktail party delivered and order the new strawberry margarita and island punch smoothie from Tropical Smoothie Cafe, or the new fan favorite watermelon mojito smoothie in the app or online at tropicalsmoothiecafe.com. We were in Chicago over the weekend. One of the great things about our hotel location was in the parking lot, there was a TSC. Did we go? You bet we went. 3 different times. Love Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Make every day a getaway with the bold flavor and better for your pairings. Only at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Tropical Smoothie Cafe brings the goodness with fresh made-to-order smoothies and food. Plus, you can customize your smoothie by adding whatever you choose. The add-ins like almond, spinach, kale, chia seeds, and ginger, or supplements like fat burner, protein, or Energizer. Order ahead, take the scenic route, and earn rewards by using the Tropical Smoothie Cafe app. I got another free smoothie coming with how much we went to TSC this weekend. Visit tropicalsmoothiecafe.com to find a cafe near you. Tropical Smoothie Cafe, you're on Tropic Time now. That's Nick Maton. And look, he's a clubhouse guy, and people like him. And he was really, really, really struggling. And I know that most people's response now to this is it's about damn time. And all right, now that that's happened, we really want this team to add some juice. We want this team to add some juice. Go with Parker Meadows. Please go with Parker Meadows and not Tyler Nevin. But nothing's official yet.
No.
Nevin was a guy scratched from the lineup.
Meadows has the track record this year at Toledo of hitting against right-handed pitching, or hitting against righties and lefties just fine. But lefties is what you're concerned with right now against Texas and Colorado. Okay, he hit lefties just fine. 289, in fact. Why not? He can play the outfield more than competently, and he gives you space on the base pass, speed on the base pass, which is something the Tigers need to do again. Feel like every time the Tigers steal a base, they're winning. But you got to get guys on base in order to do that. And if this guy gets on base, he can go.
Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. Champ the Angels for putting up 25 runs on the Rockies this weekend. Chump Bay Point Golf Course for the wedding. Went there for a wedding yesterday, and the power went out. Is it common for golf courses not to have generators?
That I don't know.
I don't either.
Rough situation with what happened yesterday. I'm surprised he didn't jump Ohtani. 1 for 7 in that game.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, this was the weekend for that.
Yeah.
Because yesterday in Game 2 of the College World Series, LSU gave up 24 runs to Florida.
They came late. They came all over the place, but then they scored a bunch late, right?
Yep. Well, they scored early. They scored late. They fell behind, and then they roared back, hit a grand slam to break a 3-3 tie wide open, and then just kept piling. It was everything. Everything they hit was landing Florida, and LSU would come up and smoke the ball, and it'd be an atom ball. Unnamed texter.
They scored 5 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th, 5 in the 9th. And they had 6 in the 3rd as well. I mean, they were, good God, they were hitting it all over the place.
Champ Reese Olson, kid has legit stuff, and his slider and changeup filthy. Chump Maton, he just seems to be in over his head right now. Well, he was in over his head, and now he's down at AAA. More feedback. Colt Keith is an athlete. He even pitched an A-ball. Regarding the storms, Tom in Flat Rock says, in many cases with utility companies, the first crew assesses damage and is equipped to make some repairs. When a second crew is called, it's for a specific part or difficult repair. Unnamed texter, it's not Maton's fault. Hinch isn't putting players in positions to succeed. In Houston, he had a lot more talent to put players in different positions. I think it's Maton's fault.
Yeah.
Tigers desperately need a bat, and as you say, could use the excitement. Next one, exactly, spot on. Parker is a deserving choice. From an unnamed texter, hey, ABM, anybody but Maton. Put Miggy back out there at third. I don't care, just no more Maton.
He's got that scar in his face that lets you know he's done playing third base.
Mm-hmm. Parker's last 15 game stats are more significant than season numbers. Yeah, he's on a tear. Tigers call up Nevin, who is 1 for 15 at Toledo and did poorly with the Tigers. Parker Meadows has been hot. This is an odd call-up choice.
If they call him up.
Clinton Township lost power before the storm even happened. Still no restoration. Josiah in Lake Orion, you guys said, quote, hopefully you weren't hit too bad by these storms last night. Then he writes, Well, I then look behind me and roll my eyes with all these tree branches that I'm currently bundling up. Sorry, Josiah.
Yeah. Look.
Sucks.
I got hit a little bit last night by it. I'm fortunate that the tree branches that came down were small.
Mm-hmm.
But I get it. There's some bad stuff that happened yesterday.
James writes in, I'm sick of our team. Batting average being around 220. It's unacceptable to keep waiting this long. Spend some money. I mean, that's fun. On what? There's not a ton of free agents out there right now that you can go spend money on. I mean, you could pick up somebody else's salary, but if somebody is trading a player has a huge salary, it's probably because they're not producing that makes him want to be traded. So, James, I hear you. This offseason is a critical one for Chris Ilitch. This feels like, I mean, regardless of what this team's actual standing is in baseball, because they're not particularly good, but in the division, this division is not, it's where the Tigers are going to reside next year as well. Somebody in this division is going to have a big offseason and try and take the bull by the horns. It should be the Tigers. If they can, it's one of the advantages of sticking around is to justify free agent spending to win the division and to go into the offseason with a plan to exit the offseason and enter next year with a roster that should win the division. If you stay close. If you finish 17 and a half games out of first, you're not as likely to do that. But I agree with you, James. They're not spending money now, but they should this offseason.
Yeah, they'll have, $60 million at least coming off the books, close to $60 million when you look at Miggy's contract and a couple other the 1-year deals that are signed that'll expire with, like Matthew Boyd. Scope comes off the books. Could be more if players opt out. Not likely with Baez's contract, but could be with Rodriguez. But then again, you may trade Rodriguez if he proves that he's as good as he was to start the season. You'll trade him. And hopefully he's on a fast track. It sounds like he is. He pitched a bullpen session, 3 innings, and was very impressive in that bullpen session. So he'll have to make a couple of rehab starts, and he'll come back to this team hopefully in a few weeks.
Parker Meadows is hot and an outfielder in need to replace Ibanez, who is mediocre and not the future. I mean, Ibanez isn't a spring chicken. No. And he's not probably a long-term solution.
He's not. He's getting an opportunity. He hasn't gotten a whole lot of opportunity at the major league level. He had one a couple of years ago and hit reasonably well and then followed it up by not hitting at all. He's one of these 4A players, it looks like, does great at AAA, but just not good enough to hang on to a major league team.
We've seen our share of those.
Yeah, they've got tons of them, and he's another one. But he's got versatility, and that's what's going to keep him on this roster for the time being.
Unacceptable. They're at least 2 years away till we can compete for a division title again because our division is horrible. I give it 2 years. Why has it got to be 2 years?
They're not 2 years away.
I don't think they're 2 years away.
They could be 2 weeks away for the division title. Honestly, it could be 2 weeks. You're going to get Manning back. You're going to get Skubal back. These are 2 guys who are coming back in the next week or so. You could get Riley Green back in a few weeks. I mentioned Rodriguez. That's 4 players. 3 of those guys go to the rotation. And then you get your best player back. All that's good news. Add those guys to the lineup. Would they? I mean, they'd have a couple more wins at this point. They'd be even closer to 500 and closer to first place.
248-539-9797. Jamer Candelario would look good at third, or maybe Willie Castro. Scott Harris let both walk away for nothing. They would look better than what they have. I don't think either was a long-term solution, but they would both look better than what they have. That is true. Gator says Jonathan Scope can play third well and competently. You clearly have not watched him play third. 0 range and bad arm. I'm not sure why you guys are apologists for him. He should have been DFA'd with Maton.
All right. Let me say this. How long have I been saying that Scope isn't part of this team?
You said it for a long time. But we're talking about in this current situation.
Do I think he's more competent at third base than Nick Maton?
Now, let's keep in mind what you're suggesting. If Scope is at third, so you can bring up Parker Meadows, we like that better than bringing up Nevin because he can play third.
Here's what else I like better. Zach Short playing third or McKinstry playing third. Either one of the Zachs, throw him at third base. Those are my first 2 options. My third option would be Scope. So don't misconstrue that.
And then this one, Gator, what is Doug's smoothie of choice? I bet the listeners want to know.
This is going to be interesting. I don't know what his smoothie of choice is. I'm curious what it is. I'm guessing it's nothing that's too fruity because Doug doesn't like the sweet. So he's going to go with something that's going to be green.
Well, I will tell you. Coming up today at 11:02.
Oh, you're teasing a smoothie.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Everybody red, green, and the lane. Now business with no trouble, just a dance and a sing. Move your body, jump in, and the hero so we swing. Songs about the passion, songs about bell ring. Boom, this cookie, we rock it till the morning. What we do?
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. Tigers lose the game, and they get beat by the Twins 6-3 in 10 innings. Nick Maton throwing error in the 8th was critical. He was sent to the minors after the game. Tigers in Texas tonight, 8:05 the first pitch, right here on 97 on the ticket. Matthew Boyd going for the Tigers, who are 10 games under 500, 5.5 behind first place Minnesota. Michigan football adding 4-star edge rusher Dominic Nichols to their 2024 recruiting class. He hails from Maryland, the 6'5", 252-pounder does. Meanwhile, Keegan Bradley, the winner at the Travelers Championship, where they had 43 of the top 50 players in the world. Bradley will be at the Rocket Mortgage Classic, which starts this Thursday at the Detroit Golf Club. UFC President Dana White says this cage match could be worth $1 billion with pay-per-view prices at $100. It would make it by far the biggest fight of all time money-wise. The match is a result of a social media challenge between Meta founder Mark Zuckerberg and Tesla pioneer Elon Musk. Both reportedly are dead serious. White says he's already begun planning it. If it happens, odds makers have installed the younger Zuckerberger as the -290 favorite. Zuck is active in jiu-jitsu and reportedly eats like Doug Karsh. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Healthy diet, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at him. He's wiry.
Yeah. So it's funny. Somebody asked what my smoothie of choice is.
Yes.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe. So
let me guess, because I do have the app.
I will tell you that there are two that I kind of go back and forth. But this weekend I decided to try a new one. And I loved it. So you're looking at the app?
I'm looking at. Hang on, just let me get through this. Good God, just yes, order now. Fair enough. All right, I'm looking at. He's still going to go for the super veggie smoothies, the balanced fusion smoothies. I don't think he's going the fruit blend smoothies or the tropical treats smoothies.
Tropical treat smoothies aren't even on my radar.
No, of course.
It's like the peanut butter cup, and
yeah,
that's too much.
Let's see. Island Green, Detox Island Green, the Avocalada. Interesting. Balanced Fusion. No, I don't think you're going there. You're not going there. No. I'm going to say Doug goes with the Island Green.
Okay, so I have had the Island Green, and I do like the Island Green. And the Avocalada.
With spinach, kale, mango, pineapple, and banana. Actually, it balances the sweet with the awfulness of the kale. The Detox Island Green, I assume, just throws in some of the detoxing powders that you can get in there. All right, what do you go with?
Well, let me start with this. I've probably had 12 different smoothies from TSC. I have not disliked any of them. The two that I order most frequently are the Sunrise Sunset and the Mango Magic.
I would.
I know. I'm okay with the fruit.
I've had both of them.
They're both on
delicious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Post-workout, I have the Chia Banana Max.
I like the Chia Banana. That's my go-to.
But this weekend, for the first time ever, I'm like, let me just mix it up. Because we went 3 days in a row. So I tried the lean machine, which I loved it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's getting into the heavy rotation soon here. So that was my that's the new discovery for me.
Do you pair and save and go with a breakfast item as well?
So I do not, but others in the traveling party did. My son paired and saved, and he had a teammate that we got breakfast for. He paired and saved, where you get the breakfast wrap and the
yeah, they only have a couple choices for breakfast. But
do you like that? It is sweet, but when they wrap up the what is it, the banana, peanut butter, and peanuts, and
I don't do that anymore. But the crunch wrap or whatever it is, it's delicious. But the one I go for now is the I think it's the All America wrap, which is basically scrambled eggs, a little bit of bacon and cheddar in a tortilla.
Yep,
delicious.
Yep,
TSC is good stuff.
That answers the question. I trying to decide if I want to vent now, or we go for listener tips.
I kind of want you to vent.
Do you?
Yeah. I mean, you listen. You've had some time off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you haven't even had a chance to talk about the Pistons draft because you left that the night before.
Yeah, we left Wednesday night for Chicago.
Why don't you go ahead and vent, Doug?
Chicago sucks, Gator.
Oh man, it doesn't suck. It's a great city,
unless you have to go anywhere. The entire city is under construction.
Oh well.
Something that's 20 miles away in greater Chicago is an hour plus away.
Oh, boy.
I saw more passing lane squatters in Chicago than any metropolitan area I have ever been in. It's basically, Chicago is a rolling roadblock. We would have games that you'd get on Waze. Where our hotel was on the south side in Tinley Park. And we'd have games that on the map, you'd look at it and you go, all right, that's 20 miles. And then you'd look it up and it'd be an hour and 5-minute drive. And there was red and yellow on your map everywhere you went.
And you're a reroute guy.
I am a reroute guy, but I don't know the area.
I know.
So it's not like I can branch out on my own. I started to, but it is unbelievable how bad the roads are in Chicago. And I'm just, I've stayed downtown a bunch in Big Ten meetings and all that. And the downtown's fine. All right. But I can't believe how much love Chicago gets. I get frustrated every time I go to Chicago because I can't get from point A to point B.
Because construction sucks.
Because construction, it's so congested. I don't know. I mean, it's funny because maybe I'm just not a city guy anymore, but not a fan.
Well, I mean, there is a major difference driving in Chicago as opposed to driving Detroit. There's more people.
Mm-hmm.
But when you throw construction in the ring as well, it's almost unfair. You almost have me ready to defend Chicago a little bit, but I'm not going to because you mentioned the squatters, right?
I can't believe how many people get in the far left lane. No matter where we were, there were these, it's the passing lane, passing lane squatters.
Yeah.
And there'd be a train of cars. And, are there trucks in Chicago? Yeah, they're everywhere. You cannot get from point A to point B in Chicago. I spent more time in the car frustrated this weekend. We had friends we wanted to see. They were on the north side. We were on the south side. And I'm like, I don't want to make that drive. Mitch and Cindy, we're sorry. But I seriously was like, I don't want to make that drive. That's brutal.
It sounds like you hate the people from Chicago, the ones that are going to be the squatters.
Well, I don't like squatters anywhere, to be honest with you. But I felt like maybe it was just bad luck this weekend. But do not cruise in that lane.
Well,
whatever.
I've been to Chicago a couple times in the last 15 years. I think 3 times in the last 15 years. I've never had an issue. I understand because construction screws everything up and it's brutal.
Let me also be clear here too.
But I also didn't have to go from point A to point B while in Chicago.
And when you're in downtown Chicago,
up in the northern burbs or something.
I mean, I still feel downtown Chicago can be frustrating too. And you're right. If I were in downtown Chicago, I'd probably park my car for the price of $95 a day.
It's the biggest. Chicago is the biggest racket in the country.
Right?
And it is such a racket with hotel fees, and then they have added taxes, and then if you want, you brought your car, sir. Okay, yes. And like you said, $95 a day for the privilege of parking your car on their property. And then have you ever noticed where they park those cars?
Yeah.
Yes, I need my car. Okay, it'll be 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's that? Well, we have to move some cars.
We have it.
And they have this whole
in.
Tetris thing that they have to, or Jenga, whatever you want to look at it,
to get your car out. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
But so, we were in the suburbs. So I'm talking about, I guess, getting around Chicagoland.
Yes.
It's just brutal. It's absolutely brutal. So I had enough of Chicago. I was ready to come home.
So are you now going to refer to it like I do? Instead of the Windy City, it's the city that blows?
City that blows? Yeah. Yeah, I probably will.
Good.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So are you saying I have my tag team partner back?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm
Yes!
back. Yep. I mean, I look. There are great parts of it, I'm sure, and I'm being completely unfair. I will just tell you that the high stress, high construction, high congested areas, trying to get from point A to point B in Chicago, I should have just stayed in the hotel. Now we had baseball games to go to, and so there's public transit options.
Mm-hmm.
We're not loading a bunch of kids where I'm carrying the buckets full of baseball onto a train.
No?
Taking it downtown, transferring to another train and take the Metra out there to Buffalo Grove. But it was not easy to get around.
Sorry to hear that.
It's okay.
And there weren't like main streets you could just go to rather than get
so
back on
here's what's funny.
The Dan Ryan or whatever.
Yeah.
Hell, instead of, God forbid, you tell me what the number is on the freeway.
Yeah. So my parents went to watch their grandson play. And my dad at one point looked at the map, looked at where we were, looked at the highway system and said, F that, and drove surface streets like 35 miles in Chicago.
Right.
And he said it was far less stressful. Maybe I should have done that. It took longer for sure. But anyway, I've kind of had it. Kind of had it. I will not go back anytime soon by choice. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback.
Did you enjoy any Chicago-style pizza?
Went to Portillo's, which the kids really liked, and I had a spicy chicken sandwich. And I do admit the beer in the frozen goblet, thumbs up on that.
It's always good.
Yep. But that was probably the only Chicago area type of food we had. It was a good sports bar nearby.
So nobody got a Chicago dog anywhere?
Oh, yeah, there was bagel dogs or Chicago dogs. You can get them at Portillo's. So others did. As you might imagine, I did not.
Not that guy. Gotcha.
248-539-9797. All right, listener tips. Listener tips. We need some help with something. I think everybody needs some help with something. And I will recommend something as well. That at 11:20 here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so Rocket Mortgage Classic, year 5, coming to Detroit. 5 players in the top 20 are playing. Max Homa, number 9. Tony Finau, number 14, who won it last year. Justin Thomas is in the top 20. Colin Morikawa's in the top 20. I think there's one more. But anyway, so
yeah, Max Homa, Tony Finau.
Right.
You mentioned those guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Keegan Bradley.
Keegan Bradley. There you go. And you put in your show sheet any tips to watch. So if you haven't been to the Rocket Mortgage Classic, I've been to the Rocket Mortgage Classic and had an absolute blast. Now, I want to tell you, I worry a little bit that it's just me, and I'll explain in a second. I don't get to go to sporting events and just like drink beer and be a fan as much as I'd like, and just be a fan of the game, whatever the game is. So whenever I do, it almost doesn't matter what it is. I love it. Through work, you sit in the press box, you're taking notes, and you're literally, always you're coming up with topics of what you think people are going to be talking about. So I wouldn't say it's stressful, but you start to watch games differently in these jobs where, all right, what is the buzz going to be out of this event? If there is even going to be some buzz out of this. Sometimes you go to a game and there's really not going to be any buzz created. So, but there's a few times where I just get to go and sit in the stands and just not think and just be. And so when I went to the Rocket Mortgage Classic last year, it was one of those experiences where I came away going, that was great. That was blanking awesome. I'm kind of hoping that our kids, because there's some variability with their sports schedules this weekend, kind of hoping it opens up and maybe get to go on Saturday to the Rocket Mortgage Classic. But last year went, and I couldn't believe how great it was. Like, I was like, this is awesome. Now, was it a field of golfers where I knew all the names? No, it wasn't. But it was a field filled with B-lister PGA Tour professionals. However, with that said, Gator, as far as, and you put in your show sheet, like I said, tips for people going.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, we went out to a platform by the 7th green, which was also where from the platform, you could see the 5th green, the 6th tee box, and the 8th tee box, all from this one platform, that you could access the platform with a regular grounds ticket. And so it was pretty exciting to be able to see all these different things. Now, the problem with the platform is that, and it's not really a problem, is once you get up there, if you get space on the railing looking at one of these things, you almost don't want to leave it, because then somebody will move in and take your spot.
Right.
It's first come, first serve, kind of standing room only. So we basically set up mostly by the 7th green. But we did move around a little bit to watch the tee shots at 8, tee shot at 6, and the green at 5, the par 3. So my tip would be to find a platform. I was reading a story in the Free Press this weekend about the Rocket Mortgage Classic, and the story gave this. The Rocket has added 2 viewing decks, which will have the total this week to 6 viewing decks, all accessible with a basic ticket, which is more than any other PGA Tour event.
Yeah, I was going to say, they have done an amazing job of making it more accessible to the fans, and that it is the most accessible tournament that you'll find on tour, which is awesome to hear. And not only do they have more decks, but they've expanded the seating in those decks, or the viewing areas in those decks, which is really cool. It's not just the 313 area where they have, which I think is 14, 15, 16, where they've got the little, it's kind of cool where it's 313. So if you have an eagle, a hole-in-one, and a birdie on those 3 holes, because you got the 5, the 3, and the 4 in terms of pars, there's special donations that go on. It's just kind of cool. But they have the stadium seating all throughout there. It's a great event, and it is one that they really have made a great effort to making it as accessible as possible.
Well, that is my number one tip for people going, is to get to one of those viewing decks or platforms, because it allows you to see multiple things at once. And once, we kind of walked the grounds. I was with my wife and my oldest son. We kind of walked the grounds. My oldest son found some friends and left us, which is typical, but which is fine, and saw a lot of different stuff. But when it was all said and done, once we got up on that platform, we were like, this is the spot. And we stayed there for quite some time. So that's what I would most recommend. But what are your viewing tips? What tricks have you learned in the years going to the Rocket Mortgage Classic that have worked for you? Now, yesterday, they had like a qualifying tournament. That was free admission for people. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow, the Celebrity Scramble, free admission. And Wednesday's Pro-Am, free admission. And according to a tournament spokesperson, no other tour tournament has 3 free days. So again, the accessibility to see this event. Now, we did the Park at Wayne State thing and take the shuttle. Shuttles, I think, tend to turn people
Wayne
off.
State or UAD?
We were at Wayne State, but I do think there are shuttles from U of D now that you mentioned.
Yeah, it says I'm looking at daily parking starting. It starts at $20. Parking is located at the University of Detroit Mercy McNichols campus. Parking will be complimentary Tuesday and Wednesday of tournament week as part of Detroit Community Days. There's no parking pass required for entry. Thursday through Sunday, parking is located at Wayne State. Parking pass required for entry.
Yep.
So that's what you need to know.
So we went to the Wayne State thing. We did the Wayne State thing.
So
the shuttles,
days,
the shuttles ran so frequently it wasn't inconvenient at all.
That's great.
Yep. So, I was quite all right with the shuttle system.
I've always been, because I'm not a big fan of going to the golf. I've been to plenty of golf events,
Yep.
and I just can't figure out the best way to watch it either, because there are golfers you want to see, and if you do, you're outside the ropes and you're trying to, catch some view along the fairway and see and follow along, and it can be difficult. I like your idea of setting up shop, going to one of these, platformed areas. I feel like the majority of people are going to follow golfers around or follow groups around, and do it that way, so that there'll be plenty of changeover from those platforms. That if you wanted to stay there, you could stay there all day. But another thing they've done, they've expanded the concessions, they've expanded the pro shop. So if you wanted to buy some merch from there, it's even bigger and better than what it has been. So they're really welcoming people.
And I mean, there was another area that was accessible with a just a regular grounds pass. It was the 9th hole, which I'm almost sure is a par 3, where there was a bar set up.
Par 3.
Yeah, there was a bar set up right behind the green where you could go up there, grab a drink, and have a great view of this par 3 and see them coming in. So I like that too. It was kind of the only thing you could see from there. And it got a little bit crowded, but it was also a good place to set up. So look, it's the 5th year of this thing. It is, I think, a highly underrated sporting event. It's pretty affordable, I found, and I can't recommend it enough. I'm hoping that the schedule allows this weekend for me to go again.
Yeah, and the charitable side of it is awesome too. What they're doing to allow for connectability for people who live in Detroit with the internet, and they've grown those numbers significantly in a very short period of time, in just a few years. And the goal is to get everybody 100% connected in Detroit to the internet, and that's within reach. So dollars spent go to a great cause.
248-539-9797. Don writes in on the streaming chat on Twitch. Yeah, if you go to a golf event, it's hard to follow the event in terms of the leaderboard and whatnot. I went once and I would stop for 10 minutes or so and then move to another area. It's about being in awe watching the shots live. Character Free says, bar? Green? Sign me up. So I would, if I, had the time and time off work and didn't have kid stuff, I would probably not go Sunday, because Sunday I do want to see the competition and see all of the shots. But going Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, where you get a chance to just kind of get the lay of the land. It's a lot easier to watch on TV when you understand the holes, you know where they are, you understand where they are in the grounds. It's not all foreign. Once you know the course layout and can relate to what you're seeing on TV, it makes for a much better TV experience.
Yeah, but you do want to have the chance to see the winner.
You do want to have a
and
chance
be part of that. And there's a lot of fan favorite golfers. Everybody loves Tony Finau, love Justin Thomas, and everybody loves Ricky Fowler. And these are guys that are all part of it again this year, which is actually, I think it's the first time Justin Thomas is there, which is cool.
All right, so what are your tips? What are your tips for viewing the Rocket Mortgage Classic? 248-539-9797. Get to your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Exercise your right to vote and do so now. Here are Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump votes pouring in. Who should be called out for having a terrible weekend and who should be singled out for having the best weekend? 248-539-9797. We tally them up and post on the website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. In the meantime, we're talking some Tigers. Look, Gator and I came in with pretty much the same thought. Why not Parker Meadows? The Erie Seawolves have just tweeted out Detroit Tigers' number 1 prospect, Colt Keith, has been promoted from Erie to AAA Toledo.
I'm excited.
So somebody made this point last week. Jason Beck, who writes for MLB.com, wrote, with Erie's playoff berth clinched, Tiger top prospect Colt Keith is headed to AAA Toledo. He hit .325 with 14 home runs, 18 doubles, 50 RBI, and a .977 OPS in 59 games. The Mudheads are on the road to Columbus beginning Wednesday and return home July 4th. So, Tiger fans, you want to see Colt Keith? He's now in Toledo. Moves a little bit closer towards Detroit. So that has just been made official. So 2 things. One is, shout out to the listener that called last week that predicted Colt Keith wouldn't be moved up until Erie clinched the first half title and a playoff spot. 2 is to the listener that was concerned that Nick Maton getting sent down to Toledo might block Colt Keith from getting called up to play third base. No worries. Colt Keith has been called up. Now, we are Parker Meadows guys. We want to see Parker Meadows called up to replace Nick Maton, but we have not seen anything official. I keep monitoring Detroit Tigers PR on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm constantly checking things out.
Nothing yet.
Don't see anything.
Nothing yet.
No more.
Now, after Holmes was scratched from the lineup, Tyler Nevin was scratched from the Toledo lineup. It led to speculation that he would be the guy. But
why wouldn't they have said it then?
I don't know.
Why don't you just say it?
I don't know. 248-539-9797. So if you want to keep talking Tigers, go for it. We're also looking for tips for people headed to the Rocket Mortgage Classic this week, PGA Tour event, Metro Detroit, Year 5. Seems to be doing reasonably well. I went last year, loved it. Gave my tip, go find one of those viewing decks and just set up shop. Set up shop. It's the most at a PGA site. It's most on tour. 6 viewing decks, which are open to the people with just a general grounds pass.
Yeah.
Now, if you've got like one of those, the people that get like the suites, or if you have a hospitality pass, I mean, those things are typically awesome.
Well, you can get those tickets if you like.
A little bit pricey.
They can. Mm-hmm. They can be. I'm looking on their webpage at rocketmortgageclassic.com, and you can get tickets to the Lending Tree Lodge that start at $110. It's got tented and outdoor seating. Views including the 16th fairway, the 16th green, 17th tee, and 13th green. That's cool. They have the Club Ace presented by Bell's Brewing. Those tickets start at $300. But yeah, that's pricey. But you get something for it. So you get a good vantage point and some other perks.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Norm. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Norm.
Hey, guys. Love the show. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
Hey, good. Hey, yeah, I've gone every year to the Rocket Mortgage. There's a couple things I do. One of them is I throw my bike in my truck and I park out on Woodward and ride my bike in. I can park it right next to the gate. I don't have to walk down that long road and don't have to worry about the shovel.
Okay.
And then the other thing I do is I always bring my rangefinder with me. It's always nice to sit out there and see how far the guys are hitting and see how long the drives are, and you can zoom in on people. And I got a lot of compliments on doing that. And then I bring my own chair, and I just kind of roam around, find a spot and sit. And I've done like you have, and I've gone into those viewing booths, and those really are really nice.
Now when you say, is there a restriction on what size chair you can bring?
I don't know. I know I did see something where you can't bring a chair that has an umbrella attached to it. Those big lounger ones or whatever.
I can't, if you're biking in, I imagine your chair isn't large.
No, it's just a little camping chair in a bag.
That little triangle one?
Yep, exactly.
3 legs,
and then you can set up right by the ropes, and you can just sit there and watch the players walk by.
Somebody here on Twitch, Character Free, asks, what do you do with your helmet, Norm? Are you wearing your helmet on your bike when you're riding in?
I am not wearing my helmet.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Norm. Oh, Norm.
Oh, Norm.
All right, you're going this week, I assume?
I am, yeah. There's a local connection, too. Local PGA professional at the Lockmore Country Club in Grosse Pointe. He won the Michigan PGA Championship last year for the local professionals, and so he has a spot in the Rocket Mortgage this year.
That's great.
Who's that?
Yep, and he plays out of the Grosse Pointe Lockmore Country Club.
And what's his name?
His name is Kyle.
Does Kyle have a last name?
He does.
It's just like McLovin.
It's not coming to me.
There you go. All right. Well, we'll look it up.
Just like McLovin.
One name. Hello, Mr. Kyle. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob next here on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Hi, good afternoon or good morning, guys.
What's up?
I think one of the best places to watch a golf tournament from is the practice tee. You can get close to the players. Sometimes you can get close enough to hear some of the conversations. You can use your camera and videotape, like how they position their ball, their rotation. It's a great place to get as close to the players as you probably can on the course. And I'm always amazed that those guys can hit balls for a half hour and they got a 2-foot by 1-foot patch of dirt removed.
Right.
We all go out there and it looks like a mule just plowed.
Well, and the other thing is when you get to see them up close and personal, Bob, when you look at like their irons and there's one spot in the middle of the iron that's worn away. And you're like, they're hitting the ball in the exact same place on the club every single time. It's incredible.
Yeah. I don't know if I've played at the Detroit Golf Club a lot of years ago, so I don't know how the practice tee is set up now. But if you can get anywhere to where they practice their sand shots, it really is one of the easiest shots, but most of us have trouble executing that shot. And so you can learn some things there if you can get that close to the bunkers. But the thing that's just amazing about all those guys is all those wedges that they can hit so close to the pins. I mean, from 100 yards in, man, you can save a lot of strokes. If most people go out to the driving range and they're working with their driver, their 3-wood, their 4-iron. People ought to just go and spend time working on their wedges because you can save a lot of strokes if you can become 1/10 as good as those guys are with wedges.
Well, this is true.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Tips for people going to the Rocket Mortgage Classic and want to get the most out of it. We go to Neil next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Neil?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Great. Hey, when I go there, there's a place I call the Pocket. And where it is, it's right by the second tee, but you've also got, I want to say, the 5th green, and then you get the par 3 6th tee box, and you can walk real short distance up to the 6th tee, and you can watch them tee off at 7, then you can walk a little bit more, and you got 8 tee box, and then they've got restrooms. They got the porta potties there. They got beer there. You can just keep wandering around. You're real close to the players. It's great. The players are right there. You can interact with them. It's a wonderful spot to play. To watch their tournament.
That's pretty close to the platform that I set up shop at. The other thing about the platform, I completely forgot about this because you mentioned the concessions. They had girls up there selling beer. They had a bar set up.
Oh yeah. Me and my brother-in-law. The first year it was there, we just hung out there, and we didn't even realize where the 313 area was, and we hung out there for probably 2-3 hours, and then we said, "Oh, let's go to the back 9." Walked to the back 9, went, "Holy crap!"
Yeah, we kind of
really
did.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a large. I mean, it's a golf course, right? It's a big. It takes up quite a bit of space.
You'll get a walk in back going back to the 313 area.
Yeah, you'll get your exercise and you'll get your steps in if you want to. It's easy to do that. Another tip, if it's whether it's sunny or not, sunscreen.
Yes,
sunscreen.
Good idea.
You're going to be out there for hours and hours and hours outside. Take care of yourself.
248-539-9797. We go to Sam here next here on 97.1. Hi, Sam.
What's up, guys? How are you?
We're good, sir.
Quick question. So I'm taking my 2.5-year-old son for our first event on Thursday, and I don't know what time I should plan to get there with the frickin' 2.5-year-old. Do I wake him up at 5 a.m.? Like, what would you say I should do?
It depends on the kid. How is the kid in the morning?
He's good in the morning, but once he hits about 1 o'clock, he'll be ready for that stroller nap, I think.
So there's a couple things. One is, sometimes when you get there the tee times are so early that there's often you could see a lot more the earlier you get there. Like you can get there really, really early and it won't be packed. So I would recommend going early, personally.
perfect. I was my safe bet was like leave my house by like 7. We're about 45 minutes away. Get there 7:45. But I don't know. I want to. I'm waiting to see what Justin Thomas's teeing off is. He's like a 6:45 tee time. I think I'm going to get there at 6:45.
So the other thing I want to ask is, you got to be quiet. How's a 2.5-year-old with being quiet when it's necessary?
Not very good, because yesterday in church he decided to scream for an hour. So it's going to be a risky situation.
How about a babysitter?
Yeah.
How about you go and kid stays home with a babysitter?
You know what? I'm leaving the 9-month-old home with the babysitter, so I'm still on the fence about leaving my son with a babysitter too.
Well, there are areas that you can kind of get away from everybody, which I would potentially recommend for you, my man. Because especially if the kid makes some noise.
I really want you to comment more on this, because I mean, if I do, then the reputation is going to come out, and I'm going to look like an ass. But if you say it, Doug, I mean, come on. 2.5-year-old. Is it too young?
No. Do you have something to add, though, Gator?
I mean, you don't want to say that? You don't think it's that should be like an age?
I think that if you have a kid that is loud, you need to make sure that kid can get somewhere where they won't be disrupting anything. You need to scout that out.
Yeah, well,
you have to be, look, you can take your kid, I think you can take your kid anywhere, but you also have to be aware, just about anywhere. You also have to be aware of when you need to remove the kid from the situation.
Yep.
And they're going to ask you to be quiet. I think a 2.5-year-old is rather challenging, but he knows his kid better than I do, and better than you do.
Sure. But he said, I mean, you heard him talk about it, the personality. So, the kid, spent an hour at church yesterday screaming.
Mm-hmm. And I'm guessing church was in the morning, and I'm recommending going in the morning.
All right. Okay. You think there's nothing wrong with taking a little kid
I'm supposed to
tournament?
Throw it to a commercial break, but I don't think I want to. TikTok, man, he's about to explode. He is about to explode.
Don't do it! Don't take the kid. A little bit older, that's fine. And the kids get fussy because they do, and I don't want to, Dad. That's fine, then he can go. 2.5-year-old, you can't count on the kid to communicate the way. Don't take him. Leave him at home. Babysitter. Maybe you don't go to the tournament. Maybe you sit at home, watch it on TV. That's good. Nobody gets hurt. Nothing happens. Yeah.
Anything else to add?
Nope. I was really hoping you were going to jump on. I mean, you vented with Chicago. I supported you there.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe we could tag off again on this one.
No, this is all you, my man.
I don't know why you're not. I mean,
are you trying to say you don't think a 2.5-year-old should be at a golf tournament?
That's what I'm saying.
Is that what you're implying?
I don't. It doesn't sound like a good idea to me. Does it sound like a good idea to you?
As long as you are aware of your kid and know when to take your kid out of the situation, like I said, I think you can take your kid just about anywhere.
What if you're stuck in the middle of one of those areas that we've been talking about, and you're sitting up in the bleachers and you're enjoying it, and then the kid starts to go?
Then you leave.
Hard to get out of there. You're not supposed to move.
Well,
you got the marshals with their hands up in the air. Don't move. Everybody shut up. And
quiet sides.
I'm just saying. I don't think I'm alone. I thought you were going to be with me. Maybe too young. Definitely too young.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Woo! Well, I'm in search of a better night's sleep. I'm telling you, I just haven't been sleeping well lately. A couple weeks ago, I stopped in the True Sleep mattress store over in Shelby Township. Talked with Paul. Paul was great. Didn't put on the hard sell at all. Sent me home with a pillow, okay? I got a pillow, and the pillow itself is making a difference. I'm going back, and I'm going to get a mattress because I need it, frankly. And a specialized fit is what's going to improve sleep. And right away, they're able to point out which mattress is best for you. Is it too firm, too soft? It's like the Three Little Bears go in there. Well, for me, it's a firm size it's a firm mattress and a really firm mattress. So that's what I was looking at. Now, they've got reasonable pricing for high-quality mattresses at True Sleep, and you're going to find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep in either of the locations. They've got a location in Troy, Warren, the aforementioned Shelby, or Lake Orion. Check it out for yourself at True Sleep. So as you might expect, there's some reaction to the previous caller.
Well, before we get to the reaction, I want to say this.
Yeah.
Part of me loved watching you squirm, so I offered up no comment. And you were squirming because you don't want to feed into the very accurate belief that you don't like kids.
It's not true.
And you don't.
I do.
Now,
I like kids.
No, you don't. The one thing that I would say is, as a typical rule, I would think 2.5 is too young to take a kid to a professional golf tournament. But I start thinking about in the context of my kids. Okay, you have to know your kid.
Absolutely, 100%.
My oldest at 2.5, I could have taken to a PGA Tour event
because he could have slept through it and been
no,
quiet.
he would have been quiet, and he actually would have been interested in what's going on. At that age, he would have been okay. But you know my kids, my youngest.
There's no way you wouldn't take him now.
That's probably true. I don't think he could go to. He's like almost 16, and I wouldn't take him now. Actually, he is 16. He just turned 16. I wouldn't take him now. So anyway, yeah, it depends on your kid, of course, right?
It does. But a couple people have brought up, and I've seen this on our Twitch stream. You can follow us on twitch.tv, search for 97 The Ticket, and we stream the video. There have been a number of people that have said leave a 2.5-year-old at home.
Yep.
But there's also been a number of people that said, hey, make him memories. He wants to have a memory with the kid, wants the kid to have memories. Which I say to that is this. I can't remember anything I did at 2.5 years old.
Well,
and I think that, I mean, maybe when you're 2.5, you can remember what you did the day before, but I would imagine a week or two later, maybe not so much. I mean, I know where I was when I was 2.5 years old, and I have very few memories of my life when we lived in Arlington Heights, Illinois, just outside Chicago.
Yep.
I don't buy into you're making memories at 2.5.
Well,
some people might be, and that's fine. I think there are exceptions, but I think your point is you have to know your kids.
You're introducing, like I'll say, as a parent, I don't want to force them to do anything, but there were two sports I really encouraged and was hoping that my kids would latch onto. One was golf, and the other was skiing, because I felt like as I grew older, these were games and sports and activities I could do with the kids. So introducing them to golf and skiing at a young age was something I wanted to do. And so as soon as they could swing a club, I would put them in the cart and I would take them to the golf course and let them chip and putt around the green while I played. And also teach them about what you can and can't do on a golf course. And then I remember got to the point where I was teeing them up at the 50-yard marker, and then teeing them up at the 150-yard marker, and then playing from the forward tees, and then
all this on making sure that you're not holding up anybody behind you. I know
I'm
that
not
you
holding
do
up.
that.
Yes, I'm very, very cognizant of slow play. But yeah, so yeah, introducing them to something that you hope becomes a lifelong passion too is something. But hey, man, suffice it to say, I think he's in for a challenge. And I would have taken my oldest. I think he could have handled it. I'm not sure my youngest could have then, nor even now.
So some comments on Twitch from Character Free says, kids love big events, loud noises, lots of people.
Yep.
76 Sandman, leave them alone. Leave them at home, dude. LOL, 2-year-olds love golf. LMAO, that's from Hannah. Loretta says, leave the kid home. This is one of the worst callers ever. You leave the kid. Call Child Protective Services. Big Dog wants to know, did Gator just volunteer to babysit? He loves kids. I didn't volunteer anything. Kid can't handle a quiet church. He's going to lose it at a golf event. That's from Falcon Idiot. People are begging for you to jump in and
I wasn't going to.
No.
I was going to let you squirm for a while.
The kid's going to scream during someone's backswing. That would not be good.
Nope. 2.5
seems a little young for the event, but the guy wants to make it a moment with his kid. Yeah, he does. But again, you even agreed. 2.5 seems a little young for the event.
2.5 seems a little young, but you have to know your kid. And it sounds like he knows his kid and he's not sure his kid's going to be able to do it.
Someone says he's already got a sitter, FFS. Already got a sitter.
Yep.
He does already have a sitter. But you don't want the babysitter to handle 2 kids?
Apparently not.
They
248.
They do handle them typically, right?
Yes. 248-539-9797. Tips for the Rocket Mortgage Classic this week. And now we have a little sidebar as
here's a tip. Don't bring a kid.
He's taking a 2.5-year-old. Let's go to Zach here on 97.1. Hi, Zach.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, so been there every year that they've had, I guess, besides the COVID year. But one thing is I parked at the Meijer on the corner of 8 Mile and Woodward and Ubered there. Was easy, cheap. And then the Lending Tree Lounge, if you're going to the Lending Tree, get there early. They open it up at 11 so you can get a good spot. They used to comp the drinks, but now you got to pay for them, and it's bottom shelf stuff. So if you want to sneak in some shooters, I recommend that.
Now, is the Lending Tree Lounge, is that open to the general public?
That's an extra ticket. That's an extra cost.
Ticket?
Yeah.
That's an extra ticket. And the first 2 years it was all inclusive, but now they got to make their money. You know, I guess.
Yep. Hey, appreciate it, Zach. We got some others on hold that want to talk about dude taking his kid to the Rocket Mortgage Classic. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
We're brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Tigers lose a game in the series to the Twins, 6-3-10. Nick Maton's throwing here in the 8th allows a tying run to score. Then Brendan White giving up 3 runs in the 10th. Tigers, after the game, sending Maton to AAA Toledo. He was hitting 163 with an OPS of 575. Tigers' top prospect, though, Cole Keith, was promoted today from Erie to AAA Toledo. Not quite in the big leagues yet. Tigers back to 10 games under 500. They are 5.5 games behind first place Minnesota in the Central. Tigers in Texas tonight. 8:05 the first pitch right here at 97 The Ticket. Matthew Boyd going for Detroit. Michigan already adding to a formidable 2024 recruiting class. 4-star edge rusher Dominic Nichols from Maryland joins them there. The 6'5", 252-pounder from Maryland. Yep, goes to the Wolverines over Georgia, Wisconsin, and others. Meanwhile, round one of the Rocket Mortgage Classic not until Thursday. They had some rain and some debris on the course yesterday due to the storms. They cleared it out this morning. Practice rounds resume this afternoon. It's open to the public beginning tomorrow. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so a few things here. One is the the call we just got from a listener that was taking his 2.5-year-old to the Rocket Mortgage Classic. So we were looking for tips. Gator's tip is don't take him.
Just too young.
Well, he might be.
A couple years he won't be, but
kids are different. Kids at 2.5, some might be able to handle it, some not. Gator thinks there should be a hard and fast rule.
Maybe not a hard and fast rule, but I mean, the fact that when he brings up that, the kid was a screamer at church the other day.
Yeah, it's not a good sign.
And it tells me that maybe the golf course isn't the best place for this child, not just yet in his young life.
But we are wondering if, what your tips are. In the meantime, the big news of the day, Colt Keith, the Detroit Tigers top prospect, he's moved into the top 45 prospects in baseball, is at AAA. They as a listener predicted last week, good for them, that when the Erie Seawolves clinch a playoff spot, expect Colt Keith to be called up to AAA. That's exactly what happened. So good news there. And Nick Maton sent down. We're still waiting for the corresponding move. Nothing's been made official yet, right?
No, I haven't seen anything yet. It's interesting. I saw Lynn Henning had a tweet that said Colt Keith's promotion to AAA was always a good bet for the last week of June, and he's followed outlines. Jace Young probably en route soon to Erie, but hot and cold stretches could make West Michigan a safe harbor for now. Parker Meadows to Detroit? That's the big question.
That's what we want to see.
Yep.
You know what they could be doing? They could be promoting Colt Keith to Toledo to only then promote him to Detroit. Do you think they'd do that? No?
No, I think there's going to be a little bit of waiting period. But like I said, with what happened with Kerry Carpenter last year, if Colt Keith lights it up over the next 3 or 4 weeks while he's at Toledo, then why wouldn't you bring him up?
Yeah, I suppose they'll give it a bat or two, but get him here, please. 248-539-9797. Maurice is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Maurice.
No! Do not bring that kid to the golf course at all. And I'm going to support Gator. Gator, he likes kids, but he only likes returnable kids. If you can't return them, he don't like them. Yeah. He gave all the examples. When you're trying to give somebody advice, you try and get them to answer their own question, so you don't have to tell them. He answered his own question. The kid was bad at church. You had to take him out. Mm-hmm. He wasn't sure. He's only going to be good until around 12:30, 1 o'clock. Why are you taking the kid? Give the babysitter an extra $50. Say, hey, I know you got 2 kids, but here you go. Go and enjoy himself so he can spend the whole day. He can't go. I got 6 kids, so I know. Do not take him. This is the same person who takes the kid to the restaurant and ruins the whole environment. So no, do not take him.
So Maurice, when your kids acted up, when one of your 6 kids acted up, what did you do?
I only had that happen one time, and unfortunately, I heard this kid in the background crying. And I was at Target, and I said to this lady, I wonder whose crazy kid this is screaming. Of course, it ended up being mine. My wife was running back and said, he won't stop crying. He won't stop crying. She just ran right to the car. We went home. That's how it is. Don't mess up other people's day by having this grouchy kid crying all day. So, no, do not take him. And, yeah, he will have an experience if he takes the kid. It's going to be remembered as a bad experience because the kid would not shut up. So, no, do not take him. And I love kids, but not that one. Not at the golf course.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797.
I think you offered up some sound advice.
Let's go to Thomas next here on 97.1. Hi, Thomas.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Love your show. I listen to you every day. the previous caller stole my thunder, man. I mean, I totally agree with Gator. It's just not cool. Having a 2.5-year-old, kid at the golf course. I just don't think that's a recipe for anything but disaster.
I will say this. I want to defend it a little bit. Just that I agree with what Doug said. You got to know your kid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you've taken your child to events and he's been able to keep quiet and, if he listens to you and you say, got to be quiet here, and he is, okay, then you can handle that. And you need to put yourself in positions and you have to have an escape plan if things go awry. But when the previous caller said that the kid was screaming at church for an hour, don't take
that.
him.
Sounds like a bad idea. Do you, Thomas, how many kids do you have?
I'm divorced and I don't have any kids, so I can't. But I have nieces and nephews that have kids, so I can relate.
Not quite as much as a parent, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, kids are different. Just like Gator, I would suggest that dogs are different.
Yep.
Yeah.
They
And
are.
there's, I think, definitely some 2.5-year-olds that can handle it. As a general rule, 2.5 seems pretty young. But I do know I tried to introduce my kids, rather, to things that I was hoping would become passions or did it early in life, which meant clipping little skis on them and giving them little plastic golf clubs and taking them to events. So we'll see.
Yeah, but you didn't take them to an actual golf event. You took them golfing.
No, I didn't.
And you didn't take them to a ski event. You took them skiing.
I took them skiing.
Yes.
I would say that I would have taken my oldest. He could have handled it. Youngest, not so much. But. Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. My champ of the weekend was Reese Olson. First career win, 9 strikeouts Saturday, 1 earned run, worked into the 6. Could this be an Al Avila move that actually worked? We'll see over time, but Reese Olson, my champ of the weekend.
I gave my champ vote to Keegan Bradley, the golfer who won the Travelers over the weekend. He was fantastic through 3 rounds. It was record-setting pace and managed to expand his lead yesterday and wins the tournament. And good news, he's at Rocket Mortgage Classic this week too. So it's really cool that they've got the current winner on PGA Tour.
My chump of the weekend is Nick Maton, whose air yesterday. I mean, nobody is going to really believe this. And I have been said a lot. You've been adamant about it's time to go for several weeks now. And I've said, fans move slower. Fans move way faster than organizations move as a general rule. And it was funny because yesterday I was driving back from Chicago, heard the error, and thought, without even seeing it, I thought, that's it. And when I got home, I started putting together all the reasons why they'd reached the breaking point with Nick Maton, only to find out hours later that he had indeed been sent down to Toledo. Still waiting on the corresponding move, but Nick Maton, my chump of the weekend.
Yeah, my chump would be Scott Harris, the general manager. Well, the president of the Detroit Tigers. They don't have a general manager yet. I like Scott Harris a lot, and I just think this is a little bit of a misstep that it took this long to make that decision. I thought this was something that was pretty obvious more than a month ago, and it's played on for the last month, and it didn't need to. But the move was made. It's the proper move. I'm dying to see who they're going to bring up, and I hope it's Parker Meadows.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Lots coming in here on Chicago, which I got super frustrated with this weekend for the driving around the Chicagoland area, Gator. Lots of feedback coming in on smoothies of choice. Lots of feedback coming in on the Rocket Mortgage Classic and the Tigers. We'll get to some of that coming up, as well as your phone calls and feedback. Open lines, Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, we're going to have hot temperatures again creeping in this weekend. We had them this past weekend. We had the storm yesterday, and you got to look around what's going on with your house. I mean, if your air conditioning's not working, that's a problem. If this storm provided a lot of water, now you find water in your basement, that's a problem too. If the sump pump wasn't working, that's a problem. Solve that problem. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today, and they've got a special offer that's in time to beat the heat. Birmingham Plumbing is now including a free ultraviolet light air purifier or a high-efficiency air filter when you have both your furnace and air conditioning systems replaced. In addition, they include up to a full 5-year parts and labor warranty with annual maintenance. And you don't have to worry about the cost up front because Birmingham has got you covered there too. They offer financing options for your new furnace or AC system that start as low as $70 per month. So whether it is your air conditioning unit, maybe it's a furnace issue, a pool heater, a boiler, or water filtration, you might have a flood in your basement, whatever the problem is, a clogged drain, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 248-282-3971, or you can schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. My chump was the storm yesterday. That's from Matt and Howell. Yeah, I feel for people. Anytime there's a storm and there's damage done to your property, it just absolutely sucks. trees knocked down or branches falling on your roof or damage to your car.
Oh, we heard horrible stories about what happened yesterday. The car that was smashed at the Detroit Golf Club. Heather had a story this morning about another tree that smashed into the house, ended up going all the way down into the basement of a house. Just those storms came through so quickly.
And that wind that preceded it was, I'm sitting outside on my porch watching it roll in. I'm like, and to think this wind was violent, and I'm going, this isn't even a tornado.
And you went inside.
I went inside, yeah.
Yeah, I watched a tree branch fly across my back patio. And my back patio spans probably 20 feet. Just flew right past as I was watching. What the hell just happened?
Interesting text here regarding the Rocket Mortgage Classic, and this is a good one to hear because not everything was great every year. This guy writes in, shuttle situation was brutal last year. Waited an hour standing in the sun after the final round to even get on a bus to get back to the parking lot. I was thinking about just walking or calling an Uber.
Well, everybody leaving at the same time might be an issue at that point.
We went on a Friday and left before the play was done that day. We had almost no wait to get on the shuttle and almost no wait to get back. If they have a problem at the end with a rush of people, they need to include more shuttles, sure.
Tony Paul just tweeted this out regarding the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Says the PGA Tour will open its holes 11 through 18 around 1:30 today after a big storm Sunday uprooted several big trees. Players are now using the range. So they had some cleanup to do today. Originally it looked like the players weren't going to even be out there, but now it sounds like they will be.
Unnamed texter, my viewing tip for the Rocket Mortgage Classic, as it is for all sporting events, stay home, beers and burgers, no line for the bathroom, no parking headaches, easy breezy. From an unnamed texter, the distance between Tinley Park and Buffalo Grove is the equivalent of Grand Blanc to Detroit. I wouldn't blame Chicago for that. Okay, so that's in reference to the baseball tournament we were in this weekend, and I just had enough of driving around Chicago by the time the weekend was over. Yes, it is roughly the distance from Detroit to Grand Blanc. But imagine there being construction 3/4 of the way and the worst case of passing lane squatters I've ever come across. Consistently all weekend long. Rolling roadblock.
You mentioned it took how long to get? Well, actually, not that one, because you said one rides were 20 minutes.
Rides,
20 miles took
20
an
miles.
hour.
We looked at one that was 20 miles. It wasn't
That's
all the way to
considerably
Tinley
more than
Park.
20
I can't remember what it I have to go back and look what from Tinley Park to where it was, but there was one in particular that was going to be well over an hour. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. Tinley Park is not Chicago. Bloomfield Hills is not Detroit. Traffic sucks. Most drivers do as well. That's from Tom and Schaumburg, also not Chicago. Yeah, I correct that and said it was not really Chicago, Chicagoland. Somebody else said they're having a NASCAR race in downtown Chicago next weekend. That isn't helping traffic. We were nowhere close to downtown. It's just all on the periphery. Matt in a car hauler says, I totally agree, Doug. I'm a truck driver that would routinely take loads to Chicago because they pay better. I've been avoiding Chicago like the plague for the last 2 months. Yeah, it's tons of construction. Construction in northern towns, summer is construction season. So you shouldn't be shocked by that, but yeah, it was bad. And regarding the Rocket Mortgage Classic, find a platform that is behind a par 3 green. I sat in the front row of the Michelob Ultra Club, which was behind number 15, par 3 green. It was a blast watching these guys go for Hio, H-I-O, I don't know what that means. Then have a great view of their putts. Watching the groups go through, you really get to learn the green and how it plays. That's from Ryan sitting in a car. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Robert in Southfield. What's up, Robert?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
All right, Robert.
Great. Hey, look, I just want to give one final layer to the gentleman that called about the 2.5-year-old son. That is a beautiful idea, but that is definitely a recipe of disaster because children are so unpredictable at that age. It's just like ridiculous. You love your kids, you want to introduce them to things like that, but hey, they could cry over a mosquito bite. Come on, man.
Yeah. Like I said, you got to know your kid, but there is a high degree of unpredictability for a 2.5-year-old. I do agree. You never know. But you have to understand that, and the risk that you're taking might mean pulling the plug early. Pull the chute, get out. And when you have kids at an event like that, always have an exit plan.
Sounds like great advice.
Where you are looking around going, okay, if my kid loses it in this moment, where are we going? And how quickly can we get there? HIO, do you know what that means? Somebody just sent it over. Hole in one.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Thank you. 248-539-9797. David is next. What's up, David?
Hey, gents, I have a daughter that goes to school at Wheaton, another one that's going to search school this fall at Roosevelt in downtown Chicago, so I feel you.
Yeah.
Feel you totally. Yeah, my wife is a pediatric nurse of like 30 years.
Oh, boy.
We lost you. David, you said, well, I'm sorry, say it again about your wife.
Can you pick up on the hands-free?
Yeah, the speakerphone isn't working.
I'm
right?
sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Anybody who calls, turn your radio down and take us off the headset.
So my wife is an RN. And
we've tried so hard with this guy, David. Sorry. We'll try to get back to you. We go to Mike next year on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike. Mike, are you there?
Hey, sorry about that.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I'm going to try to bring my kids to the Rocket Classic as long as it's practice. We're talking about practice here. So as long as it's not the real deal, I'm bringing the stroller. They're usually good in a stroller. But like you said, exit plan, the moment I'm stuck, they start getting antsy, we're out.
Yep.
I think that's smart.
Yep. I hear you, Mike. You always have to know when to pull the chute. Say it's time to go. Or at least time to regroup. There are places on that course where you can take a kid way off to the side or back in a crowded area, because it's not like the whole place is silent. But you need to be able to remove the kid from any given situation if they start to lose it.
Yeah, for sure. My kids are at that unpredictable age, so at any moment, I mean, if they blow up, we need to know where to go. But I've never been to the Rocket Classic, so it's going to be a first time for all of us.
I think you're going to enjoy it.
It is pretty great. Leave the kid at home, take the babysitter. That's from Len. Wow. Another one here. David at Bigham Farm says, I splurged for the Lending Tree Lounge, mainly for the private bathrooms.
That's a great call.
Yep.
Underrated great call.
Yep. It's the wife. If you want to go, you have to take the baby with you. Give the mom a break. Okay, so is that part of the equation here?
Didn't sound like it.
No. What else do we got here? The dude let his brat scream at church for an hour. Keep the deposit home. We don't want to hear it. That's from Hunter and Clarkston. John and Lake Orion, I completely agree with Gator. Millennials, quit dragging your kids to concerts they don't want to be there. It doesn't make you cool. When you get to be a parent, you're not worried about being cool. Well, some are. That's not true.
Well, some might want to save money too. I mean, it's not cheap to hire a babysitter.
My champ is the college golfer whose last name is Gilmore. He adopted Happy as his first name. Brilliant. Adam Sandler reached out to him to wish him luck. Is that true?
Yeah, they signed a letter of intent with somebody, I think.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Scott Harris might be looking and making calls to other teams to see what players he could get some cash consideration before he calls up someone. Could be.
Well, the team plays in Texas in about 8 hours here, so 7.5 hours. We'll see what happens.
Doug, congratulations for making a movie reference regarding McLovin. Thank you.
Yeah, nice job.
Why are all these people calling in with their best spots for the Rocket Mortgage Classic? It's like giving away a honey hole in fishing. From Daniel in Clinton Township, I'm not sure I want to see Colt on Detroit this year. After seeing how Torque has performed this season and last season before he was sent down, Torque could really have benefited from a full season in Toledo in 2022, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're ready for it, you're ready for it. And I think Colt Keith killed it in single A last year, had an injury, Healed from the injury, killed it in the fall league, killed it at AA.
Yep.
Gets his promotion to AAA. We'll see what happens. I have to compare the numbers. I don't think Torkelson was doing what Colt Keith was doing. Torkelson was older and was on the fast track to get there. And I think what hurt Spencer Torkelson more than anything else was he gets drafted in 2020 and can't play baseball because of COVID. So, he had the 1 year in the minors. Maybe that echoes his point of maybe you should spend another year there. I don't know. He did go back to the minors last year and then was brought up late in the season. I'd like to see him. It would have been nice for him to follow up a great week that he had prior with another good week. He did not. He had a really bad week this week after hitting three home runs the previous week. He needs to figure things out, and hopefully he can do that while still on the major league roster. But it's disappointing watching him go up to the plate and swing and miss as much as he has lately.
There are two separate websites suggesting Detroit should make this trade. We will get to that today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. By the way, how was your weekend? I'm complaining about driving around Chicagoland. How was your weekend?
Well, it was okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I did a lot of walking over the weekend. It was nice. In the morning. Chose to go in the morning rather than later in the day when it was really hot and humid, but that worked out well. Saturday night, I sent you a picture.
Yes, you did.
Not a likely place you would find me.
Not at all. And you looked irritated.
I was?
Yep. I wonder, people could text over, where would Gator be that he would be irritated just to even be there? I want to, Greg, I want to take some texts on this.
This was roughly, you probably had the timestamp on there, around 7 o'clock or so.
Okay, so Saturday at 7:08 p.m., Gator sent me a picture of himself at a place where you couldn't be more irritated. The message was, and I will edit this for on air.
Thank you.
This effing place.
Yeah, Friday night was at the baseball game. Went with Bob from 24 Seconds and some people that regulars from the bar there.
Oh, so you saw Reese Olson.
Yeah. No. Was it Reese Olson we saw on Friday?
Oh, I thought you said
Saturday?
Saturday. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought you said Saturday.
No, Saturday night
my
was
bad.
at the place that
Right.
I didn't like.
Got confused. My bad.
Yeah, Friday night we went to the game. Great seats, great time. Unfortunately, the Tigers didn't win.
Nope.
But it was good to be out there for it. I could not. We were all amazed at what we were watching with Minnesota's closer, Duran.
Yep.
101 miles an hour, 102.7 or something like that. I mean, he hit 102 on the gun several times. I could not believe it. Amazing. And I don't know how you're supposed to catch up to that, but they didn't.
Get your front foot down early.
I know. And Miggy came up to face him, and we're like, is Miggy even going to get a piece? And I'm like, I think he can get a piece. And he was able to foul off at least one pitch. But it's just, I mean, he's able to pour a couple of strikes there. If you clip it, you're trying to time it. Like, oh, I got the next one. And then he drops this like 82-mile-an-hour curveball or throws a changeup, and you're completely thrown off. You have no chance. It was amazing.
Well, anyway, and I will show the Twitch crowd as best I can the picture you sent me. I can sometimes hold my phone up in front of the camera, so but I'll wait till some guesses come in. Gator sent me a picture from Saturday night that he was really irritated and just said, this effing place. I was stunned that you were there. Let's just say that.
I will say that I got better. Dinner was at the Mexican restaurant.
Okay.
Delicious.
Okay.
Yeah, had a great chimichanga. And I had a margarita. First time in a long time I've had a margarita. An actual one that you get in a restaurant. It's really good. But, where we were at earlier was not my favorite place. Not at all.
248-539-9797. All right, so I mentioned this before the break, and we'll get to some of your answers on where was Gator irritated. 2 different websites have suggested that the Detroit Lions trade for this player. And a case can be made. The Bleacher Report suggested it. Then A to Z Sports filed with an independent report that suggested it. Because the Las Vegas Raiders have acquired Jacoby Myers and DeAndre Carter, the belief is that Hunter Renfrow, the wide receiver, could be available on the trade market. He's 27. He's in the last year of his contract. 2 years ago, he was over 100 receptions and 9 touchdowns. He got hurt last year. They obviously upgraded at the position. Now, he's a slot receiver. He's not an outside guy. And it feels like there'd be some redundancy of that here in Detroit. But the belief is you could get him for a very low draft pick. Do you have any interest in Hunter Renfrow?
I love Hunter Renfrow, the player. And for a team that needs a slot receiver, a possession receiver, I don't think you can go wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
And sure, cheap price sounds great. I hate the idea here in Detroit. It makes no sense here in Detroit. What Detroit needs is a wide receiver, not a slot receiver. We need somebody that's going to help out for the first 6 weeks of the season and probably the first half of the season. And then we know what happens. Wide receivers always get hurt. Nice to have depth. But I'd like it to be someone of a more stature than Hunter Renfrow. Someone's going to play outside because we've got one of the best slot receivers in football in Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't want to put Amon-Ra St. Brown outside because the success the Lions have had with Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, the rapport they've built up, is because he's a slot receiver. So I don't want to change that up. I can add somebody else, but I don't need to move Amon-Ra St. Brown around. He's fine where he's at. And when I look at the list of available free agents that cost me no draft capital, there are still some big names out there, really good wide receivers, that playing the waiting game might really benefit the Lions. Now, DeAndre Hopkins, no, you don't have to. It's going to cost you a lot of money, and he's still out there. But a couple steps below that, what about Julio Jones? He's available.
Yeah.
What about Jarvis Landry? He's available. Now, don't have to do the Kenny Golladay experiment, but, I mean, if they sign Kenny Golladay for cheap, I wouldn't mind. Just see if he still has anything. But I'm not married to it. That's just a name. T.Y. Hilton's another receiver that's out there. N'Keal Harry, big receiver, played with New England, didn't really work out there. I mean, does that make sense for somebody who could sub or fill in for a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are free agents that don't cost you anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's potentially a steal for a late. I mean, with 1 year left on his contract, the belief is that Hunter Renfrow could be had for a day 3 pick, which, I mean, a late day 3 pick, 6th-round pick. Sure, if you want to shuffle some guys around, it's interesting that Detroit has been targeted. I mean, the belief out there is that Detroit is thin at wide receiver because of the Jameson Williams suspension. And it feels as though the Lions are either thinking they're all set, but I think they are doing what you suggest. They're waiting. They're going to add a receiver, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, somebody could be released. You know, you don't have to do anything. You let it go to training camp here and you see what happens. Now, the problem is that it seems like you need time to build that rapport with Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
He has made it plain and clear that that's what's helped these guys out over the last couple of years, and what's helped him out is that he's had time to work with these guys. And, you know, having Josh Reynolds here, he played with him before, so it was easy to do that. And starting in training camp right away with Amon-Ra St. Brown, they built up that relationship, and he's starting to do that anymore. He's got it with Khalif Raymond, been here for a couple of years. So they've got that steady rapport. What happens when you bring somebody brand new to the mix? It's going to take a little bit. I really like Hunter Renfrow, but it's not I don't think it's the right fit for this team.
All right, so a bunch of guesses have come in. Where was Gator Saturday night that he sent me a picture looking irritated with the caption, "This effing place"? And I'll show the picture to the Twitch crowd as best I can. In the meantime, you can stream on Twitch, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. You can also stream on YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket. We'll read some of those responses, some of those guesses. Also, my man here is getting obsessed with a sporting event and really wants to see the Tigers pounce. We'll get to that at 12:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, feedback coming in. Was Gator at a Counting Crows concert?
No, great guess though.
Mm-hmm. Was Gator at a Chuck E. Cheese for a kid's birthday party? That's from Jeff.
I was not. However, Chuck E. Cheese was a big part. I loved going to Chuck E. Cheese when I was younger.
Mhm.
Even in my teens, I still wouldn't mind it so much because of the video games.
From Chris in a truck, I think he'd be upset at the bingo hall with his grandmother.
Sadly, my grandparents are no longer with us, but I would not be wanting to go to a bingo hall. That's not where I was at.
Gator was at the St. Clair Shores fireworks. That's from an unnamed texter.
No, I like fireworks.
I'm going to guess IKEA. That's from an unnamed texter.
It was not IKEA. I make a trip to IKEA every few years, and I'm always a little thrown off by IKEA. It's fine. I've gotten stuff from there in the past, but in my Swedish heritage, I feel like I'm a little bit at home. But then I always end up at the area where they have like the stuffed animals, and they're the weirdest stuffed animals. Like I don't it's not like a rabbit or a bear, you know.
Right.
It's like a tick.
A tick.
Some kind of insect or something. I don't know. Just weird choices. Hey, here's a wallaby. What?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Falcon Idiot says, was Gator at Wrigley Field?
No, I was not.
You would have been irritated.
Yeah. Doug was close there.
I was.
But you were on the south side, though.
Yep. Gator was at a kindergarten graduation. That's from Andrew.
First of all, if there's such a thing, it's ridiculous. And two, no.
Was Gator at the mall? That's from Todd at Ann Arbor.
I was at the mall. I'm not sure if that's really showing up there, buddy.
Oh, shoot.
I was at the mall.
Hopefully it will now.
But it was a specific place at the mall that I was at. I didn't mind going to the mall. It's like, hey, you want to go to the mall tonight? Sure, let's go to the mall. But where we ended up.
And I got the picture on Twitch now if you want to see where Gator was. That he sent me the picture with the caption, "This effing place." You didn't go there by choice.
No. I went to the mall by choice. I didn't know we were going to stop in at this place.
People on Twitch know what it is now. They could see it.
Yeah.
You look so upset.
Yeah. I pose well. My friend had a problem with her iPhone, so we had to go to Genius Bar.
Mm-hmm.
And we were there. Anyway, I have to tap that picture again.
I did, yeah.
There you go. And then it got passed on from one genius to another, and finally the third genius decided to go in the back. I'll be right back. It comes out 10 minutes later and says, "So your problem is still going to be a problem. I could suggest that you download some second app and And I'm just shaking my head and I'm thinking to myself, so this problem probably requires you getting a new phone then. Which apparently it doesn't, but with this latest update to the software,
Yep.
It has made some things difficult to do, with emailing pictures or something like that. I don't know. It was a difficult situation for her. She was not happy about it, and there was really no solution at the Genius Bar.
Well, I burst out laughing when I got this.
Yeah, I thought you might. Yeah, I thought you might. So that's me at the Genius Bar.
Yeah.
At the mall.
How long were you there?
20 minutes.
Probably longer than you cared to be, I'm sure.
I was fine. It was fine when we were there. I was just, this one guy's looking at me who worked there, and I'm like, it's just nothing contempt in his eyes.
Did you play around with anything? They always have stuff there.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. I just want to make,
No, my kind's not welcome there unless I'm going to switch, and I was not going to switch.
Did you pull out your phone and?
Oh, I had my phone out. Yeah.
Let it be known.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Problems doing what? Let me see if I can do it. Yeah. Not a problem here.
Well, there you go.
Yours is a problem. Now, this was the crazy thing. So later that night, a few hours later, she was trying to explain what she was trying to do, and she was having issues. Brings a laptop out and just trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's and knowing that I'm not computer savvy at all, right?
Yep.
And so the immediate thought was maybe we should call my brother, who is. It's like, no, it's too late. Not going to call him. It's after 11 o'clock. And then I said, you know what? Let me see that. This guy figured it out.
Did you?
I did.
That's a minor miracle.
I know.
You are, I mean, I don't want to be rude. I wouldn't consider you very tech savvy.
I'm not.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not bottom rung. I'm not like an octogenarian, trying to fumble around on it. But I'm not terribly savvy. I'm somewhat savvy.
Mm-hmm.
But I used that somewhat and turned it into terribly, and I looked like a hero.
All right. So, first of all, well done.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you survived your trip to Genius Bar. In the meantime,
that's right. It's not even the Genius Bar. It's Genius Bar. God, this place is
I love my phone. But.
I'm sure it's great for you.
So you brought up, you keep talking about this, and I don't know how much you talked about it on the air last week.
We talked about it a little bit because there was a game worth talking about.
You've kind of become borderline obsessed with the College World Series.
What?
He is watching the College World Series.
Well, I tuned in initially a week ago because I wanted to see this pitcher. Well, actually, I tuned in just because I was flipping through channels, and I happened to watch Paul Skeens from LSU pitch and was amazed that in the sixth inning he's throwing 100 miles an hour. Starting pitcher, pitch number 125 was 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Like, that's incredible, the endurance he has. And then last Thursday, he was going to pitch Thursday night, and Cookies and I were doing the show, and Cookies was saying, hey, for the cash a ticket, he was thinking about making a bet and betting against LSU because I think they were playing Wake Forest. Wake Forest was undefeated at that point in time.
Number one in the country most of the year.
So, or at least in the playoffs, they were killing it. And, Wake Forest had a really good pitcher going as well. He thought, you know what? Short rest, even though it really wasn't short rest for Skeens, but he hadn't pitched off of that short rest in his college career. So he thought it was wise. Those guys had a pitcher's duel. It was scoreless, and eventually LSU pulls out the win. So I've been watching it because then I doing a lot of research lately, last few weeks, about the Major League Baseball draft coming up in early July. Tigers have the third pick overall. Okay, what's likely to come here, And then you look at the top prospects. Number one prospect is Dylan Cruz. Center fielder, LSU. Number two prospect, pitcher, Paul Skeens, LSU. Number three prospect, Wyatt Langford, outfielder, with Florida.
Yep.
And so here it is. These two teams are playing for the national championship tonight. Florida and LSU, the best of three series. They each took a game. The game last night was not much of a game. 24-4, Florida took care of LSU. So what did those guys do? Wyatt Langford went 5 for 5, scored 4 runs, had 6 RBIs, had a home run, and also walked. So it drove his on-base percentage for the season up to .498. His slugging percentage is a slot machine favorite, .777. That means the OPS there is crazy good at the .1275, I believe. Dylan Cruz went 2 for 3 in the game. He's hitting .421 on the season. His on-base percentage plus slugging percentage, his OPS there is at .1270. These two guys are amazing. They're outfielders. They both play very competently in the outfield. But on top of that, they've also got guys that are amazing on their teams that will be available in next year's draft. So am I already looking at 2024 draft? Yep. And who's going to play tonight? If you're not going to start Skeens, or at least have him playing just because it's 3 days rest, he's got to be able to give you, 50, 75?
I mean, it's his last college game, no matter what.
Yeah.
You don't want to risk. I think even if he got hurt, he'd still go in the top 2, maybe 3. But, yeah, he's going to pitch tonight. And the guy you want next year is Tommy White, who is the third baseman from LSU who's got 20-something home runs.
Well, he's got 20-something home runs, but he's got 100 and something RBI is what he's got. That being said,
it's nice to hit behind Dylan Cruz.
It is, but Cruz is a leadoff hitter, and this kid's hitting second in the lineup, and he's driving in over 100 runs. Caglianone for Florida, the first baseman there, is having a monster season as well. But he's not available until next year. But he's got 33 home runs after slugging 2 last night. There's tons of talent in these two teams that'll be available in this draft and next draft.
So between Skeens, Cruz, and Crawford, the three guys, Langford, sorry, that are playing tonight, that are expected to go 1, 2, 3 in some order.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who you want? I don't answer. I'm just asking, do you know who you want?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to count it down 3, 2, 1 and see if we say the same name, all right?
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1. Cruz. Okay. I want Dylan Cruz. You want Paul Skeens.
I'm not upset with any of the 3 players because I've seen them play a little bit now, and I like all 3 players. But having a pitcher that can go 100 pitches and throw 100 with ease and throw 100 miles an hour from beginning to end is downright diabolical. And I can't in good conscience pass that up if I'm drafting him. If you're Pittsburgh, you got the top pick in the draft. To pass on that's going to be awfully tough. This is a guy who wouldn't need a whole lot of seasoning before he's ready to pitch at the major league level. He's already got the great stuff. The other 2 outfielders are very intriguing because, again, those guys could be on the fast track to make it to a major league team. The difference with the outfielders is if you draft one, that they're likely to go ahead and play the rest of the season in the minor leagues.
Yep. You don't have to worry about wear and tear.
Right. And maybe they can go ahead and compete for a spot in the team next year, depending on how they do.
So ESPN updated their mock draft this morning with recent intel. We'll tell you who the Tigers walk away with today at 1:05 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. On a Monday here on 97.1, hope you survived the storms and don't have too much damage. Saw a lot of debris in the roads driving in this morning, and then so made my way in, saw uprooted trees. Didn't see a lot of damage, but I know it's out there, and certainly we send our sympathies to those that are dealing with that today. But boy, that storm blew in last night. Those winds were powerful the preceding.
Yeah, it was scary for a little bit there.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Rick. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rick?
Hey, guys. Thanks for bringing up the College World Series, man.
Sure.
It's super good. Both teams are great. I wanted to bring up a couple points if I can. Gator, if you were listening to A-Rod do his commentary at all, he's not an analytics guy. And we were talking about launch angles, how they were taught to hit down on the ball. Little things like that, and advancing runners, another thing that the College Series pitching, control of the pitcher, Skeens is unbelievable. I turned my youngest onto it. He's a hockey dude, but he watched the first couple games, now he's hooked. So thanks for talking about it, and I just wanted to say A-Rod's commentary and how the old school guys and how the great guys that he played with used to do it. I'm not an analytics guy, and I think, the A's came up with it, and the A's have the worst team in baseball, right?
Well, they do now, but I mean, it comes and goes. It comes in cycles. You need players. You have to have players to begin.
You have to. They don't spend any money.
Yeah, right. I mean, look, that the whole Moneyball thing. It makes me laugh a little bit because it makes people think that Oakland had no talent on that team. That team had, they had the three pitchers, with Mulder and Zito, and I forget the third one on there, but they had the three pitchers there. They had Miguel Tejada. They had Eric Chavez. They had Jermaine Dye. I mean, they had really good players. So it's not like, the whole Moneyball thing, it seems like they came out of nowhere to do it. They didn't come out of nowhere. There was a team that lost a couple of big pieces the prior year and were within, an out of winning the World Series or whatever it was, a game-winning World Series the prior year. So, but analytics has its place.
All right, so ESPN's MLB draft guy is Kiley McDaniel, and he was writing about the Pirates at 1. And at 1, he's got the Pirates taking Paul Skeens now, the pitcher from LSU, which, you've fallen in love with him to the Tigers at 3.
It's incredible.
He says, let me explain my thinking and the industry buzz on this one. And I'll be careful not to make this sound any more concrete than it is. There's a belief from those plugged into the Pirates pick that the Cruz camp will not be willing to take whatever is offered at the first pick. Some describe it as not interested, some as maybe just a negotiation ploy. But there's a spectrum on how to take this, since it's just indications and bluster and posturing. But I've been hearing since February that the Pirates have been aggressively looking into a non-Cruz option, even after it became clear he was the consensus best prospect. Even when you're planning to take the best player, those can be smart things to do, combination of due diligence and spreading rumors to maybe get his price down. So I had assumed until recently that's what's happening. But now he's going with Cruz. I'm sorry, he's going with Skeens. The Nationals at number 2 then take Dylan Cruz, center fielder LSU, who I want to be a Tiger. And the Tigers get Wyatt Langford. Now, based on I've watched maybe Wyatt Langford and Dylan Cruz play 3 full games.
Right.
So to be fair, my knowledge on this, I think there's a difference between Cruz and Langford.
Cruz is thought of as being the top prospect in the draft for the most part. And Langford's real close. It's 1A and 1B, however you want to slice it up, it doesn't matter. What does matter is what Pittsburgh does with the first pick, because a lot of people think that Pittsburgh isn't going to spend the money on a college guy, that they'd rather have more money to allocate throughout the draft so that they may take a high school kid. And there's a couple of really good candidates and outfield candidates from high school. Would they go that route? And then all of a sudden you're left with, Skeens would go to Washington because apparently Washington really wants the pitcher. Or they could take Cruz because they really like Cruz too. But one of those two guys is going to be available to you at 3.
So at 3,
if Pittsburgh goes off the board with a high school kid.
Yeah, at 3, McDaniel writes, there's a strong belief that Detroit's new regime wants a college bat. So the real question is, what if Langford goes first and Cruz goes second? You're right. So I think Skeens would be a real option, but there's also a curveball here that's worth mentioning. When asking execs picking high, which player/pick outside the consensus top group is most likely to break into the top 5, the answer was Virginia catcher Kyle Teal here to Detroit. I'd say that has a 5 to 10% chance of happening. But if the top 2 bats go first and Detroit is committed to a college hitter no matter what, that's the direction I think I will go. I mean, Scott Harris, this is his first real test, and he says he's way into the draft. Like, this isn't just a guy who, follows the scouts' advice. He goes all in for the draft. So, I mean, it'll be intriguing to see if he gets it right.
Yeah, it will be. And Kyle Teal is hit .407 this year, .475 on base percentage, .655 slugging percentage. So you add those numbers together, and it's over 1,100. I'd be disappointed, I guess, if they went the catcher route. It feels like they've got a bunch of catching prospects. I'd rather you spend money on the catcher in free agency. You want to find the real deal? Go ahead and spend one on a free agent.
Okay, so this one's from an unnamed texter. If the LSU pitcher who is throwing 100 miles an hour at his 125th pitch, please don't draft him. He will have arm problems real soon. All right, so I reached out to the same source that told me Casey Mize could have arm problems and that told me Michael Fulmer could have arm problems. And I said, the delivery of Paul Skeens, is that one that stresses the arm? Is that a delivery that ranks high on the probability score for injury rate? And he said, well, he's not perfect. He's not as high as Fulmer and
Casey
Mize were, A. And B, I said, would you avoid him? And he said no. So that's the best source I got when it comes to pitching and injuries. And he does not think Skeens is a high injury probability.
Yeah, it's just, you don't see an arm like that. I mean, it feels like everybody is throwing in the high 90s these days. This is a guy who's throwing over 100 miles an hour as a starting pitcher from beginning to end in the game. Mm-hmm. When Verlander was drafted, I think he was throwing into low to mid 90s and it would top out at 97. He got stronger as his career went on, and he could touch triple digits, but it was touching it. This guy threw 46 pitches or something like that last Saturday, a week ago Saturday, that were 100 miles an hour or more. It's insane, the kind of talent.
Unnamed texter says, please, Tigers, draft some hitters. Steven Madison Heights says pitching is nice, but in the Tigers' case, they need bats, and they need bats fast. Go with Cruz.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it at all. I'm just saying that sometimes you see some talent, and you're like, I can't pass that up. You can always, the free agency is huge, right? We all want bats. We want bats now. The quickest way to do it is spending money. And I know people don't think that Chris Ilitch is going to spend money, even though he spent money a couple of years ago, spent a lot of money a couple of years ago. He's going to have more money come off the books this year in the offseason. They'll have a chance to go out and get some guys.
You know what happened here, people? Gator was surprised and he fell in love with a pitcher. And you really were surprised.
I fell hard. Yeah. I'm with you. I like Dylan Cruz probably better than Langford.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's
most
Cruz,
people do.
If it's Cruz or Skeens, I'm cool with it. If you end up at 3 and it is Langford who's left of the 3, we should all be very happy with that too. Just real nice swings from these guys.
The one thing that is definitely true is you see these college hitters and they look so much more major league ready than the high school guys.
Oh yeah,
so much more major league ready. And they're kind of in a situation here, Gator, where I'm almost like, yeah, it's time to step up and get a guy that's close. Their situation dictates that I really hope it's true that they prefer a college hitter than anything.
We'll see what they do in a couple weeks.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Combining over 75 years of local business with the resources of 560 stores across the country, Builders First Source is the expert in window and door installation, so you can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert installation team. You can find their 2 Metro Detroit locations in Clinton and Shelby Townships at buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. There's a big swing coming from our guy here in Detroit. We'll get to that in a few minutes. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Scott next here on 97.1. Hi, Scott.
Hey, guys. Just had a quick thought. I don't even know if it's possible, being that he's on the 60-day DL, but is all the delay in who we're calling up due to the fact that maybe Austin Meadows is coming back?
Really interesting, because we've talked about Parker Meadows quite a bit, and we're kind of hoping it's Parker Meadows that's coming back.
It'd be too early for Austin Meadows because you have to do some sort of rehab stint, I think, before anything like that happens with him for this current situation. But, I mean, I think the Tigers are hoping that he can come back by the end of the season.
Sure. I think maybe even having Parker come back could be a nice stepping stone for Austin and some familiarity to get back to, who he was beforehand.
Yeah. I mean, there's clearly, if you have a chance to take advantage in some way, use the brothers to your advantage. Look, I think I've kind of figured in Austin Meadows' case, he's just got to get right. And if he never plays baseball again, he never plays baseball again. These are high pressure, high scrutiny jobs. They're difficult. I think Nick Maton failed in the field yesterday because of the pressure and the scrutiny. Where suddenly something that is relatively routine becomes too difficult to accomplish because every time you pick up a ground ball, and in that case, with the game on the line, the pressure's there just to make that throw across the infield, which he could probably make 100 times out of 100. And he just sailed it. And, he knew when you aren't hitting, you damn well better be fielding. And that was the wrong place for the ball finds you, man. The ball finds you so you better be ready. And I guess the reason I'm bringing that up is because I think these are tough jobs. And in Austin Meadows' case, I don't know I'm not going to try and diagnose anything there, but it's when you're on the public stage and having a rough time, I think it can get to you.
Yeah, it can. And obviously Austin Meadows, it's an issue with anxiety and just feeling comfortable again. And he isn't yet. So we'll see how that comes along. Nick Maton probably should have been sent down weeks ago, but because they didn't have enough left-handers on the roster with injuries to Riley Green and Akil Baddoo specifically, and at the time, even Kerry Carpenter, while he was out, they needed somebody, and he was left-handed, and he was in the lineup. And that's why he was there in the middle of the lineup to break up the monotony of all the right-handed hitters they had. And if any of those guys were back earlier, I don't think he'd be hitting there. It may not even be up on the Major League Club. But so it happened yesterday. That was the day they said enough's enough. We'll send you down. We still don't know who they're bringing up. I'm surprised. I mean, it's almost 1:30 on the night of they do have a game in 7 hours here. I would have thought we would have heard something. Instead, there's been speculation. The speculation early was it was going to be Tyler Nevin. He had spent time with the Tigers already this year. Didn't do much, hitting 128 during that time that he was here. But somebody who could play third base, right-handed bat in the lineup while they're facing a bunch of lefties coming up. But we floated out there Parker Meadows, the outfielder who hits left-handed, who also happens to hit left-handed pitching better than he hits right-handed pitching at a decent sample size this year. He's hitting, I think it was 287 against it, or 289 against left-handed pitching. So why not? He can play the outfield. You've got a trio of players that could fill in at third base. Not like Nick Maton should have been your everyday third baseman. You got McKinstry, you got Zach Short, and in a pinch you could use Jonathan Scope. But bringing up Parker Meadows to me makes all the sense. And the fact that it hasn't happened yet tells me that it's maybe not Tyler Nevin.
Okay, Gator. The NHL draft, is that Wednesday? It's Wednesday, right?
Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah. Red Wings are in a unique situation. in that it's been a long time since they've been to the postseason. They have 2 first-round picks at 9 and 17. They got 3 picks in a row in the second round. All within, the top 55, I think it is. And I think they have 3 legitimate options here that 2 of them feel like swing for the fences kind of moves. One is to stand pat at 9 and 17 and just do a normal take your guys at your places kind of draft. 2 is go after Alex DeBrincat from the Ottawa Senators, who they don't have a pick till the 4th round. And, he's a restricted free agent, and you might be able to actually help them replenish their draft picks and go get a guy who's only 25 years old and has had 2 40-goal seasons. And 3, and I was reading Birchie's story about this today.
Yeah.
The Russian kid that's like this mystery man that people say is the best player to come out of Russia since Ovechkin. But nobody's really contacted him. Like he's under contract with the KHL, and
I think the 25 season.
And there hasn't been much discussion between him and NHL teams.
Well, they've tried.
Yes.
But his camp is not responding.
Yes. The question is, does Yzerman, because of his links to the Russian 5, have any in? Because this guy's considered a top talent. And like I said, being compared to Ovechkin, but because there's been a lack of contact, could he drop to Detroit at 9? And would you take a guy that you don't know if you're ever going to see?
Well, you'd have to know. You'd have to know through back channels. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. And I think the Red Wings have plenty of options through back channels. I mean, the fact that Fetisov is so widely respected. Sergei Fedorov is like coach of the year over there, and I think they've got some connections.
We've got connections.
Yeah. Pavel Datsyuk had a wonderful career here, and he's had nothing but great things to say about Detroit. So they've got some connections there. The question is, would he last till 9, which lots of people don't think that would happen because I think Washington picks at 8, and the thought is that he wants to play for Washington, wants to play with Ovechkin, that could be his landing spot. But if you know that you've got a chance at him, yeah, I'd play for Detroit, go get him.
Trade up.
Yep. Trade up. Because if he's this good, absolutely go get. There's a host of Russian players that have been drafted since Alex Ovechkin that have had fantastic NHL careers. If this guy's better than those guys, yeah. I mean, that's instant offense. Go do it. I'm all in favor for moving up in the draft. It seems like this is a pretty deep draft with, I think, the first 5 picks I thought of as being really good players. And, of course, this is the year Red Wings are picking outside that group. Sounds familiar like the Pistons are. Go do it. DeBrincat's interesting because of his pedigree of scoring 40 goals a season with Chicago and, has a 30-goal season with Ottawa. He's diminutive in stature, but he is feisty. Would he fit on a line with Dylan Larkin? I think he absolutely would. And would that be enough to get him back to 40-goal form? He had some really good players he was playing with Chicago. Larkin's a really good player, so maybe that comes back to form. But would the Red Wings want to sign him to a long-term deal, which apparently that would be the issue? That the Red Wings said the reports the Red Wings have interest, I should say, but that Yzerman doesn't want to necessarily give up a 7 or 8 year contract. So does the term come into play here? Would he be willing to sign an extension that would be a 5-year term as opposed to 7 years? I don't know. I mean, that's something you need to weigh out. If you can, then you're going to pull the trigger. But if you can't, then you just have to let it go and move on to the next one.
I think the move here is trade up for Mishkov, the Russian, or trade for DeBrincat. I think Yzerman, I don't think he's feeling pressure, but I think he's feeling opportunity. And you're either getting an established 40-goal scorer who's younger than currently your best player in Dylan Larkin, your best scoring option in Dylan Larkin, or you're getting I just think given the Red Wings connections to Mother Russia, it strikes me, Gator, that this is the organization that can, A, know what he is, and B, know if you can get him, and C, I think he would love to follow in the footsteps of the Russian Five. This is based on absolutely nothing other than him being from Russia.
Right.
But there's the Red Wings don't hold a great allure in the continental United States right now. But I bet they do in Sweden.
They
and
do?
I bet they do in Russia.
I think you might be right. How about this? Be a boss.
Mm-hmm.
Make deals for both. You've got draft capital.
They got cap space for DeBrincat, and I mean, is the Russian kid's pretty young too, right? I mean, he was playing in the KHL.
Yeah.
Gotta look it up. I don't know, man. I don't think standing pat is the play here for Steve Yzerman.
No, and we've talked about this could be a huge offseason for the Red Wings. This would be huge. It'd be a big move to sign DeBrincat. It would be a big move to trade up to get Michkov. I'd love to see it. But I'm saying, how about both? Why not? Get greedy about it. You know, what would it take to, because Yzerman didn't seem like he wanted to move the 9 pick. Would he move the 17 pick and maybe a prospect and some of the either 1 or 2 of the second round picks to get DeBrincat?
Which are in the top 43, by the way.
He
All
could.
3 of them.
He could do a move like that. And some people have thought about Berggren. Would he be a forward that you give up to get DeBrincat in the 17th pick? I mean, if it gets it done, DeBrincat's more productive. And then you still have your 9 pick and you still have other draft capital that you could, throw at some team that's in the top 6 or top 7. And if the Russian hasn't been drafted yet, try to get him.
Got to move up to get him. If you can make that move, I'm in favor of it. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Steve writes in, Yzerman's top priority this summer should be signing Mo Sider. Lock him in for a max 8 years and $69.6 million, the same contract Larkin signed. So Matvei Mishkov is the Russian we were just talking about. He's kind of a mystery man, and there's not real clear evidence as to when he would be available. He's playing in the KHL, and he's smaller, and I think he's 17, but he will be in Nashville.
He's 18.
He's 18?
He'll be 19 in December.
Okay. He will be in Nashville for the
draft.
For the draft. So there is that. So teams can't meet with him and see how serious he is. But even if he is under contract, the Red Wings in the past, have they gotten players out of Russia?
They have.
Through various means?
They have.
I thought those days were over.
This would be a different way to do it. Maybe perhaps a more conventional way, rather than what happened with Fedorov at the Goodwill Games and having him stay and hide him a little bit in Seattle. I think is what happened there. And the Vladimir Konstantinov acquisition was interesting. This would be a little bit more conventional, but yeah, I mean the talent is there. He is little, 5'10". That's not the little part. The 148 weight. That's little. Now, maybe he's heavier now than what he was when these heights and weights were posted. But at 18 years old, you got plenty of room to grow. But that talent doesn't sound like you can deny it too much. I mean, playing in a league with men, he had 20 points in 27 games in the KHL. It's not bad for somebody who's young and small playing against the men.
248-539-9797. With the things going on in that part of the world, will getting the Russian even be possible?
I was thinking that during the break.
Yep.
But the fact that he's here or will be there at the draft,
yep,
I think that says one thing, that perhaps it's not an issue. I mean, the issue is what the KHL wants to do. When do they want to release his contract? How much money will it cost to release the contract? That's the question.
248-539-9797. Will is on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Will?
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
All right.
Hey, I got a question for you. A lot of talks about Philadelphia and Winnipeg with these fire sales. How about the Calgary Flames? New general manager and a player like Elias Lindholm, who's on the last year of his deal. I believe he's already said that he will not be re-signing. As a good player, I mean, 60, 70 points for our second-line center, I think it'd be a real good addition if we can, I don't think it'll be a king's ransom either.
I think you're right. They made an offer, and I haven't seen if he's responded to it. Did he? You said that he did he turn it down? Do you know if he turned it down? Calgary?
Yeah, I believe I saw something. He expressed interest that he wasn't going to re-sign in Calgary.
Okay, I hadn't seen that. I mean,
28 years old. It seems to fit with the timeline that Steve Yzerman's established with Larkin. Hopefully we can still keep number 9, too. I'd love to get the Russian. Unfortunately, I think he's going to go in the top 5.
Well, then to me, it's trading up to get him. But, another Swedish player. And again, where do we have cachet?
We have cachet with the Swedes. And then he's just a year removed from having a 42-goal season. Had 22 last year with 64 points last year. But that's down from his 82 points he had the year prior to that. I think all options are on the board of adding talent to this team. They need to add talent. I'd love to see him add a superstar. Lindholm he's not a superstar, but he's a solid player.
Makes you better.
Yeah, DeBrincat's not a superstar, but he's more than a solid player. Who's the guy from Philadelphia that is being talked about now as well with the Red Wings? Again, solid player, but not a superstar. But they're going to have options.
Feedback coming in. If Maton wasn't a Scott Harris guy, he would have been sent down 2 weeks ago. I mean, it might be true. It might be true. I don't. It's frustrating because yesterday's game it felt like an important game, and it felt like a game that they quite literally threw it away. And, I will argue until the cows come home, Gator, that fans want to move on quicker than almost any organ. Usually people don't end up saying, wow, that was quick.
Right.
Usually it's just the opposite. It's, well, that was about time.
You can get surprised from time to time, but yes, I hear you. The player for Philadelphia Flyers is Travis Konechny, who's coming off a season, played 60 games this past year, had 31 goals and 30 assists, and the Red Wings are rumored to be interested in him. He's 26 years old.
Marlon and White Lake regarding the Tigers in the draft. Why would the Tigers take a catcher? They have Rogers, who could be a good backup, and Dingler in the minor leagues, who's supposedly tearing the ball up. Isn't he a catcher? That would make no sense. I mean, there's redundancy in draft all the time, and a lot of times guys can move positions if necessary. Brian in Monroe says Harris will likely follow the model Theo Epstein used in Chicago. Draft bats with high picks, then sign free agent pitching once the team is ready to win. Jim says it's pretty simple. If Skeens comes to Detroit, he'll have arm problems. If he goes somewhere else, he'll be an all-star.
That's not fair. As far as what Dylan Dingler has done this year, he has spent some time with both Lakeland and Erie, high A ball and double A. He's spent 37 games at double A with 137 at-bats. He's hit 248 during that time with an 839 OPS, though. He's hit for some power with 7 home runs and 31 RBIs in the 37 games. I like to see that. 21 walks during that time looks pretty good, too. Huge on-base percentage, 372.
Here's an interesting one from an unnamed texter. I think there's truth, and I think there's bogus stuff here.
Oh.
This person expressed the opinion, quote, Ottawa won't trade within the division. Steve Yzerman is pragmatic and will not trade any picks in the first 2 rounds. So I do think it's going to be hard to pry off a player from a division rival.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's true. Yzerman will not trade any picks in the first 2 rounds. Do you think that's true?
Nope.
I don't either.
I think he'd be more than willing to wheel and deal for the right players. He knows that he's got to make a move this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Red Wings have to move away from being this team that's, always on the outside looking in and make their move. They were close. It looked close a week before the trade deadline this past season. They were putting some things together, and then it went awry, ironically enough, against Ottawa.
Yep.
So,
and did it ever.
Yeah, it sure did. But they've got a lot of talent that's coming through, and they've got an opportunity to add even more talent, NHL-ready talent, NHL-playing talent, to make this a playoff team this upcoming season.
Yeah, if I had to predict right now, I think one of those 5 picks in the top 43 is getting traded, maybe even 2 if they go after DeBrincat. I don't know what it would take to move up into position to get Mishkov, but how we always talk about sometimes you're in a position where you got to take a chance. Well, the Red Wings keep not winning the lottery.
Right.
And so one way to maybe get value out of your pick is to get the high upside mystery player. And it's a little bit of a risk for sure.
It is. I'm excited to see a full season with Marco Kasper.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the little we saw of him last year because of they wanted to limit his play. God, he looked really good. I mean, he was not afraid to stir things up. And for as young as he is and having that kind of attitude and being able to put the puck on the net, got to like what you see.
Now that you've mentioned him, he likely will be traded in a move to get DeBrincat or Mishkov.
No, he will not.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think he's going to trade him. No, I think there'll be some players traded. I don't think it'll be him.
I think you just cursed it.
What's the matter with you? And why do you want a 2.5-year-old to go to a golf tournament?
It depends on the 2.5-year-old. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Play, practice, and party at 5-Iron Golf, opening in Detroit this July. Downtown's newest sports bar has 13 TrackMan simulators, certified instructors, and a full bar and restaurant. You can join as a founding member and 50% off your first 3 months, a free lesson, and even more. Or you can experience a new way to play on courses like Pebble Beach, with excellent food and drink specials, of course, private event space, and new late night or date night activity. Go to 5irongolf.com to learn more and to tee up good times.
Joe writes in regarding Matvei Mishkov. Writes, Mishkov can't even skate in the NHL or any junior hockey league in North America until his contract in the KHL is up in 2026. I'm not waiting that long for his talent. We need to win now. So that's part of it is can this guy, and that's what makes him potentially available, is a bit of an unknown. I was reading from Birchie's story today that there could be, it's really not set in stone when you can get him. But give me a second.
No, because the contract with the KHL is for the next, I think, 2 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
But you can work out a release if you want to buy him out. I mean, that's happened before.
Yep.
Will the Wings do that? I don't know. Look, you're going to have to jump up to get him.
Yep.
But that's what's intriguing. This whole story is intriguing because his camp has kept him away from NHL teams.
It's been radio silence.
Yeah. Teams want to, hey, we'd like to talk. No. Nobody's talking. So you don't know. I mean, you got to have some great sources, I guess.
Well, here's what I read. Mishkov is widely considered the best prospect out of Russia since Alex Ovechkin. Problem is, there's no telling when Mishkov might arrive in the States and then how much longer it might take him to have an impact, to make an impact in the NHL. So, yeah. I mean, he's going to be at the draft. And let's face it, if any organization in its history has managed to get players out of countries where it didn't seem like they could get them, it's been this one. Is this a smuggle them out the back door, put them in the trunk of a car type of situation? I don't know.
No, it's not that, but it's smuggle him in the car to get a conversation with him and find out where his head's at. Or, you pick up the phone, you talk to Sergei Fedorov or, Slava Fetisov or Igor Larionov and say, hey, when do you guys want to go talk to this kid and see where his head's at, where his camp is at, and when he'd want to play here?
I mean, given the history that we have with Russian players, I think they already know where his head's at. Don't you? Don't you think they would have already figured this out?
I think the Red Wings would have a pretty good idea.
Yeah. And maybe have more insight than other teams.
Yeah. Now, and maybe the report you get back is thanks, but no thanks. He only wants to play for Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Don't waste your time.
Yep.
I don't know. But you got to have some intel on this.
One would imagine. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1. In the meantime, the Pistons did sign an undrafted free agent, Toshan Iwoma, 6'8", out of Princeton, who was kind of a point center at Princeton, went undrafted. He went to the G League Combine, played well enough to then get an NBA Combine invite. People liked him there. Started playing basketball in Newcastle, England at the age of 14. So he's a late bloomer. And you never know sometimes with guys like that, but he will be with the Pistons as an undrafted free agent. Brian Windhorst this morning on ESPN started laundry listing teams that he thought might have a shot at Draymond Green if Draymond doesn't sign back in Golden State, which he expects that he will. But first team he listed was Detroit. So if Golden State, if for some reason they can't work that out, he could end up back here.
Oh, we'll see.
You don't seem very optimistic.
With Draymond?
Yeah.
No. I don't know if I don't even want him anymore.
No.
I think it's gotten to the point where I think that ship sailed a few years ago. I think he's turning into a shell of what he was. Loved him as a player a few years ago, but now technical foul waiting to happen, which means suspension waiting to happen. And I don't think that's the player you want to bring in to this team. You're trying to build something. You're trying to, leadership of Cade Cunningham, and I don't want anything to derail that.
Yeah, I mean, he checks a lot of boxes of what I think this team needs, and they need a veteran. They're obviously going to be a player in free agency. They've obviously got money to spend. It's what's your access to the players that can help you? Will any of them take you seriously? And in Draymond's case, he might be one of the only players that would listen to a 17-win team because he's a native of the state. They might take the call. And I get you, it's not perfect, but when you start looking at realistic options, and I mean, I still think the perfect fit is Cam Johnson, but it's whether or not they can acquire him. They'd have to offer him a ton of money. What was the number you said? 4 years, $100 million?
Yeah. The rumor was that, or the report was that the Nets would be willing to do 4 years, $84 million. So how much past that do you have to go? Would you go 4 and 100? Would you go 4 120? You know, you want to make sure that the offer is going to be big enough where the Nets won't match it.
Yeah. And then, I mean, Cam Johnson, formative years in the league, playing for our head coach. In the meantime, there's this from James L. Edwards. James L. Edwards, who said Asur Thompson and Marcus Sasser were the picks. That's who we thought they were going to get at their first pick in 32.
31, I think.
31, whatever it was.
Yeah. An amazing job by James Edwards. I mean, he just nailed it.
He just nailed it.
Absolutely nailed it. And it wasn't just getting the players right. It was reasoning behind it and just a real good job from him.
So based on that, the 5 free agents he mentioned today, so we should pay attention to what James L. Edwards has to say. Cam Johnson, Harrison Barnes, Austin Reeves, which stunned me, Ish Smith, and Yuta Watanabe. In Austin Reeves' case, there's no way he's getting out of L.A., is there? I would be shocked.
But hey, you never know.
No.
I mean, if players, you don't know if players decide to leave.
Yeah. I mean, I would think that would be a player you would love, but I have no idea that he would leave L.A. I'd be shocked.
See if anything's afoot.
Yeah.
Who's leaving L.A.?
Austin Reeves.
That'd be a bad move.
You think so?
Yeah, he gets to sit there and play with great players. Like, what are you gonna do? Take money and go to some bum ass franchise like us?
Well, let me back up and say that we talk about access to players.
Right.
I was surprised he was on James L. Edwards' list of players that 5 names to watch in free agency.
Money, man.
Yeah, I know.
Pistons are one of 4 teams with legitimate cap space.
Yep.
So his agent will go to him and go, "Hey, man, here's 4 at 80. Lakers are offering you half that." My point would be, from a career standpoint, it would end his career. I mean, you'd come here with a daycare center. Newsflash: without LeBron and AD, life will come at you real quick.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's the NBA is so screwed up. It's depressing. I liked where you guys were at. I'm all in. Let's go get Russian Darkman.
Yeah.
Let's just do it. I choose mystery.
Yep.
I choose both.
Yeah.
I go for sign DeBrincat or trade for DeBrincat and then trade up and get the Russian
kid's name.
Mishkov.
Great.
Matvey Mishkov.
I'm in.
I like Russian Darkman better.
It's a silhouette photo. We don't even know what he looks like. We don't even know what we're getting.
So my point, though,
Fedora
is you literally you keep losing the lottery.
Right.
So how do you win? You win by taking a chance.
I'm in.
Yeah.
You don't have to sell me. I loved it. And I don't care. I'm down. Because we cannot. How long are we going to sit here with this rebuild, which is now entering year 5, and we're going to try to do this with a team of second and third line players? You can't. You have to, at some point, try to hit a home run.
What if we can't get him till 2026?
I'm out.
Yeah.
2026.
Yeah, the KHL contract has to be.
If you had told me 2024, okay, little draft and stash.
Listen, you can always if you can trade up and draft them. That's the first step, right?
Right.
Money talks.
Yeah.
You talk to the Russians and you want to do the buyout.
Well,
you can
here's
do a buyout.
what talked. One of you said the magic words. He's the best Russian since Ovechkin. I go, all right, I'm in.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I mean, if that's what he
Hopefully
is.
he's not Nail Yakupov, and it's something, like this dude can actually skate and play. I'm in, though. Like, they need to do something.
Conventional thinking isn't getting them very far.
No.
And they haven't caught any breaks with the lottery.
Let's get DeBrincat, and let's get Russian Darkman. Both. Let's do it all. I'm in because we're desperate for a winner, man.
Well,
am I crazy? This is what I'm gonna. We're gonna. Today's the anniversary, by the way. You know.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, well, we're gonna do who is the all-time draft bust. Has time healed wounds, or is Darko still number one?
Mm-hmm.
But am I crazy? I'm not ready to give up the ship with the Tigers yet.
No, you're not, Mike. You're not at all. You're not crazy.
Nick Maton lost that game, not the Detroit Tigers.
No, you're right.
There you go.
It was Nick Carl Maton who lost that game. Like, this division's a trash can. Twins have the Braves while we have the Rangers. We're all going to get our ass kicked. July 15th is when I would give up the ship. Is that fair?
So you're giving it
Well, I mean,
a couple more weeks.
Yeah, because
you got 13 games till the All-Star break, I think.
Come on. Can I?
I mean,
our 13 are easier
it's a
than
personal
Minnesota's
question
13.
because it feels like a relationship that isn't going anywhere. But we're
why
hanging
do we
around.
keep reorganizing deck chairs on a sinking boat? Like, what is this
Well,
Bob Nevin or whatever the
they're
hell
gonna
his
add-
name is? Like,
If they get
Tyler, this still hasn't been announced. We don't know who's coming
right,
up.
but it's like they won't bring Justin Henry Malloy up. They won't bring up Parker Meadows.
They may.
That's the juice. Parker Meadows is the juice.
Well, you play Meadows in the outfield, and then McKinstry can moonlight at third, and then
Yep.
Scope can play 1 day a week over there. I don't want to see AAA ball players anymore. Nick Maton blows. Shouldn't be here. He should have never cost him the game. That's where I get annoyed.
I just feel like this team at this point in the season, Parker Meadows might be the best player to call up to begin with. But secondly is it gives them some juice. It's
He's
an
23,
injection of life.
Right? He's not a kid.
You know, a 6'5"
can
guy
run.
who can run.
And he's
He
got,
can field.
and I'm a loser, so I checked what he was doing in the minors, like a 920 OPS.
He's got a
Okay.
15-game hitting streak.
Recently, yes.
Right. So my point is just try. If he stinks, wait for it, send him back down.
Well, here, yeah.
But like, I swear to God, if they bring up this Frank Rizzo, this scrub they signed from Miami, like, come on, man.
Well,
what are we doing?
The other thing to like about Meadows, and I think they're doing a lot of thinking about who they're going to call. They obviously already know, but Meadows hits left-handed pitching, and he's left-handed. Right? So you don't have to take him out of the lineup.
You don't have to.
You got a
sell
bunch of
these
left-handed pitching coming up. I don't care. He hits 289 against lefties this year and 70-something at bats.
Just
let him
feel
go.
like I'm not ready to get. I want to see.
You
where
don't
the
have
people
to.
are at.
Don't let anybody tell you otherwise,
I'm
Mike.
not.
I like
Well,
it, Mike.
The standings will tell me. I mean, if they're like 8
Well,
and a half
I mean,
out, we're done here.
look, that's-
Like, that was a Maton loss yesterday. That was not a Tigers loss.
All right. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with
Russian
respect.
Dark Man.
97.1.
And a good Monday afternoon to everybody. Weather matches the mood, but I have to tell you, I'm not ready to give up the ship. I'm just not. I know Kenny's in shock, and I don't blame Kenny because yesterday wasn't a Tigers loss. It was a Nick Maton loss. Like, I want the standings at the end of the year to have the Tigers with a win-loss record based on 161 games, and then at the bottom of the division with an asterisk, it just says Maton 0-1. And I don't want to, I thought Cookies yesterday went nuts on Maton. I don't need to. I mean, Nick Maton sucks. There's no universe that Nick Maton's any good. Why was he continuing to hit third, hit fifth? Why does he continue to exist? Again, we've talked about it. A.J. Hinch is forced to manage largely 2 roster spots short. Also, is it a bit of Scott Harris wanting to prove that the Soto trade, I win? I don't know, guys. I don't care. He's gone. I have no idea who they're calling up. I don't know why they don't call up Parker Meadows. Kid's 23. He's had a hot month. You could put McKinstry at third for a bit, Scope at third, moonlighting. Who cares in the end? Because I'd rather play a dead guy than Nick Maton. But I want to explain this. I know they lost 2 of 3. I know we made a big thing. Look, if they can take 2 of 3, get this thing down, nibble away. But then I looked at the schedule. You know where the Twins are the next 6 games? At Atlanta, at Baltimore. 2 teams that are a combined 40-something games over 500. And sure, you got the Rangers for 4. But then you get Colorado and, the Angels just scored again. Colorado and Kansas City. May I enter for submission? There is a chance this team could be within 4 games of first place in a week. I am not ready to give up the ship. I am going to set a date here. There's a number and there's a date. 7.5 out and or July 15th. They fall further than 7.5 out, you're dead. You're dead. But you know why I can piece this together? I mean, for one, Scooble's coming back. So whether that replaces Wentz or bullpen day, that's a win. You hope Erod's coming back. That replaces whatever Scooble does. Now, Maton's out of here. So the fact is, a bag of balls would hurt this team less than Nick Maton. But if they can just hang in, why do I have to give up? Are they a bad baseball team? Yeah, they are. Is this a bad division? Yep, it is. But they're 5.5 out. Not 8.5, not 12.5. They don't have a $400 million payroll the way the Mets do. And this weekend, coulda, shoulda, woulda. But I could have put Kenny out there. They would have taken 2 of 3 and think about the tenor of the situation. You'd have been 3.5 games out. Nick, if they miss this division by 2 games, they should send an invoice to Nick Maton. And we'll just leave it at that. But I want to know, am I out of my mind for not giving up the ship? Now, we're going to get to some Lions talk later. We've got the anniversary of the worst draft pick arguably in Detroit history. We'll talk about it at 3. I'm kind of convinced by Kenny we're taking Russian Darkman. We're choosing Mystery Box on Wednesday. It's going to be exciting. We got a lot to do. Oh, and by the way, Rory McIlroy is the most intolerable human in sports. A full potato. But I wanted to open with this. Now, let the record show that both Friday night when Gator was there and Sunday when Kenny was there, this team lost. When no one was there, they won. But Kenny, I know this is your team. And I know you have a very negative mindset right now. David, forget about it. David doesn't even want to partake in baseball discussion. I can't give up the ship knowing Minnesota's going to go out and get their ass kicked this week. And if we can just hold water against Texas, by the grace of God, find a way to win 1 game, 2 would be an out-and-out success. You're going to play 2 of the worst teams in baseball to follow while they go to Baltimore. Why not? Why can't I give myself another week?
Come on.
What happens when Corey Seager puts bullets in your ideas and thoughts and prayers and plans?
That's why I said it.
Because that's what I think is going to happen. I think we'd be lucky to get one game out of that series.
Then fall 8.5 out. We'll all turn the TV off. We'll move on.
And that's kind of where I am to begin this conversation, is I'm already just one step away from jumping off your ship. I'm very close. That Nick Maton error in the 8th, it broke me. I was like, this is what this team is. That is a visual representation of what this team is. You get hopeful at the beginning of the game. Oh, we're winning. You blow the lead. All right, you're at 500 now. Nick Maton throwing error. Awful. It broke me. I'm a Tigers fan who's been broke, and to their credit, they waited until June to do it, the end of June to do it. They didn't just fall completely on their face. Round of applause. But man,
I'll tell you
that
the other
error
one,
broke me.
The other one that kills you, just when people were starting to get a little bit hot under the collar about Torkelson. Boy, oh boy, did he know how to snuff out that fire. He took the extinguisher to it. Was he 2 for 27 with 10 Ks, no homers? Nice week, Torque. Thank you.
It's the great visual of sitting at Comerica Park looking at the scoreboard and seeing the past at bat results.
Center.
Yeah, line out to center, line out to center, line out to right.
But no, I listen, none of it is supposed to make any sense. We all know it's an outer space year. I'm not asking the team to buy. I'm not asking them to sell right now. I think I just want to get to July 15th, and if they're within the 8.5, 7.5, you stick around, and if they're not, you don't. But this week, imagine if Nick Maton didn't exist. You'd be 3.5 out right now. That's not a lie. You would be 3.5 games out of first if Nick Maton was gainfully employed by any team anywhere other than the Detroit Baseball Tigers. You'd be 3.5 out. I cannot let Nick Maton hating our smiles dictate whether I stick around or not. And again, the Twins are on the road against two of the best teams in baseball. All you need to do is play 500 ball over the next 8. You might pick up the 2 games that Nick Maton personally cost you. 248-539-9797. I know. Yes, it's because I do radio. Yes, it's because I'm tired of this team being terrible. Yes, it flies in the face of everything I believe in baseball. I don't care. It's the equivalent of, a particular food item is bad for you and you still do it. You shouldn't drunk text your ex, but you still do it.
You're lactose intolerant, but let me get that cheese.
Double Mott's. Kenny knows it's a bad idea to sleep with someone for lunch meat, but he still did it. That's the Tigers. And I know it's not good for me, but Nick Maton is why we're not 3.5 out.
Nick Maton is also not the reason why you have 43 losses in your 10 games under 500.
Mistakes were made.
I understand what the weekend looked like, and Nick Maton is
the Antichrist
to blame for that. He was not good, okay? But overall, the Tigers just aren't good, and I don't see them collecting wins or even getting 2 out of 3 or it's a 4-game series. Even splitting that series, I don't see it.
I just need 1.
I don't see that. I'm sorry, Mike.
David.
I just don't.
David, anytime they go to Houston, you don't see it. What do? They win.
They have something on Houston. It's weird.
It is weird,
Very
isn't
weird.
It? Look, baseball's a funny, funny game. All I am saying is, at 5.5 out, despite how terrible the record is, look at where the Twins are going. David, factually speaking, if the Twins get swept out of Atlanta and you win once,
I know
you've gained ground. I'm just, David, I'm not ready to call for the life rafts yet. I'm just not. Now, obviously, if they go to Texas and they get bludgeoned, well, then it's you're largely toast.
Correct.
If the Twins do something we don't expect and they get hot against these good teams, you're dead. But can I allow it to happen before I quit?
You can. I'm not.
You're not even giving it a chance.
I don't see the offense. Sorry, I'm not giving it a chance for this upcoming series.
But can I
need
ask
more?
Can I ask this question?
Sure.
And I understand people are going to take this the wrong way. I'm not hammering on
Scotty Harris. But after an offseason and half of an in-season, am I wrong to want more? And what I mean is, why are you reorganizing deck furniture on a sinking boat? I mean, all of the Maitons and the Nevins and these bums. And it's like, all right, you don't want to call up Justin Henry Malloy. Where's Parker Meadows? All right, how about when other guys on other teams fall out of favor? You mean to tell me that you can't replace a negative 1.2 WAR player with someone else's 26th guy? There are ways to get marginally better. No, of course there's not some great find. You have to get lucky. But am I wrong for looking at it, and I do put a little bit of blame on Scott Harris, why do we have to look at some of these people every day?
You're not wrong at all. And I know this guy, I'm going to name a guy that just got traded, played for the Rockies, just got traded to the Angels.
Oh, the Moose.
34-year-old, the Moose got traded. Not great, 270 this year. Not amazing, but that would be better.
What'd they give up?
I think they gave up some middling prospect. In
Right.
that
So,
system.
like, my point would be, if you're actually trying, there are small moves. Now, I'm not endorsing Mike Moustakas, who basically hasn't been good in about 5 years. But I get David's point, guys. Look, Scotty Harris dominated the Joe Jimenez trade. You got Justin Henry Malloy back. You traded a guy you didn't want, and you got a borderline top 50 prospect. Now, it doesn't mean he can play. We'll find out. But that's a win. The Soto thing, Soto's gone to Philly and been terrible. Vierling and Maton together don't make a ball player. But I'm just making a point. I mean, at what point this year did all of you recognize Nick Maton shouldn't be playing every day? It didn't take long. But here's what's funny, and I pulled this up. This just shows you why I can't listen to GMs, because it's a farce. Here is Scott Harris on Nick Maton. He goes, in our jobs, one thing that's helpful is we don't go based on the outcomes we see every night. Well, that's okay, Scotty. In the real world, what you do actually matters. I digress. We get to see the work behind the scenes. Yes, that you don't understand. We get an opportunity to see the adjustments that are being made in the cage. We get to see them work their tail off in the gym. We get to meet with them on some of the adjustments they're making. Specifically with Nick, he's working through it right now. He's adjusting back to what the league is doing to him, and there are some nights you see a lot of progress. Checks notes. Nope, this dude's horse bleep. All right, he's a young hitter. He doesn't have quite the body of work at this level to suggest he's going to be as consistent of a performer as we think he'll be in the future. As long as the work looks good, and as long as he continues to show adjustments, we're going to give him some runway. Do you know when that quote was from? 48 hours ago.
I was hoping it's like a month ago.
Cutscene. They've just dropped Nick Maton off at 75 and told him to walk. Look, just save me on that, okay? I don't want to hear about any of it. Because everybody listening to this show, you're in a results-oriented world. Oh, yeah, that radio show blows, but he tries hard. Said no one ever. Hey, Bob hasn't sold a car in 3 months, but man, you should see him grind. Goodbye. That's why I cannot tolerate GMs when they talk. It just drives me insane. But I want to know where you're at. 248-539-9797. Should I raise the white flag? I'm not ready to. Not at 5.5 out, not with the Twins' upcoming schedule, and not that Nick Maton is not here to punish us any further. You do what you want. 248-539-9797. You spend a third of your life sleeping. That's a hell of a lot of time wasted. How about you get some good rest when you do it? iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or the Serta Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
Well, apparently the ticket text advertisement's effective because we've been inundated with texts. People would rather text than discuss. I get it. But I'm not ready to give up the ship on the Tigers. Nick Maton is the separator between them being 3.5 out and 5.5. Yes, you got Texas for 4. Guess what? Go look at what Minnesota's got this week. 3 at Atlanta, 3 at Baltimore. You think that's great shakes? Team go 1-5 with ease. So I'm not ready to give it up. David, what do you got? What are the people saying?
Someone says, Mike, now is the absolute time to stay on board with the Tigers. Minnesota has some of the toughest games coming up. Our schedule gets a little easier real soon.
Other side of Texas, you get Colorado and Kansas City. Yeah, if we're a week from today and there's 7-8, I get it. But I'm telling you, think about how different the tenor would be if Nick Maton simply didn't exist. Like if Nick Maton wasn't a person, therefore ineligible to play baseball, therefore ineligible to play in the city of Detroit, you're 3.5 out.
Or if Kenny didn't show up to the game on Sunday.
That's not right. It's not on Kenny. By the way, they lost Friday night too.
Well, thanks, Gator.
Exactly.
Mr. Jinx.
Not what I meant to hit. They're right next to each other on the drop board. Forgive me. Guys, you know what I'm saying. It's available on video. They're right next to each other on the drop board.
Wow.
I misfired.
And I'm bad during who said it.
I misfired. Look at the drop board as evidence.
No, he's telling the truth, people.
Damn.
Just past Nick Maton walking south on Telegraph in Woodhaven.
Maton just passed Gov's house down in Luna Pier.
AJ started with a 25-man roster with the corpse of Cabrera. Now it seems he's down to 23 with Baez, and now Maton adding to that pile of
and then add Torkelson this week. You got 22 ball players. I can't blame Now, I blame AJ for where he bats guys. I don't understand why Nick Maton would ever hit higher than 5th in this order. I have no understanding of it. But there it is. And now he's gone. And David, they have not even announced who's been called up, have they?
They have not.
Wouldn't it have to be Parker Meadows? 23. He's got a 900 OPS this month down on the farm. That would allow McKinstry to moonlight at third. You could piecemeal it with Scope at third, which is no great shakes. But again, Maton versus dead guy. I'll take dead guy.
Yeah, I have to imagine it has to be Parker Meadows, and I'm sure we'll get an announcement within the next hour, I would think, right? We'll see. I can no longer commit going to or watching the Tigers game on TV when the owner of the team will not commit to spending money on decent players.
Well, we need to allow this offseason to take place. Now, I understand. They spent poorly because they had an idiot spending in Al Avila. I'll know everything I need to know this offseason. I mean, if Cabrera's contract coming off the books doesn't open this thing up, if Scotty Harris is not allowed to do his job, and again, I want to be very clear when I say it. I'm not asking for a top 5 payroll, not asking for a top 10 payroll. But you got to exist somewhere above the median average in this league. And they're over 50, 60 million off of that. So, show me.
Cleveland has KC a bunch the next 2 weeks. They're the team that has a chance.
And
to
we will deal with the Guardians if and when we've passed the Twins. Just let it be. This is us.
Normally, I would agree because the division is awful and they were a Maton away from winning the series, but Texas is going to put them in the coffin over the next 4 days.
It's very possible. I like that, though. Missed the playoffs by a Maton. That's what it feels like.
So football's a game of inches. The Tigers going to miss because of Maton.
I almost feel we should get a new analytic called Maton adjusted losses.
Yeah, that team, they're 3 Matons behind us. That doesn't even count.
It's real. I mean, but again, people, we're laughing about it. Think about how different the conversation is if Maton doesn't go full Maton and we're 3.5 out today.
Let me get Mike in Livonia, and we'll move on. Get some football in the mix. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Whoa. Mikey, what up, buddy? How's it going? The whole drop had me rolling. It was hilarious. So listen, Mikey, I feel you, man. I'm actually disappointed, but I'm not disappointed for this very same reasons you're disappointed. First of all, we asked for a few things. We asked AJ to step it up and to actually, become the skipper that we think he is. We asked, that basically we turn his team around and have him hit a little bit better, maybe pitch a little bit better this year and contend. And you know what? They're playing, average, above average baseball here and there. But here's my beef. If you're Scott Harris, right, or you're Chris Ilitch, and you've been feeding us crap for the last few years, and then you finally sign, Baez, and then you get us Erod, and it blows up in our face, why are we making a trade or two for like a player? I'm not asking for a superstar, but I'm asking for a player that can come in, hit, do something, maybe ignite to help us contend so that maybe you can have some fans show up to the ballpark and watch this game, and maybe we're contending until the end of the season.
And that's the point. You can simply make small, productive, tactical moves. None of this being a buyer at the deadline stuff. It's clear Scotty Harris has walked in and he started to figure out who he likes and doesn't like, right? If he doesn't like a prospect, then the prospect doesn't belong here. So that opens up an avenue. And if you don't believe me, let's look back to the Avila era. There's an idiot at every poker table. You find him and you see if you can get something. So the only thing is, when David brought up a guy like Mike Moustakas, it's not about the player. It's about anyone but Maton, ABM. Do not start a dead person. Actually, a dead guy would help you more than Maton because Maton is a negative 1.2 WAR player. Dead guy's a flat 0. Because dead guy can't get out of bed. Just facts. You don't need to go to Fangraphs for this type of math. 248-539-9797. Dave, let's get a little football in the mix. Top of the hour. It is a special anniversary in this town. We're going to celebrate it together. Top of the hour, 97.1. Let me tell you about Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville. They moved enough product last year to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they can move that much product. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, you name it. They got you covered. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. What can you get these days for $1.59? Probably Nick Maton. Deck season upon us now. Take advantage of the low prices. Don't wait. Beat the springtime rush. Call them today or stop by. And if you don't have someone to build the deck, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, let's sprinkle some football in the mix. Lots of stuff going on. Hard Knocks announcement, more rumors. Give me some of that subpar music.
Yeah, so I want to get into some worst to first stuff, but let's start with the Hard Knocks announcement that's coming out. Mike Florio is reporting that the Jets will be the Hard Knocks team this season. Of course, they publicly said they didn't want to be assigned there, which means the NFL is forcing them to do it.
I think my question will be, will Aaron Rodgers get more or less screen time than Jared Goff got on last summer's episodes?
He'll get more.
No, Rodgers wants no part of it.
Oh, you're right about that, but
David
he has no choice.
David, will Aaron Rodgers speak into a microphone while they record that show?
No, it'll be footage of him
That's
and other things.
Yeah, in a red jersey. Look, I'm okay with it. I actually was hoping the Lions did it a second time in a row. Reports were they got approached to do it. Yeah, I'm biased. I live in this town. I do radio in this town. But it was interesting.
He might say something, Aaron Rodgers. He loves to be in front of the camera.
Yeah, but not like this.
For the amount of time that crew is there, I don't know. I feel like he's going to rub his hands
to be in
together.
front of the camera when he gets to bloviate about his nonsense. I don't know. But look, Jets, I will find it mildly interesting based on the Aaron Rodgers angle and based on the pressure Robert Saleh is going to be under this season.
I just can't wait to see Zach Wilson looking sad. That'll be amazing.
That poor guy was catching strays on vacation. You
Yes,
read those
he
articles
was.
this weekend?
I did.
Jesus. I mean, I get it. He sucks at football. Can the guy go on vacation and it's sun and fun? Jesus.
Not allowed for
No,
him.
not at all.
Let's talk about some worst to first teams real quickly here. There is a ranking, so we'll start from the bottom to the top. I'm going to pair the worst two together because I don't think they have a chance. On the scale of 1 to 10, they're a 1. They have no shot. It is the Arizona Cardinals and the Houston Texans.
They are DOA.
Have no shot.
Quarterback's dead. There's no way. They are the Detroit Pistons of the league this year.
Houston with a rookie quarterback, there's no way they're doing that.
Disagree.
Disagree.
I can't say no way because may I remind you what division they play in?
Colts have a rookie, but the Jags are there.
Just to be relevant, be in the mix, have a chance. Do the Jags take a step back? Everybody tells them how pretty they are. I get what you're saying, but don't forget, that team, that locker room they had, they still fought for Lovie Smith and tried hard.
You're right about that.
I think Captain Miko is pretty damn solid. David, I'm not saying it's happening. I'm saying you said Michael. I can't say no chance.
So it's not a 1 on a scale of 1 to 10. It would be what, 3?
Me in the middle.
Okay. All right.
But there's a chance.
Let's jump over to the Denver Broncos. Now, they play in the AFC West. Russell Wilson, you expect him to be better with Sean Payton? Scale of 1 to 10, their chance of going from worst to first.
About a 5. I mean, the Chiefs are the Death Star. I don't buy the Chargers. But the Broncos, yeah, I do. I think Russ is in better shape. I think Peyton is obviously a better coach. They got the defense, and it's hard to stay on top forever. Yeah, I'll give you about a 5 out of 10 on that one.
So number 5, the Washington Commanders. Now
That's a flat 0.
Cowboys.
Now you're done.
Eagles, yeah.
The Eagles, to me, are every bit the Chiefs. And unlike the Broncos that we just talked about, what does Washington have that I care about? Secondary stinks. Quarterback play probably takes a step back this year because they're going to Sammy Howell. I'm out. That's a flat 0.
Yeah, when I first looked at the list, I wondered why they had the Commanders above the Broncos on the list. It just didn't make sense to me because they don't have a quarterback. You can't trust Sam Howell there.
Look at that division. Good Lord.
Let's move over to number 4 on this list, and it is the the Cleveland Browns.
David,
I know what you're going to tell me.
If Deshaun Watson is 85% of what he used to be, they got every right to be in the mix in that division. They do. I mean, they've done a good job of beating the Ravens in the past. They've done a good job. They beat the Bengals this year once. David, they got a power running game. They got all defensive talent in the world. Got a coach coaching for his life. Got a quarterback playing for his life. I go 5 out of 10 there.
Okay, then. Wow.
David, what?
Doggies.
Kenny, don't you love this game? He wants me to get on the microphone and go 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
It's the Cleveland Browns.
And you're an idiot Steelers fan. I take nothing you say seriously because you hate them.
Right, Kenny? They're the Cleveland Browns?
I'm more on Mike's side on this one. I'm sorry, David.
Thank you.
This is just you being biased the way you always are biased.
And I think there's a chance that division cannibalizes itself. It's a very competitive division, brings the win total down. Why not?
You're going to love this one.
Okay.
I think you give them a decent shot. Chicago Bears.
Minnesota's a toilet. Packers are dead. I believe in the Lions very strongly. But I will not say the Bears are a zero. They're a non-zero. But it actually, for me, about a 3.5. I don't buy the infrastructure yet. They've only just begun to help Justin Fields.
Correct.
So, lower end, division gives them an opportunity. But again, I'll say it, Kenny, we are winning this division. We are winning our own playoff game.
Let's go.
I'm not discussing alternate realities.
All right, let's move into the top 2 here. At number 2, they have the Atlanta Falcons.
7.
Huh.
That's a 7. Division sucks. I love Arthur Smith. I love the running scheme he's employed that he brought from Tennessee. And if they were able to do it with, Fred Algiers or whatever his name is, they were able to do it with Marcus Mariota, Patterson. Now you got Bijan. You got weapons. They added to the defense. That's a 7 out of 10. That would be one I would bet. Like if I were willing to give the sports book an interest-free loan for 6 months, I would bet Atlanta to win that division at plus odds.
You expect that defense to get better.
Can't get worse.
Yeah, well, you're right about that.
And have you seen Bijan run?
And number 1 on the list, the very team everyone will be watching on Hard Knocks, the New York Jets.
0. Jets are born losers. No shot.
Oh, okay. We talk about bias here.
I did that just for you.
This is exactly what he did with the Browns.
Yeah,
it
no,
doesn't count.
I would put the Jets at about a 5. Realistically, a 5. It's far from impossible, but I think far from confidence. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is what people think he is. He was turned into a game manager the last 2 years in Green Bay. They don't have a great offensive line. In fact, they don't have a good one. So I got an aging QB tripping balls. I got a bad O-line. I got New York scrutiny, which is going to be all over that team. And they're in a division still, despite the Steph Diggs nonsense.
That's what I was going to get to.
Still with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Is there a shot or more of a shot because of what's going on in Buffalo? Buffalo won 13, but could you see them get to 10, 11?
Look, Josh Allen, 32 turnovers the last 2 years. If Josh Allen goes out there and continues to turn the ball over damn near 20 times a year, yes, David. But the Jets, to me, you don't go from being a horrific offense to a great one based on a 40-year-old quarterback. Now, look, they're not insulated with Aaron like Tampa was for Tom. And newsflash, Aaron Rodgers ain't Tom Brady. So, 5 out of 10.
That is your NFL today. Or football today. I'm sorry, what's wrong?
Wow.
So just a quick note before we take a trip down memory lane. We're going to celebrate an anniversary together. Top of the hour. I've got some Lions stuff for you later in the day. But Kenny is checking on something for me because later in the week is the NHL draft. We're going to handle it the same way we handled the Pistons. And we kind of want the same things, which are we don't want them picking at 9 and 17. We want players. But there's a wild story surrounding this draft. And it is this Russian dark man silhouette figure named Matvey Mishkov, and how half the teams can't even get a hold of him. In other years, he'd go number 1. In this year, he should have gone number 2 overall. He's got a contract with the KHL to 25. Nobody can get a hold of this kid. But a couple of teams now it is surfacing here in the last couple hours are going to be granted some meetings with this guy, the Montreal Canadiens being one. I just would be fascinated to know, yes, partially because of the Red Wings' history with Russian players, would the Wings be granted a meeting? Because this kid in mock drafts, words I never thought I'd say, quote, I was looking at NHL mock drafts, close quote. This kid's gone anywhere from 7th, 8th, 10th, 6th. It's all over the board. You know where it isn't? Top 5. Because teams don't even know if he'll play for them. He won't answer their calls. His reps won't answer their calls. And then there's the KHL thing. So I'm having Kenny check to see, has his hero, has his godfather, Steve Yzerman, been granted a meeting with the Wings? Have the Wings even tried?
I only see right now is Montreal and other teams, quote from Frank Saravelli. He hasn't reported
I like how
any
he says
other
Frank
names.
Saravelli, like we know who the F that is.
NHL reporter. The only name he mentioned specifically are the Habs, and that's it.
Well, can he do better?
Do better.
This
It's
is
the news
your
that's
franchise's future.
You're right. I better get on the phone.
And I'm just saying the idea and the interesting business of us taking the Russian mystery man, I dig it for our purposes. I mean, Kenny, what's his skill set? Elite offensive talent. What are some people saying? He's one of the best Russian prospects in 15 years.
I'd rather have a known commodity than
I know you would, and so would I. But we need to play all scenarios because that's what we do on this show.
If we can find a way to get him and still have a productive free agency-wise trade,
we're going to play some D&D.
Yes.
We're going to get Darkman at 9, and then we're going to use 17 plus other stuff to get DeBrincat. There you go.
That's a dream scenario. That's
well,
awesome.
Then why can't we dream? Why can't you dream?
You can dream if you like. Just be prepared that this guy could be a total bust because there's no...
He's Nail Yakupov 2.0?
Yeah, there's no information on the guy.
I don't need it.
Okay, yes, you do.
No,
You're
I don't.
Scouting for a hockey team.
Let's keep it mysterious.
No. I do like the idea of getting both, though. That'd be pretty cool.
What if he comes out on the ice, he's wearing like a mask, he won't reveal his identity, he's just a full silhouette?
Yeah, he's just an outline of a person.
No,
That's
what was
all
the there was a singer and she wouldn't reveal how she looked for like a decade. She'd wear a box on stage.
I never knew how to pronounce that name. SZA or something?
Sia.
Yeah, Sia, thank you.
She used to wear like a box. Kenny, what if this kid played hockey in a box?
That'd be pretty cool.
Come on.
What were the ones like the Grimace football helmets last year? What about that with the googly eyes? Who had those?
Western.
Yeah.
He comes out and his whole face is just the googly eyes emoji. I don't care. But Kenny, look it up because you talk about wanting a first line 40-goal talent. You talk about we got to get stars. Kenny, if they're going to use that pick, who would be a better selection than Mystery Russian Box 3? Come on. Kenny's really not happy with me.
I'm just uncomfortable with the idea of mystery box. That's all. I like the known commodity. If we can get both, terrific.
You're right. You got to be careful about that mystery box.
Congrats, Kenny. You've just made the drop board. Let's go on the board, shall we? Okay, so I would love to tell you to take the Tigers tonight, but I can't. I mean, it's a lot of fun when you get to bet your own team. I can't do it.
I also can't suggest the over based on the fact this thing is sitting at 9.5. I'll leave that to Kenny. If you wanted to play tonight, here it is. They're one of the hottest teams in baseball. They are killing the baseball on offense. They just had an unbelievable series with the Braves. You want to, and again, we are bonded with you to only giving you minimal favorites and a lot of underdogs. So that is the ground rules. We're going to treat this like hockey. Baseball and hockey are very similar in that regard. What about the Reds plus 120 in Baltimore tonight? To me, Reds just had their 12-game win streak snapped. They're playing great ball, and they are crushing it. This Matt McClain kid they have, Ellie De La Cruz, they're killing it. Orioles, well, pitching, not great. You want to get into a slugfest? I wouldn't do it with the Reds right now. Give me the Reds at plus odds, plus 120. Kenny, Mikhail Mishkov to the Wings, plus 450. Lock it up.
Not in your life. But I do like
Mystery Russian.
I have an over for you if you want that instead.
What is it? It can't be the Tigers.
It's the over in the Reds game. Over 10 runs, minus 110. Both starting pitchers are above 5 ERAs.
Their
It's going to
scores
be
against the Braves look like football games.
100%. And I know Camden got a little bit bigger, but still, I mean, come on. Over 10 runs, no problem.
Okay. Now, Hatchet, help me where we're going here. Are you really going to continue this WNBA stuff?
Well, I won on Friday, so
Then
yes.
all right, then now you're 4-2?
Yeah, I am 4-2.
Kenny, we have to allow it, don't we? All right. David, go ahead. People, I'm not responsible for this.
There is only one game tonight, and it is a game I love to play because the Las Vegas Aces are killing it in the WNBA, and they have a young team coming to town, the Indiana Fever, so I'm going minus 14.5 for the Las Vegas Aces.
But what is it in that league with these point spreads?
Well, the
Every
Aces-
game you give, it's 14.5, it's 17, it's 11. What is there, like two good teams in the WNBA?
That's a couple of those games I've chosen the Aces. They are the best team in the league, so their numbers are going to be high unless they're playing against a Liberty, unless they're playing against the Washington Mystics. So that's why those numbers are going to be high.
Okay.
So
Kenny, if you would, in preparation for the draft this week, I would like some odds.
You want odds of players that you will never see, that you can't pronounce the names of?
Mikhail Mishkov.
Yeah, plus 1,700.
What
I don't
about
know.
Bob Fertinelli or whatever his name is?
Fantilli. You know what? This is why you can't have
I
odds.
went to high school with his cousin.
This is why you can't have odds.
Get me odds. Russian Darkman to Wings. Come on. That's on the board. Hour number 2, good to have you with us. If you missed our discussion open the show, it's simple. I'm not ready to give up the ship. Tigers are 5.5 out. Maton adjusted losses, it's 3.5. So you can go back and listen to that. I want to get into today's a bit of an anniversary. And again, I don't know that anyone's opinion will change or should change. But today marks the 20th anniversary to possibly the worst singular draft pick in the history of this town in Darko. Now, whether you still feel that way or not, I don't know. Whether it's, I guess to me, it's one of those things, if you make a list of the worst picks in this town, the further out you get, sometimes perspective changes. So I wanted to have this conversation. I mean, part of it is, look, the Pistons absolutely should have won 2 titles, not 1. And they would have done it with Darko, without him. It didn't matter. They had it. If Darko was any good, would it have changed? Maybe. But he would have had to have been incredibly advanced. The problem? The guys who went 3, 4, 5 were all advanced. With Carmelo, D. Wade, Chris Bosh. All right. But if it's not Darko, what is the singular worst draft pick in this town's history? All-time draft bust. Now, I want to be clear about how I view terming it a bust. I hate when a player simply doesn't live up to where they were taken, but they're still good, and you call them a bust. That I don't like. I think to qualify for the list, you have to be hot garbage. You have to be terrible. A total waste of skin. Awful. Non-functional. Cannot make money playing sports. Bad. So if we go by that, here are some of the names I thought of. Like, let me give you an example. Okay, Joey Harrington is one. You took him in the top 3. He's your quarterback. He simply couldn't play. He was terrible. His teammates hated him. Fans hated him. He had an oddball personality, and once again, couldn't play at all. Was not an NFL starting quarterback caliber player. He was for one day of his life when he came back here with the Dolphins and beat you. But Joey Harrington on that list. Andre Ware on the list. From a football perspective, not life, Andre Ware couldn't read. He had no understanding of an NFL playbook, no understanding of defenses, no understanding of how to recite the language of the plays. He was terrible. They drafted him out of Houston where they flashed up play number 1, 2, 3, or 4. It was like Tecmo Bowl. Andre Ware was a total bust. You know, you'll have some Tiger ones. I mean, maybe the biggest one you go back and look, like I pulled these up, like Matt Wheatland. Took the kid 8th overall in 2000. He never made it above A-ball. A-ball. Total bust. For the Tiger geeks out there, like Kyle Sleeth, another total bust. But is there any way to outdo Darko 20 years later? And second of all, if we're doing okay, Darko's number 1, then who is the second biggest draft bust in the history of this town? 20-year anniversary that you took Darko. Now, where I think it would have changed your fortunes, clearly, is instead of just making the Eastern Conference Finals in continuum and being being fed to LeBron James, the Shark, maybe you get one. Maybe you get another finals appearance. Maybe you win one. I mean, if Darko was a star, yeah, it may have changed just about everything. In many ways, you drafted a dead guy, just like the Celtics with Len Bias. But Darko didn't die. He was just dead functionally for basketball. He was terrible. So I just wonder, all right, is Darko still number 1? And if he is, who's number 2? I mean, Kenny, I did some of these. The Red Wings, it's tough to find because they do such a good job. But like Jakob Kindl, maybe. You got to go back to 1985 with like Brent Fedek. Like they don't have a lot. They don't.
Philip Zadina.
Okay,
that's my most recent example.
And you know what? It's if there were 3 draft busts you would discuss with the Red Wings, it'd be Zadina, Kindle, Fedek. I mean, we were excited Zadina fell to them. We thought we got a steal. He has been a big, fat nothing burger in his life here. Just nothing. Very fair. 248-539-9797. David, I've given some of the names. I don't want to give them all. But I'm interested, okay, is Darko still number 1 in your mind 20 years later? And if he is, who's number 2?
I'm going to be honest. Yes, Darko's number 1. It may not be fair that he's number 1 because he's only number 1 because of what everyone else around him did. And I know at the time I wanted Carmelo. Not a lot of people really were talking that. They wanted Wade or Bosh or stuff like that. So for me, because of what everyone else did, yes, he's number 1 for me. But another guy on the list would be Mike Williams, wide receiver out of USC. And here's why I say Mike Williams, because he was the 3rd receiver taken in consecutive years. After sitting an entire season at USC the year before, he was still selected number 10 overall. He was gone after 2 years.
David, half the teams in the league didn't even have them as he wasn't even a wide receiver to them. He wasn't even on draft boards. That's a great selection. Because he was
took him 10th overall.
He was a total waste, total nothing burger. Out after 2 years. Yeah. Big Mike Williams.
Yeah, 1,700 career yards.
That's crazy.
That's just career yards.
That's nuts.
Calvin got that in what, 1 season?
How many years in the NFL did he have?
He had a total, let me go back to it, I think 4 or 5 seasons.
Wow. That works.
Yeah, 4 seasons.
That works.
Yep.
Now, I'm not going to give all the names. I want to keep it fun, let you guys call in with the suggestion. But it is the 20th anniversary of Darko being drafted today. Is that still the worst draft pick in this city's history? And has your perspective changed on it at all? Not that it should. I'm asking. Now, if Darko's not number 1, who is? But if we accept that he is, who's number 2? David submitting Mike Williams to the table. See, I think Joey Harrington's up there. I mean, how underwhelming can you be as a top 3 quarterback? Joey Harrington is essentially Zach Wilson. Can't play. Can't play.
And he was, remember that billboard that Oregon put up for him in New York?
For the Heisman?
To promote him for the Heisman.
Yeah, but playing in college is one thing.
But that's what I'm saying. But the Lions seem to get enamored with those type of guys. You name Andre Ware, another Heisman guy. They got enamored with those guys, but didn't realize, they can't actually play NFL football.
Now, Kenny, a little bit younger perspective, but the worst draft pick. Now, it's 20 years since Darko. But what if Darko's 1, who's the next worst?
Darko's 1. There was a couple that just came in on the calls. I don't want to spoil them, but
don't stay away from it.
For me, it could be Zadina. That's just me talking out loud.
You're
as a
selfish
hockey
guy. That's your problem.
You're right, but there was so much expectation of him in the hockey community going, how did he fall to us? That's crazy that he fell all the way to us. And Ken Holland's a genius. He picked him up. And then that was maybe was that the last pick that Ken Holland ever made? I think it might have been.
He's absolutely terrible.
He's a 4th liner at best. I mean, and that's fine, but not for pick
not
number.
Fine.
It's not fine for where they took him.
Can I just offer 1 for consideration, if I may? Now, I know it is not going to be number 1, nor should it. And it likely will not win number 2. But I just have to hearken back. The Pistons drafted a man with narcolepsy, and I can't let that go. Walter Sleepy Sharp at 32 overall. You drafted a human being who didn't know whether he'd be awake moment to moment to play professional basketball for you. Walter Sharp never played, never had a career. I understand there are bigger busts, but I will never let that one go. The man had narcolepsy. I'm just throwing that out there.
Right. It's different when you have a guy that, he may not just have the energy or the it thing on the court. No, this guy may not. He may be asleep on the bench.
Just saying.
Awful.
You drafted a player who was asleep or drowsy most of the time. Can't do it. That's it. That's it. I'll let it go. I just had to make mention of it. It's one of my favorite, non-favorite bits in my life in this town. 248-539-9797. Now, let me get some of the people in the mix. 20 years to the day Darko got drafted. If that has been dethroned as the worst pick, who is it? But if it's still number one with a bullet, who is the second worst pick in what we will call the Darko era? Let's go to Jason, 97.1. What's up, Jason? How are you, bud?
Good. How are you? This one's for you, Mike.
Yes.
All you have to do is drive an hour to East Lansing and talk to a few people about Charles Rogers, and clearly you know not to draft the guy.
Correct. Absolutely correct. On all accounts.
And if I can add another thing, I heard the comment earlier about Mike Williams. If you draft a decent receiver at number 2, Mike Williams never gets drafted.
Right. Say like Andre Johnson.
Exactly. My favorite fantasy football player ever.
Yeah. No, I mean, Charles, the worst thing for him was to be close to home. But anyone who was around that program at that time, listen, fabulous college receiver. He had a lot of problems, but quitting on the field was one of them. I wish there was tape of his last game in Happy Valley where he openly just quit. It was like Cam Newton in the Super Bowl. Fumble. Nope, not me, not today. Not happening. You couldn't bring him here, and they did. And the reality is, look, he had the big first game. There was a lot of hope. The injuries derailed him, but he had more problems than that, clearly. 248-539-9797. We're going to get the people. David can get the ticket text rolling. 20 years to the day, Darko descended upon this town. Is it still the worst draft pick in this town's history? And if it's not, who is? But we'll term it the Darko era. 20 years from Darko. Who's number 2? Kenny's going to keep muttering Zadina to himself as he goes to sleep tonight, but it's not. It can't be. Can it? I don't know. He is pretty useless. If you're headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas. The D located in downtown. Tons of action, tons of people. Vegas is absolutely, they're booked out every weekend. Vegas has turned into something else. But book your room at thed.com. You'll get 2 free stadium swim passes located at the new Circa Hotel and Casino, their sister property. And with football season looming, Circa, biggest sports book in America. They've got stadium swim. If you're planning a football trip, maybe it is to see the Raiders, maybe not. Go to check out Vegas, check out thed.com to book your stay today. It's thed.com, the D Las Vegas, your home for sports in Vegas. All right, David Ticketex. We'll get with people in a second. We're trying to have a little fun. It is an anniversary. We're celebrating, not with chocolates and bubbly, but this is 20 years ago today. You took Darko. Now, David's doing the worst thing. He's trying to take credit for an opinion we can't prove that he had.
Oh, you're right.
I said Carmelo. Yeah, well, there's no evidence of that because that even predated your Jazzy Cat days.
Yeah, as a high school senior, I'm sure my opinion of Carmelo.
One senior at Kaz Tech had this opinion. I mean, I'm just saying, 20 years later, is it still the worst pick? Now, if we go Darko era, that would eliminate Harrington. Harrington predates Darko.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
But if Darko is still number one, who's the second worst pick of the era? Go ahead, David.
A lot coming in. Someone says second worst draft pick in Detroit history. Terry Fair, by far.
That is non-Darko era.
Brandon Pettigrew is the worst draft pick from Robert.
You know what's sad about Pettigrew? He's a really good college player. And he was almost like Ben Coates. He was a big construction barrel. He'd catch it and fall over. There was just nothing dynamic about him. So I don't know why you would take that in the first round. But like the Lions had draft busts that ended up doing something with others. Like the biggest one is, how do you draft Reuben Drones in the second round and release him in training camp? But like, look at some of their other second round picks. What was it? Gerald Alexander. Titus Young.
Giovanni Tavai, right?
Yep, another one. I mean, dude, some of their second-round picks were, whoa, buddy. Ryan Broyles.
Oh, yeah,
with
forgot
one
about
knee.
him.
Yeah, they have a lot. Go ahead.
I'm going to include this one for Kenny. John sends this in, says, bad draft pick in Detroit, goalie Jimmy Howard. He was awful.
I disagree with that. I don't think that's...
He wasn't awful. He wasn't the best goalie on the planet Earth.
No.
But he was an every night guy. You could trot him out there and expect a relatively decent result.
I don't know at any point in his career if you could say he's one of the worst 5 to 7 goalies in hockey, could you?
No.
Okay,
No.
So he didn't turn into Vasilevsky. But he had times he was good.
He was a serviceable middling starting goalie that could have played for any team.
Where was he taken? Where in the I figured you had this committed to memory, Kenny. Also,
because I don't consider him a bust immediately. That's why I don't have
why?
it
Listen, you know who else is not going to be a bust?
He was a second round pick.
Yeah, you got to let
can't do that.
Honestly, this guy, he makes it sound like Howard slept with his sister or something. Like, take it easy. Jimmy Howard was a second round pick, and he was a pretty good goalie. He wasn't great. He wasn't Eric Fischel. You want to do some Islander draft busts? Up next, the Lindros not named Eric. I forget what the bum's name was. He was terrible. All right, go ahead.
I forgot there was another one.
Yeah, I think it was Bert or Brett. And then he got concussions, and he never played again. Yeah. And they used a top pick on him.
Nick Fairley was a huge bust, someone said.
That's a good one for me. Now, he had moments. He had some moments. But I always, when we do this, and we're going to go to the phones right now, I still think you have to be drafted in the top 10 to truly qualify for this. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? So here's a guy, Reggie Brown, drafted him in 96, pick 17, ended up breaking his neck in his first year in the NFL.
Yeah, but that's not a bust. You can't call it a bust. The guy got paralyzed.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying. Didn't pan out, though.
All right, hold on. But when you're drafting someone, nowhere in the scouting report does it say spinal cord blowout. Like, that's not...
No, I'm talking in a circumstance of just not, of like, even though, yeah, he wasn't a bust, like, he was a bust technically, but from a skill level, I'm saying would have been a great player if he didn't get injured. I'm just talking about, like,
unfulfilled promise. All right, yeah, and Jim, you understand, like, when I say it, in order to qualify being a bust, I think if the injuries are obviously non-life-threatening or career-ending, and we go, okay, this guy just gets hurt a lot, this guy never panned out, that's different. The guy almost died on a football field. I can't use that word, man. Now, if you want to say unfulfilled promise, something different, I get you. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, I'll admit also Darko is a bust, but back in your the scratchy AM days with your competition when Rico was on that, I was all on board with the black number 88 Mike Williams jersey. I was ready to buy it.
Oh no. Oh no.
But anyway,
oh boy,
I was all about it. But anyway, I'm going to go with Kenny Baugh. You can't even find the guy on Baseball Stats America because he played no major league games. In 5 years in the Tigers organization, he won 20 games at 4 different levels.
What wasn't he drafted out of Rice?
Yes, and he was like the stud, like fireballer.
Yeah, they've got two or three all-time bad ones. I mean, Mike, I brought it up. This Brett Wheatland from 2000, 8th overall,
right.
Never made it past A-ball.
Right, and Kenny Baugh only was in AAA, and he was 12-9 in his best year as a mud hen, and everything else was like independently, we're talking.
But I mean, if you really think about it, like leave Matt Anderson out of it because of the throwing of the octopus incident, and you go Kenny Baugh, Seth Greisinger, Nate Cornejo, Kyle Sleeth, like Wheatland. The Tigers in a 10-year period arguably have 3 or 4 of the biggest pitching busts of the quarter century
ever. Exactly, I'd say definitely. They didn't even get like a nothing. There's nothing to show for that.
No,
as far as pitchers. So.
Now, all right, now, Mike, I'm going to ask you a question since you're a long time.
Sure.
I did not say this guy, but if it doesn't turn around, if we do this show 5 years from now, is Torkelson on the list?
Oh, you mean Mickey Templeton Jr.? Yeah, definitely. with no chaw in his mouth. Literally, I think they're becoming the same number. He's the same number as Templeton. So
I'm just I'm concerned because he gave us this 10-day period where you're like, wow, there's hope. And he follows it up with a 2 for 27 slump, 10 Ks. And you're like, okay, we're right back to it.
Yeah, definitely. So
appreciate it, Mike. Thank you. Dude, David, I'm not putting him on the list. But if it doesn't turn around and you had the number 1 pick in the draft and you drafted a college bat with prodigious power, and this is what we got, well, you'll do the show on the 25th anniversary. Torque would be there.
Oh, he'll be there.
Now, Mize is different based on injury.
Correct. People have put Mize on the text.
I know.
Yeah.
Mize will have a chance to write his own story. The problem for Torque, which isn't a problem, is he plays every day. He's never hurt. He just stinks. Now, there was that 10-day run of glory.
Yeah, but we can't go season after season and only get 10 days.
Hell, what are you kidding me? People are still touching their balls because Riley Green had a good May. The kid's had one good month in his life, and people want to turn Riley Green into Mike Trout. Don't say that people can't do it. Are you kidding me? The minute Torque hit the ball for a week straight, we were getting people calling in.
You're right about that.
How about you have a good year? There's an idea.
And then build off of that year, yeah.
I'm not. David, I can't help it. I refuse to allow Walter Sleepy Sharp to not be on this list.
To your definition, he was not a top 10 pick.
I know, but you drafted a guy with narcolepsy. He's like the dude from The Princess Bride. You can't. I mean, come on. It's unbelievable. I know it doesn't qualify, but it almost has to. Damn it. All right, let's go over to Al, 97.1. Al, how are you?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to say, I have to say, when I look at the draft, I look at who you pick the guy who is taking above.
Okay.
And Jeff Okuda is a bust.
Boy.
Not because on ability, I know he was hurt, but you passed on Tua and arguably the best pro style prospect in Justin Herbert. We could have had our quarterback problem solved already.
You know what, Al? I think it's a good submission because, all right, let's do this, Al. Let's rank it as Lions busts since the Darko pick. No, because if he
sure.
Bigger bust, Okuda or Mike Williams?
I'd say, to be honest with you, Okudah, because you passed on Justin Herbert.
And he was taken 3
Tua.
overall. Okay. Yes. Okudah or David, who else would we put on there? Can't use Charles Rogers. It predates Darko.
No.
Can't use Andre Ware. Predates. Who? I mean, Al may have a point here that if the Lion is going to win the award, would it be Okudah? You took a corner at 3 overall that when he played, he was an embarrassment. And then he was hurt. And then the minute he was healthy, you know what the team did? We don't want you here anymore.
Bye-bye.
Please leave. Al may. All right, so if that's the Lions' submission, you could put it there. I don't think it outdoes Darko. When you look at what the Pistons had an opportunity to do, it's very similar to what the Celtics had in '86 when they took Len Bias. Celtics were a championship-level team, number 1 pick. They take the consensus guy, and Len Bias dies from doing coke like the night after the draft. Darko was largely the consensus number 1 in any other year if LeBron James isn't getting selected.
Correct.
That is the one issue I have with how we've done this revisionary history, where people act like, oh, well, they should have just taken Dwayne Wade. And you're like, no one was saying that. Darko, by all the people at the time, you had this Euro big. He was able to shoot it, post, handles. Everyone would have taken him second. Now, if you happen to have the opinion that you wanted Carmelo Anthony, that's between you and God. But you know the difference is, I don't know if Carmelo would have helped him with the way he played. Because remember, that was a tight-knit group of hard-nosed vets. Carmelo was soft. Carmelo was selfish. Who's Carmelo taking minutes from? What effect would it have had? See, the guy that would have helped them the most in that deal is Wade or Bosh. And Bosh was the most unassuming of the 3.
Yes, correct.
Bosh was a pro. Never bitched and moaned, never cried, and you didn't have to run a bunch of plays for him. Had you taken Bosh, that's the one. Now, D. Wade, here's your problem. That's a ball-dominant player. So now you get to the mix and you go, all right, you take D. Wade. What is it now? What's Chauncey doing out here?
There you go.
It has always been one of these things where I understand they got nothing from the pick. It hurt badly. Very similar to what Bias did to the Celtics. But I never subscribed to, had you taken player X, 5 straight titles. The truth is somewhere in the middle there.
It is somewhere in the middle. It was just they wanted it to be a continuation of what they had. They may not have won the 5 titles,
right?
But they still made it to all those Eastern Conference finals.
I think had you taken one of those guys, do you break through? I could say probably once. We have to remember, LeBron is like nothing we've ever seen since Jordan.
And he was going to take over eventually.
Yeah,
yes.
Right, exactly. As long as he was in the Eastern Conference, I don't know that you were breaking through. I mean, remember, the Celtics put a all-time great team together in 2008. LeBron took the Celtics to Game 7, where I was on my knees praying for a P.J. Brown 18-footer to go in. Or he would have eliminated us. Like, just, that's what you were up against. Which, again, I mean, maybe, I hate saying it because it sucks, but maybe it wouldn't have mattered. I mean, realistically. I don't know. You know what? It doesn't matter. We're talking about, it's the 20th anniversary. I can't believe I just did memory lane.
I love it.
I don't. All right, well, summer's here. Do you wish you weighed less than you do now? John Jansen has lost a ton of weight. He's done it with Ideal U. You could lose 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or anywhere in between by going to idealu.us right now. Again, 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in 30 days. Ideal U is local. They're based right here in Metro Detroit. They've helped thousands of people just like you. And in fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers lose 20 pounds in 40 days. John Jansen is one of their big success stories. You hear him every morning here on the station. Sign up now. Get a $200 Visa gift card. Get that $200 Visa gift card, lose some LBs, get on the right track. Go to idealu.us right now. That's idealu.us. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com, rewind. We opened with Tigers. I am not waving the white flag. Not doing it. We are one Maton-adjusted loss away from being 3.5 out of this thing. Twins go to Atlanta, to Baltimore. Come on. Just stay the course here. Just come on. But I will say, and we talked about it to open, I'd like to see a little something from Scotty Harris here. Now, I don't need a major move. Clearly, that would be a mistake. It would be reprehensible. But there are ways to add veteran players that are 26th best on another roster that are better than dead people. And that's what you've been trotting out with Cabrera and trotting out with Maton. Come on, do better. And I brought it up earlier. Call up Parker Meadows, who's 23. He plays outfield. McKinstry can moonlight at third. Scope can give him a break at third. And at least you have 2 non-dead people. I just can't fathom asking A.J. Hinch to continue managing with 24 guys on a 26-man roster. And it's 23 if Baez is going to be awful. 22 if Tork's doing what he's doing. That's where it's like, Scotty, what are we doing? Recognize you're in a trash division. Make a small effort here. Nothing crazy. David, I'm going to go to the people. 20th anniversary of Darko's selection. You want to riff about that? Fine. You want to tell me who is the second worst draft pick in the Darko era by any team in this town? Wonderful. And again, how different would it have been had they gone a different direction? There's no way to prove or disprove it. But I always thought people made it very convenient that had they selected somebody else, it automatically was going to work. Yes, those players ended up in the Hall of Fame. But at what cost? Who would you have had to get rid of? What would have happened to the very identity of this team? Now, hey, if you took Wade or Bosch, I'm in. Their greatness, I think, would have willed you. If you took Carmelo, I don't think it works. Carmelo couldn't guard a dead man. He was selfish. He was soft. I think that locker room would have ate him up the same way it destroyed Darko, along with other stuff. But that's whatever. Who cares? It's 20 years later. Let's go to Stan, 97.1. Stanley, what's going on, buddy?
All right, good.
What's up, man?
Hey, I got one thing I just wanted to add before I give you my guy. You said Charles Rogers, he was too close to home. He wasn't too close to home. He was just too close to weed.
Amongst other things.
Guy,
yeah, I got you.
My guy is Roy Williams. Bust for the spot he got picked.
Yeah, he was. Good player, not useless. And maybe I'm wrong factoring this in, but Stan, they were able to get a first-round pick from the Cowboys when they traded him. It didn't really hurt them in the grand scheme.
Yeah, but he didn't do what a number 10 pick should do for the team.
Right, but if we're having the conversation of, okay, he got taken 10th, Big Mike Williams got taken 10th. It's non-comparable.
Yeah, well, when you put it that way, you're right.
And again, you're fine to say he was a disappointment. Totally okay. But if we're doing all-time busts in the Darko era, can't do it. David, why are you flipping me off?
I'm not flipping you off. I'm looking at Roy Williams' stats. I don't consider him a bust.
No, he's a good player.
A 1,300-yard year.
Right.
838, 817.
He was a jerk because of the pizza tip.
Yes.
And the Lions would be getting blown out by 21, and he'd be doing that stupid first down crap. But he was a good player.
Yeah, he was not a bust.
And you were able to get a first-round pick shipping him out of town.
I think that factors in. That matters.
I am. I don't know if people are. We'll go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing?
Mr. Valenti, how are you?
Good, brother.
Hey, I got one for you. Speaking of number 10 picks, I'm going to talk about Eric. You better not lay a finger on my Butterfingers Ebron. That year, even if you wanted a wide receiver or a pass catcher, not only did you pass on Aaron Donald, who we obviously all know is very infamous, but you passed on Odell Beckham Jr. too. So even if you wanted an elite pass catcher in that draft, Martin Mayhew was opposed to taking Odell Beckham. He takes Eric Ebron, who promptly comes in here, creates social media accounts, runs his mouth, picks fights with fans, and is shipped out of town and has one good season, one, I guess, average season in Indianapolis and doesn't do a thing while he's here in Detroit.
What draft was Ebron? 2012?
No, that was 14, I believe. It was the Aaron Donald, OBJ.
Because I think you're missing Zach Martin in there. I think you're missing. Hold on, I'm going to pull this up for you right now because this is where we factor in who goes next. Okay, Ebron goes 10. Tell me when you find a player who's not better than Ebron. Ready?
All right. Yes.
Taylor Lewan, Odell Beckham Jr., Aaron Donald, Kyle Fuller, Ryan Shazier, pre-career-ending injury, Zach Martin, C.J. Mosley. You got to go to all the way to pick 18 when the Jets selected Calvin Pryor, who was a total bust, a stiff out of Louisville. That factors in big time to what we're talking about. Because Darko is who he is based on who went after him. Eric Ebron, not only was he useless, not only did he seemingly hate the fans and the fans hated him, but I could have handed you, Mike, a dart and blindfolded you and said, throw it at the board. There's 10 names. Only one was going to get us hurt.
And they picked the one that would get us hurt. And one more point I want to make real quick. In regards to the Darko draft, I think the important point to remember about D. Wade is if they had took Wade, it would have kept him away from the Heat. And isn't there a possibility that Shaq doesn't stay with the Heat? And the loss, I think it was 2007 or 2006 when we lost to the Heat in the conference finals.
It was 06.
There's no Wade on that team, no loss.
Yeah, Mike, it's a great point that by having him, you would have destroyed what they had. The problem is, even if the Heat aren't there, do you overcome LeBron? I'll never be able to answer. Because, all right, let's say you add D. Wade here. That means two guys got to go. Whole identity of the team changes, right?
Yep.
And that's where I've never been able to figure out who it is. Who goes? Hey, you want to argue Chauncey would have gone? Okay. Who else? How would it have altered things? I love D. Wade. Always have. Loved him at Marquette. The guy was dressed like it was 1974. He was playing basketball with elbow pads, knee pads. The only thing he was missing were the sports specs. I mean,
the old stuff that Horace Grant used to wear.
Yeah, that's the only thing he was missing when he was playing at Marquette for Tommy Crean. I mean, I love D. Wade. But yeah, maybe I give too much credit to LeBron. Maybe LeBron just, I really, you have to go back to the other thing, the other thing that really helped them, it helped them because Malice at the Palace destroyed the Pacers. The Pacers were a real problem. And you got them in the playoffs the one year when Jamal Tinsley was on one leg. And then the Garen Sheed and the whole thing. But the Malice at the Palace got another team out of the way.
Yes, it did.
So there were some, I don't know, there's a balancing act with it. It's crazy that it was 20 years ago, though. Crazy. All right, summer's here. People are going up north like crazy. Moran Buick GMC wants to make sure you're all set. They'll get you into a 23 GMC Acadia. You get flexible third-row seating. Makes room for everyone and everything. Moran, stock arriving daily, and you know the drill already. Certified Service Center, MoranExpress.com. They got you covered. You get the appointment, they give you the loaner. You go about your life, do your thing, they'll call you when your vehicle's done. Scheduling's fast and easy at MoranExpress.com. Stop into Moran Buick GMC where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, get back to business in a second. David, you want to do a little NBA fast break here because free agency is going to kick off. I know everyone, including myself, I just want to hear the Pistons' name mentioned somewhere, anywhere, but I do apologize in advance. The production of this leaves a bit to be desired. Christ, every day we do this, I pray it gets better, and it simply doesn't.
You make me not even want to press the button.
It's so bad. Right.
So this is what I did. I came up with a list of free agents, key free agents that will be free agents starting June 30th. That is the negotiating window. And then I'm going to have some trade candidates. And I want to know where you think these guys go.
Hey, real quick, wait. The 30th, isn't that 30th Friday, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sorry.
Yes,
God,
it is.
Wow, we're rolling along. Okay.
So let's start with the number one guy on my list, which is James Harden. Does he go back to Philadelphia? He's flirting with Houston, or he wants to flirt with Houston. Where does he end up?
He can go to hell.
I like
hate
that
him.
answer.
I absolutely loathe his existence. He's a losing ball player.
Yes, he is.
And people are still stuck on the guy from 2018 with Houston. He's not the same player. His first step has eroded to the point of being slightly above average. I'll always question his work ethic, question his conditioning. And what excuse do you have when you're paired with Joel Embiid? They desperately need you. You could have beaten a very vulnerable Celtics team. David, where does he go? Probably Houston, because they are intent on ruining a good rebuild. I just don't understand. Harden and Kyrie are the two players I cannot make a case for any team to bring in. They are born losers.
Yeah, I'm going to include the next two guys together because the answer for them is probably back to their original team, which is Chris Middleton, and you named him Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie, I got no clue. I don't know why Dallas would bring him back. Once he arrived there, they tanked it. I also don't understand the backcourt of Luka Doncic with Kyrie. They're both ball-dominant guards. It doesn't make sense. Middleton, to me, you stay, you know where your bread is buttered. I would stay. Now, your issue is, does Middleton and his team know something we don't? Do you not want to sign on and know that a year from now, Greek Freak says, I've had enough of Middle America? I don't know what he's looking for. I think it's interesting Brook Lopez is leaving. All reports indicate Brook Lopez is leaving.
Correct. I haven't seen not a report say he's going to return to the Bucks.
And hey, it matters. He matters to them. He means more to them than the stat line. But go ahead. I think Middleton goes back. Kyrie, once again, hell.
Next two guys, before we get to some trade candidates, Fred VanVleet, and then a guy that's been named here a lot, Cam Johnson, who is restricted.
Yeah, Cam, in an ideal world, Pistons would get him. I still think you got to go 4 at 120. It's $20 million above, $30 million above market. But he's restricted. Reports are the Nets want him. Mikal Bridges has publicly campaigned for him to stay. If you want to make the Nets say, okay, we can't match, 4 at 120. I think he goes back to Brooklyn, though. Who was the other numbnuts?
It was Fred VanVleet.
What about the Lakers? Isn't there a scenario where they clear the decks? Austin Reeves, bye-bye. VanVleet, LeBron, AD, give it a run. You tell me.
Yeah, I can see them taking a run at him. What's interesting about VanVleet is I saw, Bobby Marks on ESPN saying what Houston could do if they decided not to go after Harden.
Well, see, that's the smart. That's the smart play to me.
Yeah,
VanVleet is a winner. He's a born winner, man. And to me, if you put him in that young backcourt with Jalen Green, I think he could teach him some decent habits. That to me, it's a way better pairing. But that's every reason Houston won't do it, because they're hell-bent on this James Harden stuff.
So let's go through a couple trade candidates here. I'm going to give you a guy. You let me know if they get traded, and if they do, where. First guy, he's been talked about. He's meeting with the team today. It's Damian Lillard.
Miami.
Does it happen?
I'm going to say yes, because they drafted Scoot Henderson and couldn't deliver a veteran to him on draft night. And if you're trading him, he's going to dictate where he goes. And it sounds like Miami is where it would be. Miami would be able to give them a package. They wouldn't want to do this, but they would have to give up Tyler Hero. They'd have to give up one of their gym class hero all-stars. They'd have to give up maybe as many as 3 future first-round picks, but it'll be backdated to 2027, 2029. Portland would be getting ripped off. But by taking Scoot last Thursday night, doesn't it feel like it has to happen?
Yeah, I think it does need to happen, and that buzz, it seems to be getting louder around that situation. Let's go to another guy, Pascal Siakam.
Okay, if Dame doesn't leave Portland, that's one I could see. Is Siakam to Portland? I like Spicy P, man. He's a good player. Now, what would you have to give up? It's the same premise. It's going to be multiple first-round picks involved. You're going to have to give up a young, controllable player. Portland would probably give up Anthony Simons as a part of that deal. Look, if you're Portland at this point in time, it would take someone bowling me over with a deal to trade Dame Lillard. Now, I would shop him, but I'm more inclined to do that type of deal. Bring in a Pascal Siakam. You know, you drafted Scoot. Well, here we go. And you give it a run for the next couple of years.
So the next guy I'm going to mention, I'm only mentioning because I don't really know what this team is going to do. They just traded John Collins to Utah for Rudy Gay and a second-round pick.
Okay.
It's Atlanta, and the guy's name is Trae Young.
Yeah.
What is Atlanta doing, though? They just traded for DeJounte Murray last year.
Everything you hear is they are under strict orders to stay under the luxury tax. The John Collins trade was a big part of that. He's signed for another couple of years. He's plateaued out. He's not getting better. I happen to think a change of scenery will help John Collins. I get why Utah did it. I mean, Rudy Gay is 100 years old. I think John Collins can go there, change of scenery, low-pressure environment, be pretty good. Hell, they were shopping DeAndre Hunter draft night. But no, I don't think they trade Trae Young. I don't. I wish they would. Because he's entering the Kyrie James Harden Hall of Fame.
He seems to be.
He's about to be eating dinner at a corner booth with those two.
And then let's close it out with this name because I love what you said to me before the show about this guy and what every other team in the league should do, and that's DeAndre Ayton.
Oh, listen. Any team that does business with the Phoenix Suns and helps them with their DeAndre Ayton problem should be contracted because you're a collection of brain-dead idiots. The Phoenix Suns don't want him. They made this ridiculous Bradley Beal move. So now, you want to trade me DeAndre Ayton? Good. 3 first-round picks. Oh, wait. You don't have any. Your owner walked in and burned the place down. So you don't have picks. You don't have controllable players to give me. And you want me to give you what exactly? Oh, cheap young rotational people? Yeah, get lost. David, I think with the report saying that the Suns, quote, want to run it back with DeAndre Ayton, tells you that all these other teams told them to kick rocks. I would never help them.
They said, no, thank you. You're stuck. And that
like
is...
Walter White with Jesse Pinkman's girlfriend. He let her choke. Let the Suns choke.
That was a great scene.
It was a horrifying scene. Whew. What a great show. If you haven't watched Breaking Bad, do it.
I think I'm going to rewatch that
It's a tremendous series.
That is your NBA.
It's too intelligent for Kenny to watch, but it's a great series.
That is your NBA Fast Break.
All right, 4 o'clock. Nice to have you with us. Rico, day off today. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We opened with the Tigers. Kenny's upset with me. I'm not giving up. I am not giving in. That was a Nick Maton loss, not a Tigers loss. We should be 3.5 out, not 5.5. Either way, Twins go to Atlanta, to Baltimore. Whatever, man. Keep playing the games. I know you're at Texas. I get it. I'm not giving up yet. But if you want to hear that discussion, we open the show with it. What we're rapping about now, 20 years ago today, the Pistons made one of the worst draft picks maybe ever. I don't think it was their fault. But they drafted Darko 20 years ago today. So we had the discussion, is it still number one on the worst pick in this town? But if it is, who's number two? Some of the suggestions, I'll be honest, David, the compelling point has been made. Jeff Okuda, Mike Williams. We can't use Harrington. It predates it. From a Red Wings perspective, you would enter Philip Zadina. From a Tigers perspective, everyone they've ever taken. I mean, they're the worst drafting team in the league. But in fairness, maybe none of it rises to this. Look, if we're doing this show on the 25th anniversary of Darko, and it doesn't turn around, Spencer Torkelson's going to be on that list. A college bat with tons of power, drafted number 1 overall, and this guy's a negative WAR player. Come on. I mean, Jesus. David, Ticket Text, we'll get back to the people. We have a couple other things I do want to get to today, including maybe the whiniest person in sports.
Someone says Ziggy Ansah.
Disagree. Ansah was very good his first couple of years. He started to have shoulder problems. And I didn't hate the pick. I mean, David, pull up Ziggy's seasons. I don't think he was. Look, if you're going to label somebody a bust, they have to be a useless football player, a useless athlete. Like, how does this guy get paid to play?
Oh, no, he's not a bust. 8 sacks, 7.5, 14.5, 12. Like, no.
Really?
Yeah, no.
He's a good football player. Then his shoulders started barking, and he left town. But you can't label that a bust, man.
No, not at all. Not even close.
I mean, Christ, the guy called up with Reggie Brown. The guy broke his neck. You can't label the man a bust.
I was so confused by that call.
Jesus.
Someone says Laken Tomlinson.
Nah, I was taking 20th. That doesn't. I think you got to be top 10 if you're going to qualify for the list.
Jameson Williams is on his way to being the biggest bust.
While I'm not ready to say that now, if he doesn't come back and hit the ground running, we're on the fast track to where that Ticket Texter is. Because factually speaking, he's got one catch in his life. One. And he's coming back at the midway point of this coming season. He better hit the ground running, or else the B word is going to start to people are going to really move on with that.
Someone says both drafted at number 7, I believe. So Brandon Knight and Killian Hayes should be on that list.
You could probably file any Piston ever drafted. Go look at the Pistons drafts. Now, Brandon Knight, they drafted instead of Kemba Walker. You had KCP instead of, who was it? Was it Donovan Mitchell?
It was Mitchell, I believe, for that.
And then it was Stanley Johnson over Devin Booker.
Correct.
God, can someone take this franchise, please?
I love him so much.
Take this franchise to Las Vegas. Give us an expansion team. We'll start over. We'll just start with a clean sheet of paper.
And this text came through, and I looked it up. It's not a particular name, but it says, I looked up 2003. That might be the worst overall draft year for all Detroit teams. That would be the Darko year. And then 2003 for the Wings, they had a second-round pick. That was Jimmy Howard. And then
that is not a bad pick.
Okay, but then you have the Tigers taking Kyle Sleeth. And then you have the Lions taking Charles Rogers, all in the same year.
Not optimal. The Jimmy Howard stuff, look, it's not that he had to be great or that he was even that good. But when you're a second-round NHL draft pick?
I think people are saying it, and now that I looked it up, people are saying it because that was technically their first pick. They didn't have a first-round pick.
It doesn't matter.
So fans somehow are treating it as their number one pick.
Okay,
That's
good.
not how it works.
I can't wait for Ottawa Senator fans this year to eviscerate their fourth-round selection because they don't have one in the first 3 rounds.
This guy's a bust.
This guy blows. Guy's fourth round. I mean, come on. Kenny, what's going on with Russian Darkman?
I've seen reports of 3 different teams. I've seen the Flyers, I've seen the Columbus Blue Jackets, and I've seen Montreal. I have not seen any Detroit, and I've looked in every honey hole I can find.
What's his name again? Mikhail Mishkov. Guys, you got to look this kid up because the draft this week, this kid was supposed to go number 2. When the mocks all came out, it was Connor Bedard 1, Mishkov 2. This kid is Darkman. He's like a creative player on a video game. It's a silhouette. You don't get a photo.
Player number 99.
Yeah. Like when Belichick would never allow himself to be in Madden. NE, coach. That's this Mishkov kid. His representatives haven't taken calls. Nobody get a hold of this kid. Russian mystery man.
See, my question to you, Kenny, is when I looked it up, maybe I'm wrong or maybe it was wrong, but isn't he represented by Fedorov?
That I don't know.
Huh. Okay.
Come on, Kenny, you're getting scooped by him?
I guess so. David's on top of it. He is hockey elite today.
But my point is, the latest mocks we've seen today have this kid going 8 to Washington. Why is it relevant? Because Kenny and I and any Red Wing fan with a brain has been bitching about we need a first-line, 40-goal caliber person. Well, this kid in any other year probably goes number 1. This kid, from an ability standpoint, high-level, elite offensive prospect. The problem? A, may not own a phone. B, plays in the KHL and is signed through 25. And C, you don't know what you're getting. But teams are now being granted meetings. I'd like to see the Wings be one of them. And Kenny's all upset with me. Can't do it. I want safe. Kenny has basically cowered in the corner like a dog that has been scolded.
All right. Now listen here.
Put my food bowl back.
No, I'm saying if it's between trading draft assets to move up to get him or trading for a known commodity, then I'm going with the known commodity.
But we offered you the real scenario. It's the D&D. You're getting Russian Darkman at 9, and you're getting DeBrincat by using pick 17 in assets. D&D.
If we can get the D&D, then yes, I'm in. All right?
Come on.
I'm on board that plan. I just don't want it to be one or the other.
Okay. Now, find out if Stevie is meeting with him in secret.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Why?
Because I haven't seen anything. I've looked at all the beat writers.
Russians love Detroit. They love the Red Wings.
They used to.
Just work with me.
Yeah, I am correct. His agent is Sergei Fedorov.
Well, I mean, come on. Kenny.
Wow. How are we not getting the interview?
Kenny.
Maybe there's some behind closed doors dealings. Stevie operates in silence.
I do radio. That doesn't help me. We need Steve. Get him with number 91 out on the town having dinner. Let's get interesting. Come on. Kenny, you can't even name the guys they're taking.
Do you want me to lie to you and tell you that there's tons of interest coming from the Red Wings camp?
Yes.
You got it, man. They're all over this. They're all over it.
If our news can lie to us, why can't we? Why can't we? Christ, it's a stupid hockey rumor. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. Donovan's up next. 97.1. Donovan, what's going on, buddy?
Yo, what's up, fellas?
How are you?
All right, so I'm good. So before I say my buzz, these are my qualifications, and I know you have yours, and my two guys fall outside of it, but any guy that was drafted in the first round, and also any guy that when he left Detroit, no other team wanted him. So my first guy is Sekou Doumbouya.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
The NBA at 21. Yeah, that was terrible. That was a terrible pick. There was a bunch of wings you could have picked over Sekou. And, yeah, the second guy was pre-Darko, but he was a top 10 pick, and that's Rodney White. I think he played 4 years as well, out the league at 24.
Rodney White of UNC Charlotte acclaim. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny, Donovan? You could put the Tigers and the Pistons into a lottery machine. And every draft pick you basically take out of it is going to be a bum. Like two of the worst
100%.
drafting teams on the planet.
And don't forget Austin Day as well.
Well, and I'm not letting Walter Sleepy Sharp go. I can't. You drafted a man with narcolepsy. Can't do it.
All right, fellas. Thanks for having
Donovan.
me.
You got it. Dude, Rodney White. That's a blast from
That's
the
a great
past
one.
right there. 248-539-9797. Kenny, Mishkov update coming up next. David Femininio, we've told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, when you get David for your case, you get communication, get the best legal team in the state. And when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. If you're injured or you know someone who is, tell him to get David. Call 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. Well, people, leave it to an Italian guy from New York who doesn't really love hockey to be the one to bring you the news you can use. Kenny, step aside. So I am fascinated. We're going to get to the calls in a second, but let's button this up. I am fascinated by this Matvei Mishkov character and the draft coming up here this week. So I went where I always go for my hockey news, the Baltimore Sun. But let me read this for the people who have no idea who the hell this kid is and possibly don't care. Work with me. Baltimore Sun. The gifted playmaking winger is probably the best Russian hockey prospect in a decade and maybe longer, going back to Ovechkin and Malkin in 05. His highlight reel is full of shifty stick work, nifty moves, and shots that leave goaltenders helpless. Aroused yet, Kenny? Still, he's no lock to go in the top 5. Remember I said every mock that came out when we did our Bedard Mania, this kid was number 2. Not the case anymore. But listen to this paragraph and tell me if you have a problem with this. Because then I'm going to give you the answer, because I have your scoop. The reasons range from the 18-year-old Mishkov being under contract in the KHL for 3 more years to the war in Ukraine, which has led Russia from being banned in international tournaments, countries imposing travel restrictions, and scouts getting fewer opportunities to see him in person. Some of the same questions apply to other prospects that we don't care about. Keep moving. Veteran executive Doug Armstrong likened the situation to the Cold War, when it was harder to evaluate talent in the old Soviet Union. This is Doug Armstrong's quote. He says, "This year is different." GM of the Blues, who have the 10th pick. It's the live views and also the meetings. It's getting to talk to people around him. It's been shut down. We're relying heavily on our scout from that area and contacts, but a lot of it is secondhand. Baltimore Sun says, while political climate has shifted, the debate over drafting Russian hockey players is familiar. They cite the Red Wings, who became a powerhouse with the Russian 5, yada, yada, yada. Mishkov, unlikely to experience a similar fall. It's hard to see him getting past Washington at 8. You're picking 9th. Kenny, we can move up and get the man of mystery. But here's my question. That previous 2 paragraphs, should any of what I read to you be a concern? Should the war in Ukraine be a concern?
I don't think so. If he's talking to teams now, I don't think that should be a concern.
So should the political climate be a concern?
Not particularly. There's Russian players in the league that are
right.
dealing with this right now.
Again, this gets back to, it's not like you're rocking a profile pic with old Poots.
Right.
Okay, which a certain somebody else did at one point, right?
I actually think the war should be a factor because they couldn't go see him play.
Okay, but hold on. You have scouts for a reason. You have the tapes. What Doug Armstrong is saying is, well, it's about live views. I'm not saying one way or the other what is right and what is wrong. I'm saying I'm the guy who I will draft Satan and drill holes into the helmet so the horns can go through if he could score 40 goals. I don't care. No, I'll even cut a hole in the ass of the pants for his tail to come out. I don't care. It doesn't matter. My main concern would be ice preservation because he's Satan. He runs hot. Can't have the Zamboni out there every break. I don't care. I want to win.
So moving up 1 spot is not unrealistic. If that's where he ends up falling,
okay,
I don't have a problem with that. But I would just also like to apologize for not looking at the Baltimore Sun for my hockey news.
It's okay.
That's my bad.
Now, I have an Yzerman quote on whether he would shy away from taking any of the Russian players. Quote, "We just watch, and if we like the player, regardless of the country he lives in, he's what we want. We're going to pick him." Dark man, go get him.
Yeah, that's a very maybe yes, maybe no from Steve Yzerman, like most of his quotes. But
well, you know what?
If he likes him good enough and he wants to move up from it, I'll trust the call.
Fedorov's his agent.
That's not true.
David lied to me.
I found something else that said something else.
David
I don't know what to believe.
David no longer hockey elite.
He was hockey elite for almost a whole segment.
Who had a longer run? The Wings is a playoff team for 18 hours. David is hockey elite for 6 minutes.
The tag got taken away so fast.
Gone. Your credential, lanyard, gone. Look, I'm making a point. We screamed about Troy Weaver. And Kenny, I know you don't like it, but no one's going to stand and applaud when they take Bert Ferdinelli or whatever his name is at 9. We need a star. If Mishkov truly is the best Russian prospect in over a decade, and this kid's going to experience a fall because teams want to get involved in politics, isn't it incumbent on Steve Yzerman to be bold, to tune out the noise and to do what's best for the team. Come on.
No, I would, if Steve feels that strongly about it, then yeah, absolutely.
Do you feel that strongly about
Not particularly.
Come on. Why?
Because there's the reason that we're calling him the mystery man is because he's exactly that. We don't know as much about him as
I
we
don't
could.
need to.
Okay. That's important when you're scouting a top 10 pick. I would like for them to not draft somebody we call the mystery man.
Send him out there like that dude who used to wear a pumpkin riding a horse. What was that guy? The Halloween character. They put a pumpkin on his head. I don't care. I don't have to ever talk to him. I don't have to listen to him. I don't even have to know if he's a real person. Just play.
Just like for Steve Yzerman to talk to him, have that little, interview with the guy before. Blindfold. Here we go. Michkov.
I'm just making a point. I'm disappointed the Wings, as of yet, are not one of the teams meeting with him. Kenny, I'm just saying, don't expect me to treat Troy Weaver one way and Yzerman another. It's year 5 of the build.
I would like to read the report that he's meeting with him. I agree with you.
Okay, that's all I ask. Now, you meet with him. He's a bleep hole. Sure. We're good. We're out.
Maybe there's no report because Steve isn't doing his job. And he just refuses to meet with the guy.
Kenny's gonna slap you. I'm just telling you.
Is this former hockey elite David telling me what I should believe? I don't think so.
But wait, Gary Thorne's his agent. David's done for the day with his hockey reporting. I'd like to apologize to everybody. Let's go to Richie, 97.1. Richie, what's going on, bud?
Hey, fellas, how are we doing today?
Good, man.
Nice to the draft boss. So this guy here.
We're going to put Richie on hold because his phone sounds terrible. Rick, see Daisy, we'll go to Rick, 97.1. Hi, Rick.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Good,
That
Rick.
was my phone for sure.
No, you're good, man. What's up?
I'm wondering, okay, your qualifications for a bust. I want to agree with it, and I kind of agree with it on the Darko thing. The only reason why I'm not full bore on it is Darko actually had a productive career. I mean, he didn't win anything. He didn't do nothing spectacular. But when I think of a bust, I'm looking at what the one guy he called, I think 2 callers ago, he said Austin Day. For me, it was Austin Day. And then I feel like anybody that Stan Van Gundy drafted, feels like a bust based on where he picked them and considering who was available for him at the end of the day.
Austin Day. How about, I'll tell you what, you want an all-timer too, and I know it doesn't quite qualify because he was outside the top 10, but 16th overall. How about Henry Ellenson? What an absolute awful. Guy was out of the league in 4 years.
They were comparing him to that guy that played at West Virginia. I think his name was Pittsnoggle.
Kevin Pittsnoggle. All right.
They thought he was.
If you had a Pittsnoggle, on the bingo card today, you win. Hey, wait a minute, Pittsnoggle, wasn't Masula teammates with Pittsnoggle?
I believe he was.
Celtics coach?
Yeah.
God, we are getting old, David. Also up next, he claims that Cinderella is Michkov's agent. I just read a player comp for Michkov, Kenny. Nikita Kucherov.
All right. Cool.
Come on.
We got the next Nikita Kucherov. Bring him over.
Hey, hold on. People, here's the thing. I have no issue if you want to call in about this. I can do one segment of this. But you know what I'm going to tell you right here, right now, David? This man is acting like a coward. This is a man who has pounded his fist on the table. I want a bold offseason. I want risk-taking. And now they have an opportunity, potentially, to get a very unique prospect, a very high upside guy. And you know what Kenny's doing? I'd like a safer idea.
I'm not advocating for risk-taking for the sake of risk-taking.
You want to take Bobby Ferdinelli.
You read one good report about a kid and you're like, mystery man, done. Sign me up.
Done.
I think that a little irresponsible.
None. No. Irresponsible is being in year 5 of a rebuild and not getting us a playoff team.
There's a lot of things going on with this guy. There's a conspiracy because his father was killed. There's a conspiracy that the Russian government killed him, and that's contributing to the confusion in the draft.
Okay, that's tragic and has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
If he can score 40 goals, I'm all about it. But, it is mystery man. You said it before. I'm just out on the idea of
Kenny, what business are we in?
The interesting business. We don't draft running backs. I'm sorry. Wrong thing. Got my wires crossed there.
No, I'm just making a point. We bring in this kid at 9. We trade 17 in assets for DeBrincat. How are you upset? How?
I'm not upset, but I just don't want it to be one or the other. That's my only point. Because I need that big splashy move. That's all.
All right. Thank you. Shout out Baltimore Sun. Great intrepid reporting on hockey. You spend a third of your life sleeping. Stuck in traffic is also a good guess. You waste a lot of time. Get some good rest. The iComfort Eco by Serta, supportive and designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. You can check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, been so for over 110 years. Guys, go to Serta.com, find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we're going to get to the phones here in a second, get you to an NFL Blitz as well. I'm Kenny. Ken, I got to tell you. Team Mishkov, I'm in. 6 highlights in, sold.
Wow, that's a hell of a scouting report.
So,
I saw 6 highlights. Sign me up.
I've seen what I need to see. Big fist pump guy. Big fist pump celebration guy. Tiger at the Masters style celebrations. That's a winner.
How was his puck handling? I don't know, man, but that fist pump.
No, in all seriousness, I mean, dude's a sniper, playmaker. He scored from every angle. Plus, lacrosse goal, Kenny.
Very practical and often used in the NHL.
He did the oop-de-doo.
Wow.
I don't care. My point to you is, if you have a chance to swing for the fences, if Steve, hey, I'm with you. I hope he trades both picks and lands us a super-duper star. But, Kenny, if this kid truly is the best Russian player in 15 years, and he's falling because of factors that have nothing to do with hockey, you know what? You hired Yzerman to be bold. And I'm glad Steve's running the team and not you, because you're hiding in the corner right now.
Well, if he has a good grade on the guy, yes, be bold, do it. I don't care. I just don't want it to be one of the other.
Ferdinand 9 overall.
No, I just don't want it to be one or the other.
David, I'm all in. We're taking Mishkov. David, what do you got?
Mike is scaring me on Darko Day, wanting to draft a guy he calls Dark Man that nobody has seen play.
It's the silhouette. He doesn't even have a picture. You go to the team website, nothing.
So it sounds like he could be the next Datsuk for us. I'm all in on Dark Man.
I'm just making a point. No other player you take at 9 has the upside of this kid. So other teams are going to pass on him because of the war in Ukraine or because, we couldn't scout him in person? Who cares? Honestly, 75% of these players are going to suck anyways. Roll the dice. We got a war chest.
Just take Dark Man to the Motown Museum. He'll for sure pick Detroit then. That's Max. Oh, man.
Oh, hold on a second. David, I found what team he plays for. I told you the jerseys are turquoise with this prowling Detroit Lions logo. It's Sochi, where the Olympics were. He's right on the beach. He's going to love Detroit. We're near water. Let's do this.
We're right near water.
It'll be okay. It's just tell him it's just like home.
Just take him to Belle Isle. He'll understand everything.
It's like a bad timeshare sales pitch. You show him a picture of a beach and it's highly edited with the Rensen behind it.
This is the Detroit River.
Look. Go ahead, David.
Someone says, David being hockey elite is the funniest thing I've ever heard all day. Kenny is slipping at work. And then the next person says, David is the worst.
David being a part of the hockey elite, 6 minutes total.
Oh, man, Mishkov is good. But if the top 5 could go number 1 the last few years, then it puts guys who normally are 2 to 10 to 6
right,
to 16.
but we're presuming the top 3 or 4 guys are not falling. They're going. So if you're at 9 and this kid's mocking at 7 or 8, okay, if Steve doesn't or isn't able to move that pick, get a package together, get to 6, take a swing. What on earth? What did we hire him for? We have a team full of second-line players. Great. Now, Mo Seider, clearly, top pairing defenseman, one of the best young defensemen in the sport. Bully for you. We're talking offensively, we have largely nothing. Or as our friend Mishkov would say, niet. Come on.
Is that what he would say? We're not talking to him.
I don't know. I'll call him. We'll work this out. Let's go to the people. Let's go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, what's going on?
Not much. How are you guys?
Excellent.
Good. Kenny, you got to have your Hockey Elite card revoked here. Mishkov is the real deal here. 2 years ago, there was reports about him and Bedard being the next Ovechkin and Crosby duo. Now, last year over the summer in an exhibition, he broke his leg with a leg-on-leg hit. So coming off of a leg injury, he still scores 40 goals in the KHL. He's the real deal, and he will be.
So let me ask you the question, Justin. If Mishkov falls to 6, which, boy, it sounds like he might, what would be wrong leveraging some of their assets and taking a swing here in year 5?
No, books open outside of Sider and Cosa.
There it is. I mean, Costa can't be traded. That's my Italian goalie, isn't it?
I don't think he's Italian, actually.
I'm going with it. Leave me alone.
Or Nation.
Doesn't matter. No, but Justin, you're where I'm at. I just thought Kenny was better than this. I thought Kenny was bolder than
What
this.
have I said to the contrary of any of this? I said he's probably going to be pretty good. I said that we should, if we can do that and a big splash via trade, then yeah, do both. Just not one or the other. I think he's going to be an excellent hockey player, possibly.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
Oh, no.
Boy, oh boy.
You're treating him like he's a lock. Nobody's a lock.
Lock.
They thought Lafreniere was a lock to be the next big thing. He's not.
He's French. There's a difference.
Okay, you're right.
Only one lock here is David has first ballot Hockey Elite Hall of Fame.
That's it. That's it. He's going in with Stan Fischler and Jiggs McDonald. First ballot.
Thanks, guys.
You got it, Justin. Hey, Kenny, listen. We'll talk more about it as the week goes along, but you need to warm up to this idea. Because here's the thing. Outside of just going on the air and screaming, trade the pick, there's nothing else you can do. Don't you dare come on the air. We're going to do a Kenny Cott draft blitz. I can't wait for him to sell you, oh, this is Pete Fennelwood. Like, who the hell wants this guy? Come on.
I never said anything bad about the kid, but don't tell me that you're going to be thrilled if they do that and that's the move.
And you know what's really disgraceful about it, David? He told me he was distant relatives with Mikhail Gorbachev. Now he comes on the air, he doesn't want to draft a Russian guy. Remarkable. Let's go to Joey, 97.1. Joey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mikey, man.
Good.
You guys are funny. I've been real quick. If I can switch as far as Mitch Capiano, you know what? If you got a package 9 and 17, you got to take him. It is what it is, you know. But I'll go back to Darko real quick. Every mother knew, no matter who. I don't care if it was Miami, Toronto at 4 back then in 03, they were going to draft Darko. Okay, so. Basically, that's who the pick was going to be. He hit 32 out of 32 3-pointers. They thought he was going to be the next Dirk Nowitzki.
Yep.
It didn't work out. But at the same time, you got to remember, I don't care if it was Detroit, Miami, Toronto, they were going to take him. So when I hear Larry Brown on a podcast saying, oh, well, we thought we were drafting Carmelo. You know what, Larry? Listen, dude. You know what? You got the foot in the grave, dude.
Oh.
Stop. Because that was BS, okay? Everybody knew that was BS, okay?
Whoa, Joey has fallen down the stairs. All right,
maybe you should have made that foot in the grave.
Whoa, yeah, Larry Brown with a pickaxe in the library. Oh my. All right. Well, let's transition to something we all agree on. Old Nation Brewing. People say Boreal Lager incorrectly. It's a disgrace. It is moving quick. It is one of their new releases. The M43, the Fritz Lager. And yes, I know, I feel like this happened to me last week when I was telling you about this. I know it doesn't look like summer out, but it is summer and it is shandy season. They're going to sell out. I talked to the guys from Old Nation. They were coming through the station last week. They're almost out now. So get your shandy before it's gone, especially 4th of July weekend coming up. Whatever you do it responsibly. Don't be a ding-dong. It's the best shandy on the market. And Old Nation makes some of the best beers in America. Check it out, oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly. 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us here on a Monday. Rico with the day off. Be back tomorrow. We've covered a lot of ground. You missed anything? Odyssey.com rewind. We have given you the 20-year anniversary of Darko being drafted 20 years ago today. Does it still resonate? Is it still the worst one of all time? And then really, what would be the second worst in the Darko time period? So you can go get that. We did a little Tigers. We're about to get back into that. And I'm not letting this Mishkov thing go. This NHL draft, we have one mission. It is to draft the best Russian prospect since Ovechkin. That's it. It's got to happen. Kenny, we will delve into it as the days go along. What is it, Wednesday night? Okay. Kenny, think over what I said, because it's going to be a bit on this show. Nothing would be bolder. Nothing would be more impactful. No team is better positioned to do it than the Red Wings. I'm going to get you Dark Man from Russia, right? The mystery man. And I'm going to get you DeBrincat. What's the problem?
If you can deliver that to me, there is no problem.
Okay.
I'm on board.
So here's what I wanted to bring up. I want to bring up the Detroit Tigers for a minute, because that was not a Tiger loss yesterday. That was a Nick Maton loss. Season's going to end. You'll see the Tigers with a record based on 161 games, not 162. And at the bottom, you're going to see with an asterisk, Nick Maton, 0-1. The conversation would be so different if Nick Maton didn't exist, right? Like if Nick Maton just played baseball anywhere else globally but here yesterday, this team wins. And we're 3.5 games out of first place. Think about on your drive home, which, yikes, the weather. Think about on your drive home how the discourse is different, 3.5 out, versus the way Kenny walked into work today with me at 5.5 out. And it's for that reason I'm not giving up the ship. This division is a garbage can. Nick Maton is now in that garbage can and out of here. Who did they bring up, David? Did you get word? Say Parker Meadows or I'm leaving.
I have not gotten word yet.
Super.
Don't see it.
So here's what I looked at. We talked last week. We're on a week-to-week deal. Do you know who the Twins have this week? In Atlanta, in Baltimore. Guys, they could go winless. Sure, you got Texas, but then you get Colorado and KC. I'm not quitting. You're getting Skubal back. You're getting Erod back. That sure beats the Wentz/bullpen days, right? Nick Maton's done killing this team. So it brings me to this question. I want to know if you can understand what I'm saying and if you agree with it. I'm not pressuring Scotty Harris. I can't. He inherited a mess. But I think this division being historically inept has to alter how you do things. Now, I'll say this for the people in the back, because I don't want to get phone calls of people bitching and moaning. No one is saying be buyers at the deadline and trade critical prospects. Stop. No one is saying that. But you know what frustrates me? That in the midst of being 5.5 games out, should be 3.5. Scotty Harris has allowed people like Nick Maton to be here. Scotty Harris has asked A.J. Hinch to manage with 23 people on a 26-man roster, 24 people. The dead body Cabrera routine. Torkelson's a nothing. Baez mostly nothing. Maton, horrific. There are small moves you can make, but here's the problem. Harris seemingly will not call up any of the kids that matter. And he seemingly will not make even the smallest move. You know, David brought up an example earlier, and it's not that I want this player. It's not that I'm endorsing him coming here, but it's the style of move you can make so that you don't have to play a dead person at third base. Colorado traded Mike Moustakas to the Angels. Don't want the Moose. Don't want the contract. I'm making a point. Go get someone else's trash. It can be your treasure. Go, I got bad news for you. Other teams' 25th and 26th best players are better than what you have. Specific to certain portions of the field, like wherever Nick Maton planted his feet. See, that's where I'm a little annoyed. Scotty Harris had all offseason. Get it. No payroll increase. Got to see what's going on. I hate my farm system. Noted. But you're halfway through this year. Why am I still looking at some of these ball players? Now, you want to tell me Colton Keith needs more time? Fine. You want to tell me that Justin Henry Malloy hit the skids in the minors? Fine. He also doesn't play third anymore. They only tried it a couple of times. To my knowledge, he hasn't been back at third in a bit. But, how do you explain not calling up Parker Meadows? 23 years old. It's now or never, kid. Over a 900 OPS the last month. How do you not call up Meadows weeks ago? Send Maton to the moon, and you play McKinstry and Scope at third. How?
Well, we have a move announced. Kobe Stavenhagen has announced or is tweeting out that the move is Nevin. Tyler Nevin. It will be officially announced later this afternoon.
And you know what? Right here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You could combine every Nevin in the family. You wouldn't have a ball player. Why do we keep organizing the deck chairs on the Titanic? Why? These players are nothing. What does Parker Meadows have to do to get called up? And you just Band-Aid third base. What am I missing? Much less Scotty Harris wakes up knowing they should be 3.5 games out of first. You can't go acquire a middling veteran who's at least not a negative WAR player. Because here's the dirty secret, guys. Scotty Harris has already identified the prospects he likes and doesn't like within the system. So, yeah, you shop around a little bit and see if there's a Vila, part 2 in another town. And you make a small move. You do cash considerations. You get a human being in here because, guys, I understand they're not good. But this division might be worse. And the pitching is here. And soon enough, you're not going to have to look at Joey Wentz anymore. And soon enough, we're not going to be looking at bullpen days. How, if you're Scott Harris, do you not go, you know what? Let's make a tweak here. Let's make a small move here. And don't you dare sell me, well, the rebuild's not ready. Whoa. We're not ready to give out $200 million deals. We're not ready to trade our prospects and go all in. And hell, we may still be selling at the deadline. But my point is, as the general manager of a team, you cannot be putting players on the field that hurt you. Nick Maton, from a WAR perspective, of 1,200 qualified players, was 1,200. You have a roster where I can't get rid of Baez. I can't put him on a rocket to space. I can't get rid of Miggy. I can't get rid of Torkelson. But you know what I can do? I control the rest of this roster. So look, I'm not giving up the ship, but I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed that Maton got you beat because Maton never belonged here. That's one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen is for a player hitting 160 to be with a ball club receiving every day at bats 3 months into this deal. What, are you kidding me? You would have thought Nick Maton had Cabrera's contract. And if I swear to God, you lose this division by 2 games, that is Maton adjusted. Because you should be 3.5 out. Now, if you want to tell me I'm insane for not giving up at 5.5 out, that's fine. I've made my peace with it. I have compromised my own principles. I am at peace. But I really, the other angle of it is, am I wrong to expect Scott Harris to do more? The sharpest GMs in the game. I'll give you a great example. Look at when the Dodgers got Trace Thompson from you. You didn't want Trace Thompson. You wouldn't play Trace Thompson. And this is not about a guy being an all-star. But Trace Thompson went to the Dodgers and helped them, right? Whether it's while a guy's hurt, whether it's a bench bat, or whether it flames out. Where are the Tigers? Why am I looking at the dead body of people like Maton and Nevin and just these nothing burgers? And meanwhile, they are completely reticent to call up guys who might have a future. Hey, man, the odds are Parker Meadows stinks, okay? But at 23 and he's raking in the minors, I can put him in my outfield. I can have McKinstry play third. I can put Ibanez. You can play Scope. Oh, but what if they're not great defensively? DGAF. I'll figure it out. Because you know what is indefensible? Playing Nick Maton. So you send Maton down and you bring up a guy who without even looking, I'll do a lunch bet with David right now. Without even looking, I will bet you Nevin blows in the minors. I will bet you he's not hitting. Lunch bet. I don't even care if it's the worst bet of my life. You tell me he's got a 1,200 OPS. Go ahead. What's Nevin done at the minors since he got sent down? Again. David has a very confused look on his face. What does he have? 18 home runs in 10 games?
No, he doesn't. This year, he is hitting 304, 366 OBP, 810 OPS.
What's he done since getting sent down, though?
Yeah, I got to look. I
need you to sort
that,
it.
Yeah.
Because my point to you is, he came up here and stunk. He went back down. He's not the answer. Like, look at the one move they made. They acquired some guy named Fred Rizzo from the Marlins who hits 111 in the minors. Like, what? Why? Just get me a human being who can go in this lineup and give me a 730 OPS, league average.
Yeah, I have his last 15 games just for a recent reference.
Fine, I'll owe you lunch if it's any
or
good.
30 if you'd rather have that.
No, 15's fine.
Average 135, on base 179, slugging 216.
So boy, he really hit the crap out of that one, didn't he, Kenny? He ain't hitting down there. He didn't hit up here, but now we're going down there and we're bringing him back here. Versus guys that are killing it. I get it. We're all frustrated. We want to win. But, like, if you're Scott Harris, how are you not scouring and trying to bring in somebody to just be average? Kills me. They should be 3.5 games out. But because of his obsession with this Maton guy that he got for Soto, who also stinks, it cost him 2 games. And how many more did it cost you by his mere presence here? The guy's terrible. I never seen anything like it. Oh, Nick Maton will run into one every once in a while. That's great. What, 8 home runs and hitting 160? Awesome. 248-539-9797. And if you think I'm on crack, that's fine too. Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait till the first hot day to find out the AC don't work. The team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical has got you covered. $78 AC tune-up. Get your air conditioner in tip-top shape. Save on that energy bill. They got generators as well. A lot of people without power. Get with Mastercraft to get you taken care of. Schedule that tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, some of the ticket text. We'll get to the callers. Get a little fast break at the bottom of the hour. We got to set up for NBA free agency on Friday. What do you got?
Well, I was doing some digging, Mike, for,
hi, Kenny.
for Tyler Nevin, our favorite player. His batting average, when he returned to the minors after his most recent call down, he was batting in the 340s. Not bad for batting average. Since then, in 11 games or so, his batting average has dropped 40 points. So he wasn't even improving in the minors and, little upswing.
But again, I'm getting tired of what Scott Harris is doing here. It's like, I'm not asking for the world. But if this division is this bad, get a little creative. Stop just, throwing bocce balls around the yard, expecting a different result. 4 of them are red, 4 of them are green, and there's a Pauline. That's the game. You're not going to magically create yellow ones or blue ones. Christ.
Oh, man. Someone says Scott and AJ deserve more of the blame than what they're getting. They put these guys in the everyday lineup that don't belong. Maton never belonged to
No. Now, here's where AJ's to blame. It's where you play him. At a certain point, and you guys know I've defended AJ because this roster is 2 to 3 players short. Oh, by the way, Glad Torkelson gave us 10 good games. He's back to being one of the single worst players in the sport. So when you have to have Cabrera, you have to have Baez, you have to have May. Guys, at a certain point, I got to put 9 guys on the field. Now, should Maton ever be hitting 3rd, 5th, 2nd? No. I mean, Maton should be firmly planted in the 9 spot. He's horrific. Go ahead.
I love the fact that Mike is juiced up on the Tigers issue, and I agree with him on this one. But even if you don't, everyone should agree that they should try minor moves.
That's it.
Still makes me scratch my head. They released a 285 hitting Harold Castro.
No, and again, you will try things and often fail, but you're trying. Look, Troy Weaver with all of his reclamation projects, they've all been garbage. At least he's tried something. Like, when you just call the same names from the minors and none of them ever work, I mean, it's play stupid games, win stupid prizes. What the hell is the point?
That's what someone's saying. Parker earned a call-up. Scott Harris thinks we are chumps, apparently.
And you know what? Ultimately, if they fall 9.5 out, Texas sandblasts them the next 4 days, all of this will be for naught. But I couldn't escape thinking, and I heard Cookies yesterday, and he went crazy. He did a very nice job. It was just, they should be 3.5 out. So for all of your flaws, if you're Scott Harris, you're going, all right, how can I make us 3.5 games better over the next 80 games? That is not that difficult if you're trying. And the Parker Meadows thing, I just don't get it. He might come up here and stink. You going to be worse than Torkelson? You going to be worse than Baez 9 times out of 10? Try. He can't factually be worse than Nick Maton. You could blindfold him. He wouldn't be worse. Let's go to the people. Let's go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike.
How are you?
Hey, I got a question. I got to tell you one thing before I get to the Tigers. You got to look at Stoney's cameo, the videos he made about Michigan State. It's a joke. You got to play that on the air, man. It's hilarious.
Wait, hold on. Repeat the first part. Where did Stoney do videos?
It's like this thing or cameo where celebrities can you pay them to let them do a video.
Oh, that's where we got the Smokey Robinson thing, the Happy Chinooka. All right,
oh my God, man!
I'll get Roberto on it. Thank you for the tip.
Yeah, because Stoney was he took his sweatshirt off and put a Michigan shirt on. It was hilarious talking crap about Michigan State, man.
Oh boy!
But it's hilarious. But anyway, I totally agree with you. I think Torque, he's a bust. He's done. But I also think like the Tigers, they just don't have enough hitting. I think they're not going to come through, man. I think in July it all going to be empty seats all over the place.
But Jack, let me give you another example. All right, and this one's personal to me because it involves my team. So last year, the Yankee offense was scuffling a little bit. Do you know they went to the mausoleum and unearthed the body of Matt Carpenter? And Matt Carpenter and that magnificent mustache came up and started hitting home runs every night. Now, I'm just making a point. Like, you can find ball players, and that's what Scott Harris's tenure in San Francisco was. They didn't spend big. They had to find people. Jack, I can't believe they're doing this crap. And it's like, we're 5.5 out. The Twins are going to get their head taken off this week. And I got to look at Nevin. That's what you're offering me?
It's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing. But I wanted to see what you thought about this take, too.
Yeah.
I think what the Tigers are really missing is a Dustin Pedroia type of player. You know, like it seems like they're dead, man.
I think
no energies.
I think Riley Green has potential to be that guy.
Yeah.
I think he's got kind of an it factor to him. Now, again, I'll be clear. He's had one good month in his life. But without him, it feels a lot different. So I think Riley's got that shot. I'll tell you right now who's got no juice. I mean, I know he had like 10 nice days, and now he's back to being awful. Torkelson, I am.
Oh yeah.
I'm very concerned. I mean, he's
a disgrace.
Well, now I'm sure he's a lovely young man, but I mean, we're 2 years into your career now, and you're basically a -2 WAR. Like, you are as bad as it gets. I mean, guys, you could increase his OPS by 100 points, he wouldn't be league average for a career. That's bad.
Yeah, he is what we thought he was.
No, David, I want to be patient because he went number 1 overall. You see flashes of it here and there, but then you watch this weekend and it's just, He's 2 for his last 27.
Yeah, it disappoints me because that was one of the guys when we were talking COVID, during the COVID era. And there was a short season. And I talked to you and I said, look, I want the guy called up. I knew he wasn't ready to be called up, but the hype was there and I wanted to see him. And then he finally got here, and this is what we have?
It's, David, the numbers are even worse when you extrapolate them over the course of a career, and he's approaching 700 at-bats and stuff. Look, he's got obviously through the rest of this year, and he's probably got next year. But that's it. It'll be like when Mize comes back. Mize, once he's healthy, you're going to get about 30 starts. And if you're terrible, I mean, hey, newsflash, look what happened to Alek Manoah. 3rd in the Cy Young last year. Now he's busy pitching to the janitors down at the Blue Jays rookie facility. That's how fast it can change. So it could change for the good. But when you're bad and you're consistently bad for a while, teams are not going to hang around for it. They're not. Go to Russell, 97.1. Russell, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Just want to say, it's frustrating because, I really think A.J. Hinch is trying like heck to win this division. I mean, what he did yesterday, I think emptied out, his whole bullpen like it was Game 7 of the World Series.
Yeah, because it represented the difference between 3.5 and 5.5.
Right, exactly. And I'm wondering, do you think Scott Harris is just being kind of stubborn, hanging on to his guys? I mean, Maton was, came over in his trade for Soto. I think Tyler Nevin was one of his off-season pickups. I mean, is it? Yeah, all right. I'm wondering if
you know what? Here's what I'm going to tell you. I agree with you. I don't have any way to prove it, but I agree because I thought the same to myself. The only way you're sticking with this nobody this long is that he and Vierling were what you got for Soto. And, I mean, I have never in my life seen a ball player with less credentials, less pedigree, less given F be given that much time to hit 160. And then the chef's kiss is the error, and then it costs you. And then it's just like, even 2 days ago, Scott Harrison, I read the quotes earlier in the show. Oh, my God, you people don't see it. You just go on results. We get to see the work behind the scene. Cut scene. You launched a guy out of a cannon 2 days later. Even 2 days ago, he was still doing the song and dance with Nick Maton. That is something else, man. All right, that's all. I'm glad I got that out of my system. 248-539-9797. Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary, celebrating 50 years of flavor. In-house dough, made fresh daily, real mozzarella cheese, not the space Wisconsin white cheese other places use. 8 different flavors of their flavored crust that they invented. And all summer long, special menu items, including the 73 Classic with 73 slices of pepperoni, $9.99. Yes, Kenny is counted. We did that song and dance. It's legitimate. The mix and match, $6.99. You pick the menu items, mix and match them, and away you go. It's all there for you at Hungry Howie's. The 73 Classic, limited time only. It's Hungry Howie's. Restrictions may apply. All right, summer is here. Up north, road trips, all of the above. Moran Buick GMC has got you covered. The 2023 GMC Acadia, flexible third row seating, room for everyone and everything. Moran with new stock arriving daily. Easy online ordering system, MoranExpress.com. You have needs for service, they got you covered. MoranExpress.com. You bring the vehicle in, get the service appointment, you get a free loaner vehicle. Get on about your day. Go live your life. They'll call you when the vehicle's ready. Scheduling always fast and easy at MoranExpress.com. Stop in now, Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. That's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Well, David, sometimes it works out perfect. So on the heels of the fast break, according to reports, Damian Lillard currently meeting with Blazers brass, quote, about his future. Let me translate how that's going to go. Get me the F out of here. That's how that's going.
He's telling him, thank you for the time. It's been nice.
And obviously, Miami's where he wants to be. So the question is, will Miami be able to have enough? If they're unwilling, which I am assuming, they're not going to put Bam Adebayo in that deal. It's going to be a big three of Dame, Butler, and Adebayo. Now, why is this relevant to Detroit fans? Guys, even if the Pistons get their act together, the East is going to be so much better than the West. It's not even funny. I mean, okay, Jokic, Nuggets, there's your one. Warriors are way closer to the end than the beginning.
Correct.
I think the Suns are phony. The Lakers are done because LeBron is damn near done. The Kings are a fun story, but, don't get crazy. We have no idea what the Grizzlies' future is. May not include John, etc.
You don't know what New Orleans looks like because of the Zion situation.
The West is so much weaker than the East. I mean, the Bucks aren't going anywhere unless Giannis calls out. The Celtics aren't going anywhere despite bridesmaid, never a bride. They're still going to be a bitch to play. The Sixers, as long as Embiid is there, are going to be a handful. And then that's before you get to some of the younger teams. Like, look, I don't even include the Knicks in the discussion, but the Knicks, as long as they don't go full Dolan mode, are a 50-win team. Like, go up and down the East. If Miami gets Dame, they're in that convo. Like, you start looking at it and you're like, wow. And even if I just do it in a 2 or 3 year window, what?
Wojo's making some weird voice out there.
I don't even know why I bother. I was just trying to add value to the segment. I'm sorry. But yeah, keep your eye on it. Come on. A meeting to discuss his future days after they drafted a kid in the draft and he said, I don't want to play with a rookie.
Yeah, that's something that hasn't happened ever when it's come to, will he leave? It's always been, no, I'm staying.
Right.
Never been a meeting.
He wants out.
Yeah, he's out.
He gave them some time to make a trade. He gave them some time to maybe bring a player. Now, he walked into that office today. I think he's out. Because they have no trade chips. They used the number 3 pick, and they got the player they wanted. It doesn't matter. They're not going to turn around and trade the kid. They haven't even signed him to a contract. I mean, Bob, do you have to slam things on the table?
What?
Jesus.
I was trying to be quiet and meticulous.
That didn't work.
Yes. Okay. What?
Lord.
What did you? What do you got? Did you get us any free agents yet?
No, God, no. Nobody
I
wants
asked
to
you
come.
months ago to get us a Red Wing and a Piston, and
Well,
you said you would.
I've got your Red Wing right now.
DeBrincat?
We're playing D&D.
3-and-D or D&D?
We're getting Darkman and DeBrincat.
Oh, the Russian dude. Is he a real person?
He is.
What's his real name? I don't even know.
Matvey Mishkov.
Fedorov.
No, my point is, if he's truly the best Russian prospect since Ovechkin and Malkin.
That's what they say.
It's year 5 of the rebuild.
Yeah.
You hired Yzerman to be bold. I don't want to hear about Bobby Fentontelli. Like, seriously, if this kid's falling out of the top 5, you got more draft capital than any team in the league. Move up to 6, take a swing, take pick 17 plus stuff, and go get DeBrincat, and let's go.
You don't even, he might be like in a gulag somewhere. You might never have the access to him.
All I know is
don't think that's an appropriate joke today, but all right.
I like Mike's sales pitch.
What?
I really do.
What was
But no,
it?
he's from Sochi. He lives on a beach. Just tell him Detroit's got water.
Those jerseys are sizzling. The turquoise with the little prowling lion on them.
Pretty sweet. Those dudes, or that dude has talent, man.
Yeah.
Have you watched his highlights?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I was 6 highlights deep, Salt.
He did the Mike Legg goal, didn't he?
Lacrosse.
There was a lacrosse goal
there was.
alert.
Yeah.
There was he had no angle on that shot alert.
Yeah. Alert,
We had
alert.
Sniper. Also, he's a big fist pump guy.
Oh.
A lot of Tiger Woods at the Masters goal celebration. I'm a big fist pump celebration guy. That's a winner.
And he could wear a red jersey every game, not just on Sunday.
Factually true.
Like Tiger Woods.
Factually true.
And the Pistons are going to go get Cam Johnson, right?
No.
No. Listen, they are going to obviously try. Now, it comes down to how
4
badly.
at 120 or don't bother.
No, the Nets desperately want to keep him.
4 at 120.
But there has to be a limit that they can keep him with.
4 at 120.
Okay,
and the
do
Nets
it.
won't be able to keep him.
Okay, then let's do it.
I'm just excited about the rivalry with Houston. You got Thompson versus Thompson. You got Jalen Green versus Cade Cunningham. I mean,
there's no rivalry.
Why wouldn't you watch?
Their roster's
when
way better.
When they meet in the NBA Finals, sure.
Well, I was just saying it. The news, Dame Lillard's meeting with the Blazers today to quote,
he's
discuss
leaving.
his future. He's going to go to Miami. Look at the East compared to the West.
That'll
over the
be
next
my
3
favorite
seasons.
team if he goes to Miami.
Why is
Dame, I love Dame. Going to Miami,
All right.
perfect.
Awesome.
You don't like it?
I'm a Celtics fan. You're aware of this. That doesn't help me.
Oh, well, you won't have the misery of going to the conference finals or anything like that anymore.
Thank you so much.
Dame does need to go to Miami
He
for
does.
sure.
The problem is his contract's horrific.
But you know the other free agents being batted around for the Pistons? Harrison Barnes,
no.
Jeremy Grant.
Look, and here's the problem. You just saw there was a conversation about DeAndre Hunter on draft night.
Mhm.
Now, he's plateaued a little bit, but I like him as a 3-and-D guy. There's data to suggest he can be a 37% shooter from deep. But you saw what Atlanta did today. John Collins to Utah
I saw that.
for the dead body of Rudy Gay and a second-round pick. Why? 3 years at $78 million. They're under strict orders, standard luxury tax. Okay, Troy, you said you were going to take advantage of teams like
He would have looked good in a Pistons uniform.
Teams are renting cap space basically
right
now.
Okay, so Troy has to do it in the trade market and absorb a really bad deal.
And that guy was rumored to the Pistons forever, Collins, right?
Yeah, and I think he needs to change scenery. I
Yeah.
think he'll do better in a different environment. I can see a pathway where he regains what people thought he used to be. I'm not mad they didn't do it. I'm making a point. There aren't going to be a dozen teams doing what Atlanta's doing, giving away a player.
The Pistons are one of 4 teams that have substantial salary cap space.
Now that the Jazz,
So it should be interesting.
Yeah,
Right.
I got to see something.
By the way, I have a new term for you because we talk baseball all the time with the analytics. You know, you got the WAR, wins above replacement.
Yeah.
The Tigers have a new stat. It's called WAM.
Wins above
WAM.
Maton.
Wins.
Wojo, I
Poor
know
Nick.
Rieger.
God, was that bad?
Rieger told me he talked to you, and I know you're not upset about it. I'm just annoyed. There are small moves Scotty Harris could make to make this team marginally better.
Yeah, of
And
course.
I'm bummed. Like, again, I brought up the Trace Thompson thing last year. When the Dodgers got Trace Thompson, everybody laughed, Trace Thompson, what a stiff. They got him for $10 and a payday bar. He helped them.
Oh, I like
The
payday.
Yankees I didn't even know Matt Carpenter was alive.
Oh.
They got Matt Carpenter.
He's 36.
He turned into Babe Ruth. Like, you can try cheap
I agree.
little things, and
That's what he thought this. Like they signed that Camargo guy, Juan Camargo.
Oh, Christ.
But just a plug-in defensive guy, and they're not even using him.
Like,
They're going
he's
to
had
bring
a
up
couple
Nevin.
moves, but for the most part,
this is
there
my
hasn't
other
been
problem.
enough.
How do you not just go to Parker Meadows, who's 23 with a 900 OPS
Instead,
on the
you get
farm,
Tyler Nevin,
and
Michael.
play McKinstry in the rest at third, and just try something. Nevin?
Do you know what Tyler Nevin's hitting at the major league level? Take a guess.
Like
Come on.
126.
128 with the 410 OPS.
He'll get along
So-
with Torque real well.
That guy gets promoted for the third time.
It's not a promotion. It's a
It kind of is.
necessity. It really isn't. I don't think they're like,
For him, it
you've
is.
earned your chance. Come on up, kid.
He hasn't, though. His last 15 games in the minors, he's hitting 140.
I know he hasn't earned a chance. It's just out of necessity. They have nothing.
Hey, Parker Meadows, 916 OPS. Nah.
Do you think they called Parker into the office before they called in Nevin to tell him he's getting promoted?
Well-
Parker, buddy, just wanted to let you know, Tyler's getting to the show. You ain't.
Well, do you think at all, and this just popped in my head, but, you know, slow playing Colt Keith a little bit. They moved him up to AAA and Parker. Do you think Torque's struggles are giving them pause? Because that was the thing. He wasn't ready to come up, and
I'm
they
going to give
brought
you
him
an
up.
answer, and I don't want you to think
It
I'm being
makes me
sarcastic.
wonder.
No, I'm not being smarmy.
Okay.
I think if they are thinking that way, they shouldn't be in this line of work. Every player is his own story. You cannot let the struggles of one player who plays one way. If you think this kid's got it, you think this kid can handle it, they're their own chapter in their own deal. I'd be disappointed if that was the case.
Well, if that, you're right, but clearly, and we'll talk about it too, the Torque thing.
By the way, happy anniversary.
We're back at nervous. Oh, Darko? Yeah. Woo, Darko.
If we're
20
doing
years.
If we're doing the 25th anniversary of Darko and it doesn't turn around, Torque's on that list.
What if we're doing the 8th anniversary of Cade Cunningham?